Story 1. Am I wrong for refusing to let my in-laws live with us after they lost everything? I'm Emma, 32, and I live in a small suburban house with my husband, Nate, who's an only child. I work as a financial analyst and spend most of my time working from home in a little office nook we carved out of our living room. It's cozy, and it works for us. But that setup is about to get seriously cramped. A few weeks ago, Nate's parents lost their house in a fire. It was a complete tragedy, thankfully. They got out safely, but everything they owned is gone. Nate was devastated, understandably, and I was too. We were both trying to figure out how to help them as they worked out their next steps. Before I knew it, Nate offered them a place to stay with us indefinitely, without even talking to me about it first. When he told me, I was stunned. Not that I don't care about his parents or want to help them, I absolutely do. But our house is tiny. There's barely enough room for the two of us, let alone two additional adults. We don't have a guest room, and my office is more of a corner with a desk. I couldn't imagine how we'd make this work, especially with me working from home full time. I tried to approach the conversation gently, suggesting that maybe we could help them find a temporary rental nearby, or even support them financially while they get back on their feet. I thought this would be a reasonable compromise. But Nate immediately looked hurt and upset, calling me unsupportive and even cold-hearted. He couldn't understand why I wouldn't want to help his parents when they had nowhere else to go. That really threw me. I'd never seen him so upset with me, and it honestly felt like he was seeing me as the villain in all of this. It wasn't that I didn't want to help them, I just wanted to find a solution that wouldn't completely upend our lives. I also thought about how I'd lose my workspace if they moved in, and how 4 adults living in such a cramped space would put a lot of stress on all of us. Nate didn't seem interested in my concern, though. He insisted that family comes first, and that this was something we had to do. In his mind, there was no other option. I felt cornered and honestly a little betrayed that he'd made such a big decision without even talking to me. But I didn't want to argue with him while he was feeling so raw about everything. I even suggested that maybe they could stay with another relative, or maybe find a temporary situation that wouldn't involve cramming all 4 of us into our tiny house. Nate's response was to say that I just didn't understand what it was like to lose everything, and that his parents wouldn't want to burden anyone else. So, here I am, feeling like I'm being forced to either give in completely or be labeled as unsupportive and selfish. It's not like we can just pick up and get a bigger place on short notice, and the idea of suddenly sharing every inch of our home for an indefinite period feels overwhelming. I feel trapped in a situation where no matter what I say or do, I'm coming across as the bad guy. I ended up spending a few nights turning things over in my mind, hoping I could come up with a solution that would work for everyone. Nate's parents had been staying with friends, but they couldn't stay there much longer. Every time I brought up alternatives, though, Nate would just brush them off, saying that his parents would be more comfortable with family. He didn't want them in some stranger's home or feeling like they're imposing. I didn't understand why he wasn't considering how much they'd be imposing on us, though. Finally, I told him how much my workspace mattered, how cramped our home already was, and how anxious I was about this arrangement. I tried to explain that working in such close quarters with everyone home would be difficult and stressful. I thought maybe if he understood how much this would impact my job and my mental health, he'd be open to another idea. But he just gave me this blank look, like he couldn't even comprehend why I'd be bringing up my work at a time like this. He said that I was thinking of myself instead of his parents, who'd just gone through a massive trauma. He made me feel so selfish, like my concerns were trivial compared to their situation. And maybe they are, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't being fair to me either. It was as if he couldn't understand that this situation would change everything for me, too. Out of desperation, I even started looking up short-term rental options nearby, hoping I could find something affordable and suggest it as a best of both worlds solution. I found a few places, But when I showed them to Nate, he dismissed them without even looking. He was convinced his parents would feel rejected if we didn't open our home to them. And maybe he was right. I didn't want to add to their pain by making them feel unwanted, but I also couldn't ignore my own needs. In the end, Nate's frustration with me just kept growing. He started coming home late, avoiding conversations, and giving me the cold shoulder. Every time I'd try to talk about it, he'd shut down, saying he didn't want to discuss it anymore because he knew where I stood. He made it sound like I was the one refusing to compromise when I was the only one even trying to come up with alternatives. I was at my wit's end, so I reached out to a few close friends to get their perspective. I needed to know if I was truly being unreasonable or if Nate was just blinded by his need to help his parents. My friends were divided. Some of them understood my side, pointing out that Nate was being unfair and not even listening to my concerns. Others felt that I should just grit my teeth and deal with it since it's family. And this was an emergency. The mixed feedback only made me feel more confused. Nate's parents, on the other hand, seemed completely unaware of the tension between us. Every time we saw them, they were just incredibly grateful and kept saying things like, "We don't know what we would have done without you." I was starting to feel like I had no choice but to let them move in and hope for the best, even though my gut told me it would put a strain on my marriage and my work. As the days ticked down, Nate kept dropping hints about setting up a space for his parents in our tiny living room, like moving my desk to our bedroom or storing some of our furniture. I could see how determined he was to make this work, and each suggestion made me feel like I was being squeezed out of my own home. It was like my feelings and needs were secondary to his parents, even though this was supposed to be my home too. Finally, the night before they were supposed to move in, I tried one last time to talk to Nate. I told him I felt overwhelmed, unheard, and frustrated that he hadn't even acknowledged my side. He looked at me, sighed, and said, "Emma, sometimes family just has to come first." Then he left the room, leaving me there feeling like I'd lost the battle completely. The next day, Nate's parents arrived with a few suitcases and boxes. I did my best to put on a smile and make them feel welcome. But inside, I felt like I was watching my home slip away from me. We spent most of the day rearranging the living room to fit an air mattress and clear some space for their belongings. Nate moved my work desk into our already cramped bedroom, telling me it was only temporary, but I knew better. Temporary was beginning to feel like it could stretch on for months. For the first few days, I tried to be accommodating. I kept my frustrations to myself, even as I struggled to work in a space that felt more like a storage closet than an office. Every time I saw my in-laws, I reminded myself that they'd been through a traumatic experience, and I tried to push down the resentment bubbling up inside. But as the days turned into weeks, I started to feel invisible in my own home. Nate and his parents quickly settled into a routine, almost like they were a little family unit. I'd find myself squeezed out of conversations, with Nate and his parents talking late into the night about their plans, their memories, and ways to rebuild. I tried to join in at first, but it was clear that they saw me more as an outsider who'd never really understand what they were going through. I wanted to tell Nate how I was feeling, but every time I brought up my concerns, he'd brush them off or say something like, "They need us right now, Emma. Can't you see that?" It hurt that he couldn't see how much this was affecting me, too. I felt like I was sacrificing my comfort, my workspace, and even my peace of mind, but it didn't seem to matter to him. One day, things reached a boiling point. I had a critical meeting with my team, and just as I was about to start, my in-laws began arguing loudly about something in the living room. They hadn't meant to disrupt me. They probably didn't even realize I was on a call, but it completely threw me off. I struggled to focus, and my manager later called me out for seeming distracted and unprepared. That was a wake-up call for me. My work was suffering, and I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine. I decided to talk to Nate one more time, hoping that this time he'd finally listen. I told him about the impact this arrangement was having on my job, on my mental health, and on our relationship. I explained that while I sympathized with his parents, I couldn't keep sacrificing everything for them. I needed some space, both physically and emotionally, if we were going to make this work. But Nate didn't take it well. He accused me of being selfish and said that he was ashamed of my lack of compassion. He said that he couldn't believe I was putting my comfort over his parents' basic needs. I felt like he was completely missing the point. This wasn't about comfort, it was about the fact that I was starting to feel like a guest in my own home, with no say in what happened here. After that conversation, things between us grew even colder. We barely spoke, and when we did, it was strained and awkward. I started avoiding the living room altogether, spending most of my time cooped up in the bedroom to avoid running into anyone. Nate's parents seemed to sense the tension, and they'd occasionally ask if I was okay, but I didn't want to burden them with my frustrations. It wasn't their fault that Nate and I couldn't get on the same page. Eventually, I reached a breaking point. I sat down with Nate's parents and gently brought up the possibility of looking for temporary housing options nearby. I even offered to cover the cost, explaining that it might give everyone some breathing room while they figured out their next steps. But before I could finish, Nate walked in and overheard. He looked furious, like I'd crossed an unforgivable line. He told me in no uncertain terms that I was out of line and accused me of trying to push his parents out. Now, I'm left questioning everything. I feel guilty for even bringing it up, and part of me wonders if I should have just kept quiet. But at the same time, I don't know how much longer I can live like this, constantly walking on eggshells and feeling like my own needs don't matter. I love Nate, and I care about his parents, but I can't shake the feeling that this situation is tearing us apart. Am I wrong for setting boundaries about who lives in my home? Story 2. Am I in the wrong for not wanting my estranged sister in my wedding party? I'm Sarah, 27, and I'm planning a destination wedding. I've been looking forward to this day for as long as I can remember. And after years of dating, my fiancé and I are finally ready to tie the knot. We've decided on a small, intimate wedding, just close friends and family, and I couldn't be more excited. However, there's one big issue. My sister. My older sister, Kate, and I have been estranged for years. We've had a rocky relationship for as long as I can remember. Growing up, she was always difficult. There's no other way to put it. She'd belittle me, pick fights over small things, and often made me feel like I wasn't good enough. It got worse as we got older. By the time I was in college, we barely spoke. The few times we did see each other, it ended in arguments or hurtful words. Eventually, I decided it was best to keep my distance for my own peace of mind. I'd hoped that time and space would help us both. But over the years, she's only reached out a handful of times, mostly when she needed something. I tried to be there for her, but each time, it felt like opening old wounds. It wasn't worth the emotional toll, so I distanced myself even further. When I got engaged, I didn't think Kate would even be interested in being part of the wedding, given how strained things have been between us. But apparently, she heard about the wedding through our parents, and a few days ago, she reached out, assuming she'd be a bridesmaid. I was stunned. We barely talk, and now she wants to be a part of one of the most important days of my life. I told her gently that I'd already chosen my bridesmaids, my closest friends who have been there for me through thick and thin. They're practically family to me. I thought she'd understand, but instead, she got angry and accused me of shutting her out and not giving her a chance. She said that family should come before friends and that I was being selfish. Now, my parents are involved, and they're pressuring me to include her. They keep telling me this is an opportunity for healing, and that I should take the chance to bring her back into my life. They act like this is some magical solution that will erase years of hurt and resentment. I've tried explaining to them that I want this day to be about happiness, not tension or drama, but they don't seem to understand. They think I'm being unreasonable and that I'm holding on to grudges, I even suggested inviting Kate as a guest, but that only made things worse. My parents insist that inviting her as just a guest will hurt her feelings and make her feel excluded. But the truth is, I feel uncomfortable having her as a bridesmaid. This day is supposed to be about joy and celebration, and I want people by my side who genuinely support me and have been there for me. I'm torn between keeping my boundaries and the mounting pressure from my family. Part of me feels guilty for not giving her this chance they keep talking about. But another part of me thinks that one day isn't going to fix years of unresolved issues. I'm scared that including her in such an important role will bring back all the old pain and ruin what's supposed to be a happy occasion. After that initial conversation, things just kept getting more complicated. My parents started calling me almost every day, trying to convince me that including Kate as a bridesmaid was the right thing to do. They went on about how family is forever, and how it would mean so much to Kate to be part of the wedding party. It was like they were trying to guilt me into it, and honestly, it was starting to work. They're my parents, and they only want what they think is best. But they don't understand what it's been like dealing with Kate all these years. One night, I tried explaining to them again why I was hesitant. I reminded them of all the times Kate had hurt me, how her behavior had affected my self-esteem growing up, and how she'd only ever reached out when she needed something. It was exhausting just thinking about all those memories, let alone trying to explain them. But instead of understanding, my parents brushed it off, saying things like, "That was so long ago," and "She's changed." I wanted to believe them, but deep down, I wasn't sure I could trust that. Then, Kate started reaching out on her own, messaging me things like, "It would really mean a lot to me to be part of your big day," or, "I want to make things right between us." I wanted to believe her, I really did, but her sudden interest in our relationship felt insincere. It was like she only cared now that something big was happening. She'd never made an effort to repair things before, so why now? I thought maybe I could compromise by having her be a guest of honor or something. But my parents insisted that anything less than a bridesmaid role would be an insult. They kept pushing this idea that the wedding was a perfect chance for us to start fresh, but I was skeptical. It felt like they were putting all the responsibility on me to make things right, when she'd never once tried to reach out in any meaningful way before. I felt like they weren't really listening to me or taking my feelings into account. Eventually, I talked to my fiancé about everything. He's been nothing but supportive. But even he started wondering if maybe it was worth trying, just for the sake of peace. He said he'd support whatever I decided. But he also pointed out that maybe this could be a chance to close an old chapter. I understood where he was coming from, but he didn't have the same history with Kate. He hadn't been on the receiving end of her manipulative comments or felt the sting of her indifference for years. The pressure was mounting, and I was beginning to feel like I had no choice but to give in. Every time I talked to my parents, it was as if they saw me as the one holding a grudge, while Kate was this reformed person waiting for forgiveness. They kept bringing up how devastated she would be if she weren't at the wedding party, how it would be a blow to the family, and how people would talk if she wasn't standing by my side. I started to question myself, wondering if maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe I was clinging to old resentments that didn't need to define our relationship anymore. But every time I imagined Kate standing up there with me on such an important day, I felt this tight knot of anxiety. The thought of having her so close during such a personal moment made me feel uncomfortable, like I'd be faking something that wasn't real. But it seemed like no one understood that. My family kept painting me as the stubborn one, unwilling to let bygones be bygones. And as much as I hated it, I was beginning to feel isolated. Even though I knew my friends would understand, I didn't want to put them in the middle of this family drama. I felt like I had to figure it out on my own. As the wedding day drew closer, the pressure to include Kate only intensified. My parents' calls became more frequent, and I could tell they were becoming increasingly disappointed in me. They began saying things like, "This isn't who we raised you to be," and family is supposed to come first. They'd hint that I was letting everyone down by not embracing this opportunity to make things right. I was starting to feel like a terrible person. Part of me wondered if I really was letting my own stubbornness get in the way of a fresh start. But the other part of me kept coming back to all the unresolved pain and the trust that had been shattered over the years. Including her as a bridesmaid felt like rewriting history in a way that didn't reflect reality, and it made me feel like I'd be betraying myself. In a final attempt to find some middle ground, I reached out to Kate directly. I thought maybe if we had an honest conversation, I could get a better sense of her intentions. I asked her if we could talk, and, to my surprise, she agreed. When we finally sat down together, I was as open and honest as I could be. I told her how hard it had been growing up with the constant tension between us, and how hurt I'd felt by her behavior over the years. I even admitted that I wanted to believe she had changed, but I was struggling to trust that it was genuine. I told her that while I didn't feel comfortable with her in the bridal party, I still wanted her at the wedding as a special guest, hoping this could be the first step toward a real reconciliation. But instead of understanding, Kate became defensive. She accused me of living in the past and refusing to let her grow. She said that she had made peace with the past, and it was my problem if I couldn't do the same. Her words stung, and I felt like I was back in those old, familiar arguments where my feelings were always invalidated. That conversation left me feeling more conflicted than ever. I had tried to extend an olive branch, but it felt like Kate only cared about appearances and being part of the wedding for the sake of it. I could sense that nothing had really changed, and I'd end up regretting it if I gave in. Still, I knew that sticking to my decision would come with consequences. My parents had made it clear they'd be disappointed, and I worried about how this would affect our family dynamic long after the wedding. As it stands now, I haven't backed down. Kate will attend the wedding as a guest, but I've kept my bridal party to my close friends, the people who have supported me through thick and thin. I feel like I've done what I can to extend an invitation for healing, but I can't ignore my own boundaries just to keep everyone else happy. Now, I'm left wondering if I've made the right choice, or if I'll always be seen as the one who refused to make peace. Am I wrong for not wanting my estranged sister in my wedding party? Story 3. Am I wrong for blowing up when my friend used my private journal to create her art project? I'm Alex, 25, and I'm both a writer and artist. My art is a huge part of my life, but writing is something even more personal to me. I keep a private journal where I pour out my thoughts, insecurities, hopes, and fears, things I don't share with anyone, not even my closest friends. I live in a loft with my roommate and close friend, Leela. She's an artist too, and we've always shared a lot of ideas, inspirations, and support for each other's work. Living with another creative person has been amazing, at least until now. I keep my journal hidden in my room, tucked away in a drawer under some clothes. It's not that I thought Leela would snoop or anything, but it's private, and I like knowing it's in a safe spot. We both know how important personal space and privacy are, so I never imagined there would be an issue. I've always trusted her completely, maybe too much, as it turns out. Last week, Leela was really excited about an upcoming art installation. She kept talking about how she wanted it to be raw and real, something that would make people feel deeply. She hinted that she was struggling to find inspiration and wanted to do something different, something that would push boundaries. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming she'd figure something out as she always does. She's talented, and when she gets into her creative zone, she's unstoppable. But I never guessed that her solution would involve me in such a personal way. The night of the installation, she invited me to see it. I was excited to support her, but as I got closer, something strange caught my eye. There were pages, handwritten pages, plastered across a canvas, each one partially covered in paint splatters and designs. At first, I didn't recognize them, but as I got closer, I started seeing lines I knew all too well, lines that I had written. My own words stared back at me, exposed for everyone to see, And that's when I realized she'd taken pages from my journal. It felt like the ground had just fallen out from under me. I was frozen, scanning the pages as more and more people walked by, reading my deepest, most vulnerable thoughts like they were part of some public spectacle. People were commenting, discussing my words as if they were nothing more than phrases on a canvas. I felt humiliated and exposed in a way I'd never felt before. I confronted her right then and there, unable to hold back my anger and shock. I demanded to know why she'd used my journal, something so personal and private, without asking me first. Leela seemed caught off guard by my reaction. She looked genuinely surprised, like she hadn't expected me to react this way at all. She told me that my words were so beautiful, so authentic, and that she couldn't resist the idea of incorporating them into her art. She thought it would be a powerful piece, something people could connect with on a deep level. I didn't know what to say. She kept calling it a collaboration and telling me how flattered I should feel that she used my words in such a meaningful way. But I wasn't flattered, I was horrified. I told her that she'd crossed a massive boundary, that those were my private thoughts, never meant to be shared. But she just kept insisting that it was art, and that sometimes art requires vulnerability. When I finally managed to leave, I could feel everyone's eyes on me. I barely made it home before I broke down, feeling like my privacy had been shattered into a million pieces. Later that night, Leela came home, and I tried to have a calm conversation with her, hoping she'd understand why I was so upset. She apologized, but it was clear she didn't really get it. She kept saying things like, "It was a beautiful tribute," and "I thought you'd be proud." After that first conversation, I spent the next few days trying to process everything that had happened. I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal, the sense that something deeply personal had been taken from me without permission. Every time I tried to write in my journal, or even think about writing, I'd feel this knot of anxiety in my stomach, like my private thoughts weren't safe anymore. My journal had always been my safe space, and now it felt tainted. I couldn't even bring myself to open it, knowing that Leela had gone through its pages and decided they were hers to use. Leela, meanwhile, seemed confused about why I was still upset. She kept trying to talk to me, saying things like, "You know I didn't mean any harm, right?" And, "I thought this would bring us closer as artists." She didn't understand that this wasn't about art for me. This was about trust. I'd tried explaining it to her, but every time I brought up how violated I felt, she'd turn it back to her intentions, saying how she only wanted to create something raw and honest. It was as if my feelings didn't matter as long as her artistic vision was fulfilled. One day, I decided to show her exactly what I meant. I took out an old piece of art. She'd made a sketchbook she'd filled with deeply personal images and thoughts. I asked her how she'd feel if I'd taken pages from it, displayed them without asking, and exposed her raw emotions to the world. I hoped this would make her realize the weight of what she'd done. At first, she seemed taken aback. She looked at the sketchbook and nodded, saying she could sort of see my point. But then, after a moment of thought, she shrugged and said, "Honestly, if it was for the sake of art, I'd be okay with it. Art isn't about holding back, Alex. It's about pushing boundaries and sharing parts of ourselves with the world." I was speechless. It was clear we were coming from completely different perspectives, and she couldn't or wouldn't understand why her actions had hurt me so deeply. She even suggested that maybe I should reconsider my approach to art, that maybe my writing could be more powerful if I allowed myself to be truly vulnerable with it. That was the last straw for me. Not only had she taken my words without permission, but now she was implying that I wasn't a real artist because I wanted to keep my personal life private. I told her that I didn't want to discuss it anymore, and I needed space. She seemed a little hurt, but she backed off, saying she just wanted to help me grow as an artist. I couldn't believe how self-centered she was being, how everything still revolved around her idea of art and her need to feel validated as an artist. The tension between us only grew from there. I tried to focus on my own work, but it was hard to concentrate with Leela around, especially since she didn't seem to think she'd done anything wrong. She'd act as if everything was normal, trying to pull me into conversations about art, asking me for feedback on her latest ideas, even though I was barely speaking to her. Every time she brought it up, it just made me angrier. I felt like she was trying to sweep everything under the rug, hoping that I'd eventually get over it. One night, I finally snapped. She was telling me about another project idea, one that involved using found objects and incorporating pieces of people's lives to tell a collective story. She looked so excited about it, like she was already planning to dive into something else deeply personal and intimate. I couldn't take it anymore. I told her she needed to respect people's boundaries, that not everything was fair game for the sake of art. She responded by saying that if I didn't understand her vision, maybe I wasn't the kind of artist she thought I was. That hurt more than I expected. I had always respected her work, even when I didn't agree with her methods. But now it felt like she was questioning my entire approach to creativity just because I wouldn't let her trample over my privacy. The argument escalated from there, both of us saying things we probably didn't mean. But in the end, it was clear. Our friendship had been fractured, maybe beyond repair. After that, I stopped trying to make her understand. I distanced myself as much as I could, even considering moving out. But it felt unfair that I'd have to uproot my life because of her. The loft had been a shared space, and I didn't want to give it up because of her selfishness. Still, every time I saw her, I felt a mix of anger and sadness that our friendship had come to this point. As the days went on, Leela and I settled into an uncomfortable silence. We spoke only when absolutely necessary, and I could feel the tension building every time we crossed paths. I was trying my best to move on, but the resentment kept simmering under the surface. Every time I sat down to write or tried to pour my thoughts into my journal, I felt blocked. It was like the one safe space I'd created for myself was ruined, and I couldn't get that sense of privacy and peace back. I started spending more time out of the loft, hanging out at a nearby cafe just to escape the tense atmosphere at home. I tried talking to a few mutual friends about what had happened, hoping for some validation, or at least someone who'd understand. Most of them were shocked, saying they couldn't believe Leela would do something like that without asking. But a few of them tried to take a more neutral approach, saying things like, "She probably didn't mean to hurt you," or "Maybe she really thought it was a tribute." Hearing that just made me more frustrated. I didn't care about her intentions. What mattered was that she'd crossed a line that shouldn't have been crossed. It seemed like no one really understood how deeply this had affected me. I'd always thought of myself as a private person, someone who only opened up to a few trusted people, and now even that small circle felt tainted. Leela tried to reach out one more time. She left a note on the kitchen counter, apologizing again and saying that she still didn't fully understand why I was so upset, but she wanted to make things right. She wrote about how much she missed our friendship and how she hoped we could move past this and be close again. She even offered to take down the art piece, though she'd made it clear it would be heartbreaking for her to do so. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to forgive her and try to salvage our friendship, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she'd never fully grasped the depth of her betrayal. Even if she took the art piece down, it wouldn't erase what she'd done or how it had made me feel. It felt like our friendship was based on a foundation that had been shattered, and no amount of apologies could rebuild that trust. In the end, I decided not to respond to her note. I thought maybe time and distance would help me find some clarity, but even now, I'm left feeling unresolved. I still can't bring myself to write in my journal, and my creative process feels stifled and blocked. I don't know if I can ever feel safe sharing my thoughts openly again, not knowing if someone close to me could just decide to turn them into art without even asking. Now, I'm left wondering if I was too harsh, or if I should have accepted her apology and tried to move forward. She seems genuinely sorry, but I don't know if that's enough. Am I wrong for not accepting her apology and feeling violated? Story 4. Am I in the wrong for refusing to help my parents with their retirement after they cut me off financially? I'm Mark, 30, a software developer living in the city. I've worked hard to get where I am, and I'm proud of how far I've come. My job pays well, and I've finally started to feel some financial stability after years of struggle. But now, I'm facing a dilemma that has me questioning everything I thought I knew about family loyalty and obligation. To give you some background, my parents cut me off financially while I was in college. It wasn't a gradual thing. They just told me one day that they couldn't afford to help me anymore. At the time, they explained that they needed to start focusing on their own financial goals, particularly saving for their retirement. I was left completely blindsided. I had to scramble to find ways to pay for tuition, books, and basic living expenses. I ended up taking out a lot of student loans and working multiple part-time jobs to make ends meet. It wasn't easy, and there were times when I wasn't sure if I'd even finish my degree. Looking back, I can understand that they had to make choices about their own future, but it was hard not to feel a bit abandoned. My friends' parents helped them with college, or at least supported them as much as they could. Meanwhile, I was left to figure it all out on my own, while my parents saved every penny for their retirement. They weren't struggling financially, they just prioritized their future security over my immediate needs. At the time, I didn't think much about it. But as the years went on, that decision left a bitter taste in my mouth. Now, fast forward to today. I managed to finish college, landed a good job, and clawed my way out of debt. I'm not wealthy by any means, but I'm finally in a position where I can save and invest for my own future. I've been setting financial goals, like saving for a down payment on a home and building an emergency fund. I've worked hard for this stability, and I don't want to lose it. But here's the thing. My parents are now struggling financially. They recently called me, explaining that their retirement savings didn't stretch as far as they'd hoped. They've had some health issues, and with inflation, the cost of living has been higher than they expected. They didn't outright ask for money, but it was heavily implied that they were looking to me for support. They kept saying things like, "We never thought it would come to this," and "You're doing so well, we're so proud of you." I could see where the conversation was heading, and I felt a mix of emotions: resentment, guilt, confusion. I tried to be honest with them. I explained that I had my own financial goals and that I wasn't in a position to provide them with full support. I suggested some alternatives, like moving to a smaller home or looking into social programs that could help with their medical expenses. But they didn't take it well. They seemed hurt that I wasn't just stepping in to help them, especially after all they'd done for me. They kept reminding me of how they'd raised me, provided for me, and supported me during my childhood. The thing is, I don't think it's fair for them to guilt me into helping them now. I'm not ungrateful for what they did when I was a kid, but they made the choice to cut me off during college. They put their financial future ahead of my education, and I had to bear the consequences of that decision. I don't think it's unreasonable to want to prioritize my own financial security now. The more I thought about it, the more conflicted I felt. Part of me couldn't ignore the fact that they were my parents and had done a lot for me growing up. I didn't have a bad childhood by any means. They provided a roof over my head, food on the table, and gave me as much as they could. But their decision to cut me off during college still stung. It was as if, at the first sign of financial discomfort, they'd chosen themselves over me, leaving me to struggle through a crucial phase in my life. And now, they were asking me to put them first. When I suggested they consider downsizing or finding alternative ways to manage their expenses, they took it as an insult. My mom even said, "We built this life, this home, for you to grow up in. How can you suggest we give that up now?" It felt like they were clinging to the idea that our family home was something I should care about as deeply as they did. But the truth is, I barely feel connected to it anymore. I moved out years ago, and I have my own life now. However, seemed to view that house as an anchor to their past and a symbol of everything they sacrificed for me. Every time we spoke after that, the guilt tripping intensified. They started bringing up little things from my childhood, like how they had paid for summer camps, sports teams, and family vacations. They reminded me of the sacrifices they made to give me those experiences, as if that meant I now owed them. I get that parenting comes with sacrifices, but it felt unfair that they were using those memories as leverage to get me to support them now. I started to wonder if I was being selfish for holding on to my own plans so tightly. But then I'd remember all those nights in college when I'd be up late, studying and working, stressing about bills and whether I'd be able to make it through the semester. They hadn't offered me a single dime, or even asked if I was okay financially. They'd been so focused on securing their retirement that they hadn't even checked in on me. I had to rely on myself, and that struggle shaped who I am today. I learned resilience and independence, but I can't pretend that it didn't hurt to know they'd put their financial comfort over my education. I brought this up to them, trying to explain that their decision back then had a lasting impact on me, and that I wasn't ready to let go of my own financial goals now that I finally had some stability. They seemed shocked, almost offended that I would bring up something that happened years ago. My dad said something along the lines of, "Are you really going to hold that against us? We did what we thought was best." He sounded genuinely baffled, as if he couldn't understand why I was still affected by their choice. I felt torn between my loyalty to them and my desire to protect the life I'd worked so hard to build. I wanted to be compassionate, to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I couldn't ignore the bitterness that kept bubbling up. I started wondering if they were ever going to acknowledge that their choices had consequences, or if they expected me to just forget everything and take care of them out of some sense of duty. My friends were split on the issue. Some of them thought I was being too hard on my parents, saying things like, "They raised you, Mark. Maybe it's time to pay them back." Others understood where I was coming from, pointing out that my parents had made a choice that left me in a tough spot, and it wasn't fair for them to expect me to give up my goals now. The more I talked to people, the more confused I became. I felt like I was trapped between two worlds: the son who wanted to support his family, and the individual who had fought hard to get where he was. Over the next few weeks, the tension between my parents and me continued to build. Every phone call felt like another layer of guilt or disappointment. They'd start with casual conversation, but somehow it would always circle back to their financial situation and subtle hints about needing my support. My dad would mention the rising costs of medications, or my mom would talk about how grateful they were that I was doing well for myself. It felt like every conversation was carefully crafted to make me feel like I was failing them by not stepping up. I'd be lying if I said their words didn't get to me. At night, I'd lie in bed replaying everything they said, wondering if I was being too harsh. They weren't young anymore, and the thought of them struggling in their retirement made me feel guilty. But then I'd remember that this situation wasn't something they had no control over. They had actively chosen this path, prioritizing their own comfort over my education and future stability. One night, I decided to sit down and go over my finances in detail. I'd been working hard to save for a down payment on a small house, and I had other financial goals, like building an emergency fund and putting away for my own retirement. I was proud of the progress I'd made, but seeing those numbers made everything feel even more precarious. If I started supporting my parents, even partially, I'd have to put all of that on hold. I'd be sacrificing my own financial security for theirs. And after everything I'd been through, that felt profoundly unfair. I called my parents to have one final, honest conversation about it. I explained to them, as clearly as I could, that I wasn't in a position to support them without putting my own future at risk. I told them about my goals and the sacrifices I'd made to achieve financial stability, how hard it had been to climb out of debt, and how long it took me to get where I was. I hoped that by being upfront, they'd finally understand that I couldn't just step in and fix everything for them. But instead of understanding, they became defensive. My dad accused me of being too focused on money and said he was disappointed that I'd let materialism cloud my sense of family responsibility. My mom, in tears, said she couldn't believe I was willing to let them struggle after all they'd done for me. They made it sound like I was abandoning them, like I was some selfish son who only cared about his own comfort. Hearing those words hurt more than I expected. I'd spent years struggling on my own, taking on every burden they'd left me with. And now they were treating me as if I was the one who had failed them. They didn't acknowledge the sacrifices I'd made or the struggles I'd endured because of their decisions. To them, I was just a source of financial support, someone they assumed would do the right thing when the time came. It felt like nothing I said would make them understand my perspective, that they only saw things from their own side. The call ended badly. I told them I needed time to think, but it was clear they didn't believe me. My dad hung up, saying, "Well, I guess we know where your priorities lie." And my mom's quiet sobbing in the background made me feel like a terrible person. After that, I felt even more isolated. I was racked with guilt, but I also felt deeply resentful. I'd worked hard to build a life for myself, and now I was being made to feel like I had no right to keep it. In the days that followed, I reached out to some friends and even a few colleagues who I trusted for advice. Everyone had a different perspective. Some told me that I needed to set boundaries, that I had every right to protect my own future. Others believed that I should help my parents out, if only in small ways, just to ease their burden a bit. But no one really knew the full weight of everything I was dealing with, and their mixed responses only added to my confusion. Eventually, I reached a point where I knew I had to make a choice, whether it felt right or not. I called my parents and offered a compromise. I told them that while I couldn't provide full financial support, I could help them find a financial planner who might be able to assist them in budgeting with what they had. I even suggested helping them research resources and programs for seniors that could ease some of their costs. I hoped that this would show them I cared, and that I wasn't abandoning them, even if I couldn't be the financial lifeline they wanted. They were furious. My mom said that it was humiliating to even consider relying on outside help. And my dad was livid that I wouldn't step up as their son. They couldn't see my offer as anything but a rejection. They took it as a sign that I was refusing to take responsibility, that I was pushing them onto strangers instead of caring for them myself. It felt like no matter what I offered, it would never be enough unless I was willing to hand over my own savings and abandon my plans. The last straw came when my dad sent me a long message a few days later. In it, he listed every sacrifice he and my mom had made for me, every dollar they'd spent, every late night they'd stayed up worrying about me as a child. He wrote that he was ashamed of how I'd turned out, that he'd never imagined I'd be the type of person to turn my back on family. It was a brutal message, and reading it left me feeling hollow. I knew he was trying to guilt me into changing my mind, but the words still stung deeply. I didn't respond to that message. I didn't know how. I'd offered what I could, and it still wasn't enough. After that, I decided to step back entirely. I needed time to process everything, to try to rebuild my own peace of mind after the emotional roller coaster they'd put me through. I still feel guilty, and I still wonder if I should have handled things differently. But I also feel a sense of anger and disappointment that they couldn't understand my side, that they couldn't see me as a person with my own needs and dreams. So now, I'm left wondering if I was in the wrong. They're my parents, and I know they raised me and made sacrifices along the way. But I can't shake the feeling that they made choices that put me at a disadvantage, and now they expect me to set aside everything I've worked for to fix their problems. Am I wrong for not wanting to sacrifice my financial goals for them? Story 5. Am I wrong for telling my friend's fiancée about her affair? I'm Jenna, 28, and I work as a wedding planner. I'm used to being involved in the happiest moments of people's lives, and I love helping couples bring their dreams to life. But right now, I'm caught in a situation that has nothing to do with work and everything to do with friendship, trust, and morality. My friend Lisa and I have been close for years. We've shared secrets, laughed together, and been through some tough times. She recently got engaged to her fiancé, Tom, who is genuinely one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Tom treats her like a queen, is supportive of her career, and is always considerate of her needs. Lisa often talks about how lucky she is to have him, and I thought they were genuinely happy together. That was until I recently found out that Lisa has been seeing someone else behind Tom's back. She didn't just slip up once, either. She's been having an ongoing affair for a few months now. I found out accidentally when I ran into her and the other guy at a bar one night. At first, I thought I was mistaken, that maybe this was just a friend or a colleague. But her body language and the way they were together made it clear that there was more going on. She looked shocked to see me there, but she quickly brushed it off, acting as if it was no big deal. Later that night, she called me and admitted to the affair. She told me she needed the excitement and that it was nothing serious. She even laughed it off, saying, "It's just a fling, Jenna. Don't make it into a big deal." She asked me not to tell anyone, especially Tom, because she didn't want to ruin her engagement over something that didn't mean anything. I was stunned. I couldn't believe she would do this, especially to someone as devoted as Tom. I told her I didn't think it was fair to him, that he deserved to know the truth. But Lisa brushed me off, saying it was her life and her decision, and that I should respect her wishes and keep quiet. She made it sound like I was overreacting, like I was somehow in the wrong for feeling that this was a big deal. Since then, I've had to see Tom a few times, both socially and in connection with planning their wedding. Every time I look at him, I feel this horrible weight in my chest. He's so kind, always asking about Lisa and clearly excited about their future together. It feels like a betrayal just being around him, knowing what I know. He has no idea what's really going on, and here I am, forced to pretend everything is fine. I can't shake the feeling that he deserves better, that he shouldn't be kept in the dark about what's happening. I've tried talking to Lisa again, hoping she'd realize how unfair this is to Tom. I told her that I thought she needed to come clean, that if she truly respected him, she'd give him the choice to decide if he wants to move forward knowing the truth. But she dismissed me again, saying I was meddling and that I should stay out of it. She even went so far as to say she'd end our friendship if I told him anything. She painted it as a betrayal of her trust, as if my loyalty to her should mean helping her keep this secret. Now, I'm stuck in a moral dilemma. I can't tell if I'm overstepping by wanting to tell Tom, or if it's wrong to stay silent. I feel this deep guilt for not saying anything, but I'm terrified of losing Lisa's friendship and being labeled as the bad guy who ruined her engagement. I don't know if I should keep this secret or if Tom deserves to know the truth before he commits to a lifetime with someone who's hiding things from him. The days that followed were filled with a heavy sense of dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was complicit in Lisa's betrayal just by staying silent. I tried to focus on my work, but every time I met with a new couple or heard them excitedly talk about their plans for the future, I thought about Tom and Lisa's upcoming wedding. The thought of Tom walking down the aisle, vowing to spend his life with Lisa, while being completely unaware of her secret felt like a ticking time bomb. It was all I could think about. One evening, I went over to Lisa's apartment to try one last time to get her to come clean. I'd spent hours rehearsing what I was going to say, hoping I could make her see reason without causing a huge blow-up. When I arrived, she seemed cheerful, completely unfazed by the situation. It was as if the affair was a non-issue to her, something she could brush off as easily as a forgotten coffee date. I told her that I was struggling to keep this secret, that it was weighing on me, and that I felt it was unfair to ask me to be a part of it. She sighed, rolling her eyes as if I were being dramatic. "Jenna, you're acting like I've done something unforgivable. It's just a bit of fun Tom doesn't need to know, and it's not going to affect our marriage. Why are you making this such a big deal?" Her casual dismissal of Tom's trust and her total lack of remorse shocked me. I tried to reason with her, asking her to consider how she would feel if Tom were doing the same thing to her. She shrugged it off, saying, "I know he's faithful, and that's all that matters. Besides, he'd never find out. He's too trusting." Her words left me speechless. She wasn't even trying to justify her actions. She was completely unconcerned about the impact this might have on Tom or anyone else. I could feel my patience running thin. I told her that if she was going to marry Tom, she should be honest with him. Give him the chance to decide if he wanted to go through with it. Lisa laughed and said, "Look, Jenna, not everyone has to know everything. A little secret never hurt anyone. This is my business, not yours." She looked at me with a hardened expression, clearly warning me to back off. I left that night feeling more conflicted than ever. On one hand, she was my friend, and I understood that friendships sometimes meant accepting each other's flaws and mistakes. But on the other hand, this wasn't just a mistake. It was an ongoing betrayal, and one that would affect Tom for the rest of his life if he didn't know the truth. I couldn't stop thinking about the look on his face if he ever found out after the wedding, when it would be too late to walk away without devastating consequences. As the wedding date grew closer, the guilt I felt became unbearable. Lisa continued to act as if nothing was wrong, throwing herself into wedding preparations, talking about her dream day, as if she hadn't just told me she was willing to marry Tom under false pretenses. I started to withdraw from her, not out of anger, but because every interaction felt fake. She could tell something was off, but I didn't have the energy to explain it all over again. A few days later, I ran into Tom at a coffee shop. He was there to pick up some drinks for him and Lisa, and he seemed genuinely happy, chatting about the final arrangements and how excited he was to marry her. He even thanked me for helping with the planning, saying he knew how much Lisa appreciated having me by her side. His words were like a punch to the gut. Here was this decent, kind-hearted guy, completely unaware of the truth about the person he was about to commit his life to. I felt an overwhelming urge to tell him everything right then and there, but I held back. I didn't want to blurt it out in public or put him on the spot. Instead, I just stood there, nodding along as he talked, feeling like a complete fraud. I could barely look him in the eye, knowing that I was keeping something from him that would change everything. That night, I couldn't sleep. The weight of the secret had become too much to bear. I knew that if I stayed silent, I'd be haunted by this for the rest of my life, and I'd always question whether I'd done the right thing. But if I told Tom, I risked destroying my friendship with Lisa and causing chaos in their lives. It felt like a lose-lose situation, and I didn't know which path would allow me to live with myself. After a sleepless night, I made a decision. I texted Lisa, telling her that I couldn't keep this secret any longer. I gave her an ultimatum. Either she tells Tom the truth, or I would. I didn't want to go behind her back, but I felt that he deserved to know, and if she wasn't willing to come clean, then I would have to. Lisa's response was immediate and furious. She called me, yelling about how I was meddling in her life, and that I was about to ruin everything. She accused me of being judgmental, of not understanding the complexities of her relationship with Tom, and of acting self-righteous. I tried to explain that it wasn't about judging her, but about doing what I felt was right. She wouldn't listen, though. She told me that if I told Tom, our friendship was over. By the time we hung up, I was shaking. I'd never wanted to come between anyone, and the thought of losing my friend hurt deeply. But I also knew that I couldn't ignore my own sense of integrity just to preserve a friendship built on lies. After that intense phone call, I felt like I'd reached a point of no return. My friendship with Lisa had been one of the longest and closest relationships in my life, and here I was, on the verge of potentially ending it. I tried to distract myself, thinking maybe Lisa would come around and do the right thing, but deep down, I knew better. She had made it clear that her secret was more important to her than honesty or integrity. A few days went by, and I didn't hear anything from Lisa. She didn't reach out to apologize, or to say she'd decided to tell Tom. It was like she was hoping that I'd back down, that I'd decide it wasn't worth the trouble. But the silence only made me more certain that she wasn't going to change her mind. I was filled with dread, but I knew what I had to do. So, I reached out to Tom. I asked him if he could meet me for coffee, saying there was something important we needed to discuss. He sounded a little confused, maybe even a bit worried, but he agreed. We met at a quiet cafe, and as I sat across from him, I could feel my heart pounding. This was the moment I had been dreading, but I knew I couldn't let my fear or my loyalty to Lisa hold me back any longer. After some small talk, I took a deep breath and told Tom the truth. I explained that Lisa had been seeing someone else, that it had been going on for months, and that she had no intention of telling him. I tried to be as gentle as possible, emphasizing that I was only telling him because I felt he deserved to know before making such a huge commitment. Tom sat there in stunned silence, and I could see the hurt and disbelief in his eyes. He kept shaking his head, like he couldn't wrap his mind around what I was saying. "I don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why would she do this? Why didn't she just tell me if she wasn't happy?" I didn't have an answer for him. All I could do was tell him that I was sorry, that I had tried to get Lisa to come clean, but she had refused. He thanked me for telling him, but I could see how broken he looked. It felt like I had shattered his entire world, and a part of me wondered if I'd done the right thing after all. But I reminded myself that he deserved to know, that going into a marriage under false pretenses would be far worse in the long run. After we finished our conversation, Tom left, looking like he was in a daze. I sat there for a while, trying to process everything that had just happened. I felt a mix of relief and sadness, knowing that I'd done what I believed was right, but also that things would never be the same between Lisa and me. Later that evening, I got a text from Lisa. She had obviously spoken to Tom, and her message was full of anger and hurt. She accused me of ruining her life, and said that she could never forgive me for betraying her. She went on to say that I had no right to interfere, that I had acted out of self-righteousness rather than concern for her happiness. I tried to reply, to explain my side, but she wasn't interested in listening. She told me she didn't want to see me again and that our friendship was over. It hurt more than I expected. Losing a friend is always painful, but it was especially hard knowing that it had ended over something I'd felt was morally right. I kept questioning myself, wondering if I'd been too harsh or if there was another way I could have handled things. But each time, I came back to the same conclusion. Tom deserved the truth, and I couldn't stand by and let him be blindsided. In the days that followed, word of what happened began to spread within our circle of friends. Some people supported me, saying I'd done the right thing by telling Tom. But others were critical, saying I should have minded my own business or let Lisa work things out on her own. It seemed like everyone had an opinion, and I found myself feeling isolated and second-guessing everything. Tom eventually reached out to thank me again. He told me that he and Lisa had broken things off, and that while he was heartbroken, he was grateful that I'd told him before they got married. He said he couldn't imagine going through with the wedding, only to find out about her betrayal afterward. Hearing that gave me a sense of closure, but it didn't take away the pain of losing Lisa. In the end, I'm still left wondering if I made the right choice. I lost a friend, and I know I hurt Lisa deeply by going against her wishes. But I also feel like honesty and respect are fundamental, especially in relationships as serious as marriage. I'm not sure if Lisa will ever forgive me, and part of me doubts we could ever truly mend things after what happened. All I know is that I did what I thought was right, even if it cost me a friendship. Am I wrong for feeling compelled to tell the fiancé, even if it meant losing my friend? Story 6. Am I in the wrong for calling out my family's treatment of my sister's kids? I'm Josh, 35, and I live out of town, but I make an effort to visit my family several times a year. We're a big family, and I have a lot of nieces and nephews. It's always a lively, sometimes chaotic scene whenever we get together, but I've always cherished those gatherings. That said, I've started noticing something disturbing over the last few visits that I can't seem to ignore anymore. My sister, Katie, has two kids, Sarah and James. They're great kids, smart, polite, and full of energy, but for some reason, they seem to be treated differently by our parents. They're not as openly affectionate with them. They don't give them the same level of attention, and they're nowhere near as generous with gifts or treats as they are with the other grandkids. It's not blatant at first glance, but once you notice it, it's hard to ignore. I've watched them get overlooked in favor of other cousins, sometimes left out of group activities, and generally treated as less than by my parents. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it at first, but the more I paid attention, the clearer it became. It bothered me deeply, and I wanted to talk to my parents about it, but I struggled to find the right moment. I didn't want to create unnecessary conflict, and honestly, I wasn't sure if they'd even take me seriously. My family can be pretty set in their ways, and bringing up issues is often met with defensiveness rather than understanding. During a recent family gathering, the favoritism was worse than ever. We were all gathered at my parents' house, and the kids were playing outside. My parents were handing out treats, but they only called over the other grandkids, leaving Sarah and James out entirely. I watched as my niece and nephew stood there, looking confused and hurt, wondering why they weren't included. It broke my heart. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe I'd bring it up with my parents privately later. But then something happened that pushed me over the edge. My mom was handing out toys to the kids, small gifts she'd picked up for each of them. Every child was beaming as they received theirs, but when Sarah and James came up, she told them she ran out and that she'd get them something next time. It was such a dismissive moment, and the look on my sister's face said it all. She looked embarrassed and hurt, but she didn't say anything, just quietly pulled her kids aside. Something in me snapped. I couldn't watch this continue in silence. In that moment, I decided to address it, even though it was in the middle of a family gathering. I stood up and asked my mom, "Why do you treat Sarah and James differently from the other grandkids?" The room went silent, and I could feel the tension thickening. My mom looked shocked and flustered, as if she couldn't believe I was saying this in front of everyone. I continued, explaining that I'd noticed the favoritism for a while now, and that it wasn't fair to Katie's kids to be treated like they didn't belong. I pointed out specific instances where Sarah and James had been left out, and how it wasn't just a one-time thing, it was a pattern. I could see some of my siblings shifting uncomfortably, while others looked like they wanted to say something but were holding back. My mom started defending herself, saying that it wasn't true, that she loved all her grandchildren equally. She claimed that I was reading too much into things and that she didn't mean to exclude anyone. But I wasn't convinced, and I could see that Katie wasn't either. My dad eventually jumped in, saying that I was making a scene and that this wasn't the time or place for this kind of discussion. As my dad tried to deflect the conversation, saying I was making a scene, I felt the frustration boiling over. This was exactly why no one ever talked about these issues. Any attempt to bring them up was quickly dismissed as drama or making a big deal out of nothing. But I couldn't let it go. I calmly told my parents that this wasn't about making a scene. It was about treating all their grandchildren with the same love and respect. Katie looked like she wanted to say something, but was holding back, probably out of fear of worsening the situation. I could see the tension in her face, though, and I knew she felt the same way I did. My other siblings sat quietly, some avoiding eye contact, clearly uncomfortable with the conflict. But a few of them nodded subtly, which reassured me that I wasn't completely alone in feeling this way. I decided to keep going, explaining that this wasn't just about one incident, but a pattern I'd noticed every time I visited. I pointed out that Sarah and James were always last to be acknowledged, that they didn't receive the same attention, and that they often seemed left out of family activities and gestures. I could see my mom's face harden, and my dad looked like he was about to lose his patience. "You don't understand," my mom said defensively. "I do my best to make everyone feel included." She then went on to list occasions where she'd done things for Sarah and James, as if bringing up a handful of instances would somehow counteract the repeated pattern of favoritism. It felt like she was more interested in defending herself than actually listening to what I was saying. I told her that it wasn't about a few isolated instances, but about how Sarah and James were made to feel whenever they visited. I could tell my parents were getting frustrated, and my dad finally snapped, saying, "Enough, Josh. This is family time, not a therapy session. You're overreacting, and this isn't the right place for this conversation." I felt my face flush, a mix of anger and disbelief. "So, when is the right time?" I asked him. "Because every time I visit, it's the same story." I keep quiet, thinking maybe it's just a one-off thing, but it's not. It's every single time, and no one else is willing to call it out. I could see the silence weighing heavily on everyone, but I couldn't back down. This was too important. Katie finally spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. She said, "I've noticed it too, and it hurts. I've tried to ignore it for the sake of keeping the peace, but it's hard to see my kids treated differently." Her voice broke a little, and she looked down, obviously uncomfortable with the attention. I felt a surge of sadness for her, knowing that she'd been holding this in for so long without saying anything. My mom looked stunned. She clearly hadn't expected Katie to agree with me. She tried to backtrack, saying she never meant to make anyone feel left out, and that all the grandkids are precious to her. But it felt like she was just saying what she thought we wanted to hear, not actually addressing the issue. I could see Katie's kids, Sarah and James, watching from a distance, looking confused by the raised voices and tension in the room. At that moment, one of my other siblings, Michelle, finally spoke up. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "I hate to say it, but I've noticed it too." She admitted that while her kids had always been treated well, she'd seen how Sarah and James were sometimes overlooked or treated differently. Hearing Michelle speak out gave me a little relief, like maybe this wouldn't just be dismissed as my personal vendetta. But it also seemed to make my parents defensive all over again. My dad shook his head and said, "I can't believe you're all ganging up on us. We've done everything for this family, and now you're accusing us of favoritism. How dare you?" His voice was filled with anger and hurt, and I could see he was taking this very personally, almost as if he felt attacked. I tried to explain that it wasn't about ganging up on them, but about making sure that all the kids felt equally loved and included. But he wouldn't listen. He kept shaking his head, muttering that he couldn't believe we were making such accusations. My mom, meanwhile, was looking increasingly upset, her eyes welling up with tears. Katie, seeing how emotional our parents were getting, tried to step in to smooth things over. She said, "Look, we're not trying to hurt you. We just want you to understand how it feels for Sarah and James when they're treated differently. They're young, but they notice these things, and it hurts them." She was speaking gently, trying to keep the peace, but I could tell she was exhausted from having to defend her kids in this way. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I thought about backing down, maybe apologizing for bringing it up in front of everyone. But I knew that if I did, nothing would ever change. I told my parents that I was sorry if this hurt them. But I wasn't sorry for speaking up about something that had clearly been affecting Katie and her kids. Eventually, my parents just ended the conversation, saying they didn't want to discuss it anymore. My mom walked out of the room, and my dad followed, muttering something about how disrespectful we were being. The rest of us were left sitting there, feeling awkward and unsure of what to do next. Katie looked defeated, and Michelle and I just exchanged glances, unsure of what our next steps should be. After my parents walked out of the room, the silence was almost unbearable. No one knew what to say, and it felt like the family gathering had been completely derailed. Katie looked visibly upset, and I felt a pang of guilt for bringing it up in such a public setting, even though I still believed it was necessary. Part of me wondered if I'd gone too far, if I should have found a quieter moment to talk to our parents alone. But the other part of me knew that if I hadn't spoken up when I did, nothing would have changed. Michelle quietly suggested that we go outside for a bit, to give our parents some space to cool off. We all went out to the backyard, and Katie's kids followed us, still looking a little confused by everything that had happened. I tried to reassure them, telling them we were just having a grown-up talk, and that everything would be fine. But I could tell that they sensed the tension, and it hurt to know that they were picking up on something they never should have had to experience in the first place. Katie turned to me once we were outside and thanked me softly for standing up for her kids. She told me that she'd noticed the favoritism for years, but never felt she had the strength to bring it up on her own. She'd feared the exact kind of reaction we'd just witnessed from our parents' denial, defensiveness, and the insistence that nothing was wrong. She admitted that she'd started to dread family gatherings because she knew her kids would leave feeling like they were less important than the other grandkids. Hearing that broke my heart. I couldn't believe that she'd been dealing with this silently for so long, trying to protect her kids from the feeling of being overlooked. I felt a renewed sense of conviction that I'd done the right thing by addressing it, even if it had caused a rift in the family. Michelle chimed in, saying she was glad I'd brought it up, too. She admitted that she'd noticed the favoritism, but hadn't wanted to rock the boat by saying anything. I could tell she was still feeling a bit shaken by the confrontation, but she agreed that it was necessary. The three of us talked for a while, trying to process everything and figure out what to do next. Eventually, Katie's kids came over to us, and we decided to take them for a walk around the neighborhood to lift their spirits. As we walked, I did my best to keep things light, joking around with them and distracting them from the tension they'd witnessed. It was a small gesture, but I could see that they appreciated the attention. For a brief moment, things felt normal again. When we finally returned to the house, my parents were nowhere to be seen. I assumed they were either in their room or taking some time away to cool off. The rest of the family members were milling around awkwardly, clearly unsure of how to proceed after the confrontation. Some of them gave me sympathetic looks, while others seemed a bit annoyed, as if they felt I'd ruined the family gathering by bringing up such a contentious issue. Later in the evening, I decided to approach my parents' room to try and have a private conversation with them. I knocked gently on the door, and after a few moments, my mom opened it, looking visibly upset. I took a deep breath and told her that I wanted to apologize for the way I'd brought up the issue. I acknowledged that confronting them in front of everyone might not have been the best approach, but I explained that I hadn't known when else to bring it up. My mom sighed and let me in, and my dad was sitting on the bed, looking a bit weary but willing to listen. I sat down and explained, as calmly as I could, that I hadn't intended to attack them or accuse them of being bad grandparents. I told them that my only goal was to make sure that all the grandkids felt equally loved and valued, and that I didn't want Katie's kids to grow up feeling like they were somehow less than the others. They both listened quietly, though I could tell they were still feeling defensive. My mom repeated that she never meant to hurt anyone, and that she had always loved all the grandkids the same. I could see she was struggling to understand my perspective, as if she genuinely didn't see the favoritism that was so apparent to the rest of us. I tried to gently explain that sometimes actions can send messages we don't intend, and that even if she hadn't meant to show favoritism, it was still affecting the kids. My dad spoke up, saying that he felt blindsided by the accusation. He admitted that he and my mom had always felt closer to some of the grandkids, simply because they saw them more often or shared certain interests. He didn't think it was favoritism. He just saw it as natural bonding. I could understand where he was coming from, but I explained that kids don't see it that way, they only see when they're being left out. After a long, uncomfortable conversation, they finally agreed to try to be more mindful of their actions going forward. They still seemed reluctant to fully acknowledge the problem, but they promised they would make an effort to include Katie's kids more equally in family activities and attention. It wasn't a perfect resolution, but it was a start. I hoped that maybe, over time, they'd begin to see the impact their behavior was having and truly make a change. When I rejoined the rest of the family, Katie and Michelle were waiting for me, eager to know how the conversation had gone. I told them that while our parents hadn't fully understood, they had agreed to try to be more aware of their actions. Katie seemed relieved, and though I could tell she was still hurt by everything that had happened, she thanked me again for standing up for her kids. As the evening wore on, the tension slowly began to dissipate, and we managed to salvage some semblance of a normal family gathering. It wasn't the warm, joyful reunion I'd hoped for, but at least there was an understanding that we were working toward a solution. I knew it would take time for things to fully heal, and there would likely still be lingering resentment from my parents, but I felt that the confrontation had been worth it. In the end, I'm left wondering if I handled things the right way. I know I could have approached the issue more delicately, and maybe bringing it up in front of everyone wasn't the best choice. But I also feel that if I hadn't said something, the favoritism would have continued unchecked, and Katie's kids would have continued to feel the sting of being treated differently. I'm glad I spoke up for them, even if it created tension and caused a rift in the family. Am I wrong for addressing this issue in a public setting? Story 7. Am I wrong for keeping my job offer secret until after my best friend signed her new contract? I'm Claire, 29, and I work as a marketing executive. Recently, I went through something that's left me questioning if I handled things the right way, especially when it comes to my friendship with one of the people I care about most in the world. My best friend, Emma, and I have been inseparable for years. We've supported each other through so much relationships, career changes, and everything in between. But now, things feel strained, and I don't know if I'm the one to blame. A couple of months ago, Emma and I were both looking for new job opportunities. She'd been pretty vocal about wanting to move into a different role, and I was casually looking to see what was out there, though I wasn't as desperate to leave my current position. We often talked about our job searches, shared tips, and even helped each other prepare for interviews. We've always been each other's biggest cheerleaders, and I felt grateful to have someone who understood the struggle. One day, I stumbled upon a job listing that sounded perfect. It was with a reputable company, had great benefits, and seemed like a good fit for my skills. I applied, not thinking much of it since I knew the company was competitive and didn't expect anything to come of it. Little did I know, Emma had also applied for the same position. Fast forward a few weeks, and I received a call from the company offering me the job. I was thrilled, but as soon as the excitement wore off, I felt a pit in my stomach. I hadn't even realized that Emma was also interested in the position until she mentioned to me, a few days before my offer, that she was hopeful about getting an interview with this company. She was so excited, talking about how it would be a dream role and how much it could change her career. She even asked if I'd heard anything about the company since we both worked in the same industry. I nodded along, but I didn't tell her that I'd applied or that I was already deep into the interview process. When I got the offer, I wasn't sure how to tell her. I knew she'd be disappointed, and I didn't want to hurt her. I kept hoping that she'd get an offer from one of the other jobs she was applying to, so it wouldn't feel like such a blow. At the same time, I felt a bit guilty for not being upfront with her, but I told myself it was better to wait until everything was official. I didn't want to bring it up and risk any tension between us. I decided to hold off on telling her until I'd signed the contract. I thought that by waiting until things were finalized, it would feel less like I was competing with her and more like a decision that was out of my control. But as the days went on, I could feel the pressure building. I kept dodging the topic whenever she brought up her job search, making vague comments to avoid telling her the truth. I figured I'd just wait a little longer until it was official, and then tell her in the gentlest way possible. After I signed the contract, I sat down with Emma and told her everything. I explained that I'd applied for the same job without knowing she was also interested, and that I'd held off on telling her because I didn't want to hurt her or make her feel like I'd taken her opportunity. But she didn't take it well. She was furious, and I could see the hurt in her eyes as she accused me of going behind her back. She said I'd stolen the job from her, that I should have been honest from the start, and that she couldn't believe I'd kept it a secret. Emma's reaction was harsher than I'd expected, and it completely threw me off. I tried to explain myself, telling her that I hadn't known she was interested in the job when I applied, and by the time I realized it, I felt stuck. I didn't want to hurt her feelings or make things awkward between us, especially since it was uncertain if I'd even get the offer at that point. I told her that I'd hoped she would get another job she was excited about, so that this wouldn't feel like such a personal loss. But she didn't seem to care about my intentions. She kept saying that if I'd just been honest from the start, she wouldn't feel so betrayed. I thought we shared everything, Claire, she said, her voice breaking. How could you just keep something like this from me? I was pouring my heart out to you about this job, and you just kept quiet. Her words stung. I hadn't meant to make her feel like I'd betrayed her. But I also didn't see how telling her earlier would have helped. It's not like I could change the fact that we both applied for the same job, or that the company ultimately chose me. I told her that I wasn't trying to hide it out of malice, I just didn't know how to tell her without making things worse. But she kept coming back to the same point, that I should have been upfront with her the moment I knew we were competing for the same role. The worst part was that she didn't see it as just one incident. She felt like my silence was a reflection of our entire friendship. She said that I'd put my own career above our relationship, and that I hadn't valued her enough to be open and honest. She told me she couldn't trust me the same way anymore, and that made my heart sink. I'd never wanted to damage our friendship, and hearing her say she couldn't trust me felt like a punch to the gut. We sat there for what felt like hours, both of us going in circles. I kept trying to explain my side, but she just couldn't get past the fact that I'd hidden something so significant from her. I offered to help her with her job search, to connect her with people in my network, but she shook her head, saying she didn't need my pity or my leftovers. Her words were sharp, and I could tell she was saying things out of anger, but it hurt all the same. After that night, Emma and I didn't speak for a few days. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I could have handled things differently. Maybe I should have told her earlier, even if it would have caused temporary tension. Maybe honesty, even if it hurt, would have been better than holding back and letting the truth come out after the fact. I'd thought I was sparing her feelings, but now it seemed like I'd only made things worse. The following week, I reached out to her, hoping we could have a calmer conversation now that we'd both had time to cool off. I wanted to apologize again, to tell her how much our friendship meant to me, and that I was willing to do whatever it took to make things right. She agreed to meet up, but when we sat down, it was clear she was still angry. She told me that my actions had shown her a side of me she'd never seen before, a side that cared more about getting ahead than about loyalty or friendship. She said that if the roles had been reversed, she would have told me immediately, even if it meant risking an awkward situation. She felt that my decision to keep the offer secret until I'd signed the contract was selfish, and that by doing so, I'd prioritized my career over our relationship. I didn't know what else to say. I told her that I was sorry, that I never meant for her to feel this way, and that I genuinely thought I was doing the right thing by waiting. But she shook her head, saying that my apology didn't change the fact that I'd kept her in the dark. She told me she needed space, and that she didn't know if she could forgive me. Hearing that felt like a knife twisting in my chest. Emma had been one of my closest friends, someone I thought I'd always have by my side, and now it felt like I was watching our friendship unravel before my eyes. I tried to reason with her one last time, asking if there was anything I could do to fix things, but she just said, "You can't undo what's already done." Since that conversation, things have been tense and awkward. We haven't spoken much, and it feels like there's this wall between us that wasn't there before. I miss our friendship, and I regret the way I handled the situation. But I also feel like she's holding me to an impossible standard. I didn't steal the job from her or intentionally try to hurt her. I was just trying to navigate a difficult situation in the best way I knew how. Now, I'm left wondering if I was truly in the wrong for keeping the job offer secret until after I'd signed the contract. I know I could have been more transparent, but I also feel like Emma isn't being fair by accusing me of stealing her opportunity. It was a competitive process, and I had no control over who the company ultimately chose. I just wish she could see that I wasn't trying to hurt her, and that my intentions were never to betray her trust. Am I wrong for not telling her about the offer until it was finalized? Story 8. Am I in the wrong for refusing to take care of my ex's pets after we broke up? I'm Tom, 34, and I work remotely. My job is demanding, and between that and my regular life commitments, my schedule is pretty packed. A few months ago, I went through a tough breakup with my ex-girlfriend, Emily. We'd been together for a couple of years, and during that time, she'd adopted two pets, a dog named Max and a cat named Luna. They were her pets, but because we lived together, I naturally became attached to them too. When Emily and I broke up, she initially said she needed some time to figure things out and find a new place that allowed pets. She asked if I could keep Max and Luna for just a few weeks until she got settled. I didn't mind. I loved the animals, and I understood how tough it would be to move and deal with everything while managing two pets. I agreed, thinking it would be temporary. She assured me that it was just for a short time and thanked me for being such a lifesaver. Weeks turned into months, though, and it started to feel like Emily wasn't in a hurry to come back for Max and Luna. She'd check in occasionally, asking how they were doing, but she was vague about when she'd be taking them. Every time I brought it up, she'd tell me she was still sorting things out, and that she'd be back for them soon. I could tell that she was stalling, and the more time passed, the more I felt like she'd just dumped them on me without really planning to come back for them. Taking care of the pets wasn't easy. Max is a high-energy dog, and he needs regular walks and exercise. Luna, on the other hand, is more low maintenance, but she's a bit of a picky eater and has a special diet. Juggling all their needs with my work schedule was tough, and it was beginning to take a toll on me. I had to rearrange my work hours to make time for Max's walks, and I was spending more than I'd anticipated on pet food and supplies. Don't get me wrong, I love Max and Luna. But this arrangement was never supposed to be permanent, and it wasn't fair that I was left with all the responsibility, while Emily seemed to be moving on without a second thought. I started feeling resentful, especially since she'd made it seem like this was only a temporary situation. It was becoming clear that temporary meant something very different to her than it did to me. A couple of weeks ago, I decided I needed to have an honest conversation with Emily. I reached out, telling her that it was time to come up with a plan for Max and Luna, whether that meant taking them back or finding another solution. She acted surprised, as if the idea of me not keeping them hadn't even crossed her mind. She said things like, "But they're happy with you, and they love being there." I told her that while I cared for them, it was too much for me to handle on my own with my schedule, and that I wasn't prepared to be a full-time pet parent indefinitely. That's when she got defensive. She accused me of being selfish and said that Max and Luna were our babies, and that I shouldn't be so quick to abandon them. Her words left me speechless. I'd been taking care of them alone for months, with no clear timeline on when she'd take them back. And now she was trying to make me feel guilty for wanting to rehome them. After that conversation, I was left feeling frustrated and more confused than ever. Emily seemed to think that just because I'd agreed to watch the pets temporarily, I should be okay with taking care of them indefinitely. She made it sound like I was the one being unreasonable, like I was abandoning them by even considering other options. But she wasn't the one juggling her life around two animals she hadn't planned on caring for long term. The resentment was growing, but so was my guilt. Max and Luna didn't ask to be put in the middle of this, and the last thing I wanted was to make them feel unwanted. The days after our conversation were tense. I kept waiting for Emily to reach out with a plan or some kind of follow-up, but nothing happened. She'd text me occasionally to check in on how Max and Luna were doing, and it felt like she was just trying to maintain the illusion of responsibility without actually doing anything concrete. Every time I responded, I'd hint that we needed to talk more seriously about their future, but she'd dodge it or say she was still figuring things out. Meanwhile, I was getting more drained. Taking care of Max and Luna was starting to impact my work. My productivity was slipping, and I'd missed a couple of important meetings because I'd had to take Max out for a walk or clean up after Luna. My finances were also taking a hit. Between the food, vet checkups, and supplies, I was spending way more than I'd budgeted. It felt like I was carrying the full weight of pet ownership, and I didn't even have the peace of mind that came from making the choice to adopt them in the first place. Finally, after another few weeks passed with no word from Emily, I decided I couldn't keep waiting for her to step up. I texted her, asking for a serious conversation and letting her know that if she didn't have a plan to take Max and Luna back soon, I would start looking for new homes for them. I tried to keep my message calm and respectful, explaining that my life just wasn't set up to be a full-time pet parent, and that I thought they deserved a stable environment with someone who could fully commit to them. Emily's response was immediate and furious. She called me, accusing me of being heartless and selfish, saying I was abandoning Max and Luna just because things were inconvenient for me. She claimed that she'd always intended to come back for them, but that I needed to be patient while she sorted things out. When I asked her for a concrete timeline, she got defensive and said I was pressuring her and making her feel bad. I told her that this wasn't about guilt. It was about the well-being of the pets and my own boundaries. I tried to explain that while I loved Max and Luna, I hadn't signed up for a permanent commitment, and that it wasn't fair to expect me to just keep taking care of them without any end in sight. But she wasn't having it. She kept saying things like, "I thought you cared about them," and "How can you just throw them away like this?" Her words hit a nerve, and I felt a wave of guilt all over again. Max and Luna had become a part of my daily life, and I did care about them. But caring about them didn't mean I was obligated to keep them forever, especially under these circumstances. It was as if Emily was using my attachment to them to manipulate me into doing what she wanted, and I could feel myself getting angrier by the minute. I finally told her that if she didn't pick them up within the next 2 weeks, I would go ahead with finding them new homes. I let her know that this was a final decision, and that I couldn't keep my life on hold waiting for her to get her act together. She accused me of being controlling and said I had no right to force her hand like this. The conversation ended with her hanging up on me, and I was left feeling both angry and drained. Over the next week, I started reaching out to local shelters and friends to see if anyone was interested in adopting Max and Luna. I wanted to find them a home where they'd be loved and properly cared for, without all the chaos and uncertainty they'd been subjected to lately. The thought of letting them go was hard, but I knew I couldn't keep living like this, with no support and no sense of stability. As I began to make arrangements, Emily started messaging me, trying to guilt-trip me into changing my mind. She sent long texts about how much Max and Luna meant to her, saying things like, "They're the only family I have left," and "I can't believe you just give them away." She kept calling me selfish, saying I was heartless for even considering rehoming them. I tried to ignore her messages, but each one made me question myself all over again. Was I really being selfish, or was I just setting healthy boundaries for myself? On the day I was scheduled to meet with a potential new owner, Emily showed up at my apartment unannounced. She looked upset, almost frantic, and she begged me to give her more time. She said she was close to finding a place that allowed pets, and that she just needed a little more patience from me. She was emotional, and seeing her like that brought up all the feelings of guilt and doubt again. But I held my ground. I told her that I couldn't keep doing this indefinitely, and that while I was willing to work with her if she had a concrete timeline, I couldn't wait indefinitely without any certainty. She became angry again, accusing me of being heartless, saying that she'd never imagined I'd be so willing to abandon animals I claimed to love. In the end, I told her that unless she took them back within a few days, I would go ahead with the rehoming. She stormed out, furious, but she didn't contact me again after that. A few days later, I followed through with my plan and found Max and Luna a new home with a family who seemed thrilled to welcome them. The family had kids who were excited to play with Max and promised to keep up with Luna's dietary needs. It was bittersweet letting them go, but I felt a sense of relief knowing they'd be in a stable and loving environment. Since then, Emily hasn't spoken to me. She sent one final message, accusing me of being selfish and saying that she couldn't believe I'd given away our babies without her permission. I didn't respond. I'd tried to reach an understanding with her, but she refused to take any responsibility or acknowledge how unfair she'd been by leaving them with me indefinitely. Now, I'm left wondering if I did the right thing. I still miss Max and Luna, and part of me wonders if I should have just kept them, even if it meant rearranging my life. But I also feel like Emily put me in an impossible position, expecting me to handle all the responsibility while she got to walk away guilt-free. I loved those pets, but I also needed to look out for myself, and I hope they're happier now in a home where they'll get the care and attention they deserve. Am I wrong for wanting to give them to a home that can fully commit to them? Story 9 inches. Am I wrong for refusing to help my coworker cover up her mistake to save her job? I'm Lucy, 42, a senior accountant at a corporate firm where I've worked for nearly 15 years. I've put a lot of time and effort into my role, slowly building up my reputation and skills. I'm careful, thorough, and, to be honest, I'm proud of the work I do. It's not the most glamorous position, but I've found security here, and that means a lot to me. I don't take shortcuts, and I don't tolerate mistakes when it comes to the numbers. This job isn't just about running calculations. It's about ensuring that what we produce is accurate, every time. Anyway, one of my coworkers, Sarah, is a lot newer to the company. She's younger, and, I'll admit, a bit more impulsive and eager to get ahead. But that's not uncommon when you're just a couple of years into the job. We've gotten along just fine. She's never struck me as a troublemaker. We'd make small talk now and then, discuss our projects, or talk about whatever stressful deadline we were working on that week. She's competent, no doubt, and has potential if she can avoid letting that impulsiveness get her in trouble. But recently, something came up that's tested everything I thought I knew about her. Last week, Sarah came over to my desk looking panicked. And when I say panicked, I mean she looked like she'd just seen a ghost. At first, I thought maybe she had a question about something technical. She'd ask me for guidance here and there, which I didn't mind. But this time, it was clear from her face that it was something bigger. She started by saying she needed my help, which sounded innocent enough. But as she got into the details, it became very clear this wasn't the typical kind of help you ask a coworker for. Turns out, Sarah had made a pretty big mistake on a recent report, something serious that could cost the company a lot of money if anyone noticed. I don't know exactly how it happened, but from what she said, it sounded like she'd rushed through a financial report and somehow misreported some key data. Now, mistakes happen, sure. Even in accounting, there's room for minor human errors, which usually get caught in the review process. But from what she told me, this wasn't something minor. It was the kind of mistake that would need serious corrective action, and it could very well be a fireable offense. What she was asking me to do, though, was to correct it for her, basically to change the numbers and fix the report as if nothing had happened. Just hearing her say that put me on edge. I could feel this tension building in my stomach. Knowing what she was asking crossed a line I wasn't willing to go near. I don't mess with numbers to save anyone, not even myself. The idea of falsifying data or covering up someone else's error wasn't just uncomfortable, it was totally against my principles. But here she was, practically begging me to do it. I tried to keep my cool and let her finish explaining. But the whole time, my mind was racing. I was thinking about the possible repercussions. What if someone caught on? What if I became part of an investigation over falsified data? I'd seen people lose their jobs over stuff like this, and I wasn't about to risk my career for someone else's mistake. I worked too hard to get here, and I wasn't about to throw it all away for a cover up. Still, I felt bad for her. She was in a tough position, obviously, and I could tell she was terrified of the fallout if this came to light. I don't think she had malicious intentions, she just panicked and wanted a quick way out. But the more I listened, the more I knew I couldn't be part of this. So I told her, as gently as I could, that I couldn't correct her numbers for her. I suggested instead that she own up to it and talk to our manager, maybe even position it as a learning moment. Mistakes happen, and if she was transparent, I figured there might be a way for her to recover from it. Sarah wasn't exactly thrilled with my suggestion. She got defensive, saying that I didn't understand, and that it was easy for me to say because my job wasn't on the line. She told me I should have her back and help her out because that's what coworkers do. I understood where she was coming from, but I didn't feel comfortable bending my principles to bail her out. I get it, people make mistakes, and no one wants to lose their job over one error. But what she was asking felt like a huge overstep, and I wasn't sure how else to make her see that. I didn't want to come across as heartless, but I also wasn't about to compromise my own position. I tried explaining that if anyone found out, both of us could get in serious trouble, not just her. But Sarah wouldn't let up. She just kept going on about how she thought I'd support her and how disappointed she was that I wouldn't. At one point, she even implied that I was throwing her under the bus by refusing to help. I felt this wave of guilt start to creep in, but I reminded myself that I wasn't the one who made the mistake here. I didn't put her in this situation, and it wasn't fair for her to act like this was somehow my responsibility. After that conversation, I felt uneasy. Sarah wasn't just asking for a favor, she was asking me to do something that went against everything I stand for in my work. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the guilt. Was I being too rigid? Was I really letting her down by not bending a little to help? But whenever I tried to consider it from her point of view, I'd immediately think about the risks and consequences. I've been at this company a long time, and I know how unforgiving corporate culture can be. One misstep like this could ruin my reputation, not to mention the possibility of legal trouble if it got serious. It didn't end there, though. Sarah started dropping hints every time we spoke, making little comments about loyalty and how it must be nice to feel secure in a job. She'd say things like, "Some of us don't have the luxury of being untouchable," which I knew was directed at me. I'm not untouchable by any means, but I've been careful to protect my standing here. And as guilty as I felt, I also resented the way she was acting, as if I was somehow in the wrong for wanting to keep my integrity intact. A couple of days later, she came by my desk again, this time looking even more frantic. She hadn't found a solution, and now she was openly frustrated with me. She was practically demanding that I do the right thing and cover for her, as if this was somehow a moral duty. I reminded her, as calmly as I could, that I wasn't willing to falsify data for anyone. I told her I'd help her prepare to explain the error to our boss, maybe even frame it in a way that didn't sound as bad, but she was having none of it. She kept insisting that I was letting her down, and that she didn't expect this kind of treatment from me. That was when I realized this wasn't going to end neatly. I could feel this growing tension between us, and I knew it would only get worse if she kept pushing. It's a horrible feeling, being caught between wanting to help and knowing it could destroy everything you've worked for. I could barely focus on my own work with the way this was eating at me. I kept going back and forth in my mind, questioning if I was doing the right thing by standing my ground. But every time I considered helping, the risks and consequences flooded back, making it clear that this wasn't something I could justify, not to myself, and certainly not to my career. In the days after I refused to change the numbers for her, Sarah's attitude started to shift. At first, it was little things, a colder tone in emails, ignoring me in the break room. I brushed it off, thinking maybe she was just stressed. But soon enough, it escalated. She'd make snide comments whenever we passed in the hall, like, "Must be nice to sit on your high horse," or "Not everyone has the luxury of playing it safe." She was clearly upset with me, and while part of me felt bad, I knew I'd made the right decision. I wasn't about to risk everything for a mistake I didn't even make. One day, I overheard her talking to another coworker. She was saying things like, "Some people just don't understand what it's like to be new and struggling. And it's sad when your own team won't back you up." I couldn't help but feel a mix of guilt and frustration. Yes, I understood she was scared, but I wasn't the one who'd put her in this position. Still, hearing her vent like that made me start questioning myself all over again. Maybe I was being too rigid. Maybe I was making it worse by sticking to my guns. But every time I thought about actually stepping in to help her, I'd remember the risks involved. Then came the email. She sent me this long, emotionally loaded message saying how disappointed she was in me, how she thought I'd be someone she could rely on, and how betrayed she felt that I wasn't willing to cover for her. She even went as far as to say that, in her eyes, I was being selfish and acting like I was above her. It hurt to read that, honestly. I'd been nothing but polite and understanding, and I'd even offered to help her prepare for a conversation with our boss. But she didn't see it that way. To her, I was the villain for not bending the rules in her favor. After that, things just kept spiraling. It was obvious she was trying to turn people against me. I started noticing some of our mutual coworkers giving me strange looks, and a few even started distancing themselves from me. I don't know exactly what she was saying, but it was clear she was painting me as the bad guy. This wasn't just about a mistake anymore. Sarah was making it personal. I could feel the tension growing, and it was starting to affect my own work. I was constantly on edge, wondering what she might try next. Then, one morning, she came into the office and walked straight to my desk. She didn't bother with small talk or pleasantries. She just said, "I hope you're happy with yourself," and walked away. The whole encounter was uncomfortable and left me with a sick feeling in my stomach. She was acting like I'd intentionally set out to ruin her, when all I'd done was refuse to risk my career for her error. I tried not to let it bother me, but her words stuck with me all day. I kept replaying our conversations in my head, trying to see if there was anything I could have done differently without compromising my integrity. Eventually, I decided to reach out to HR for advice. I didn't want to formally report her. I wasn't trying to escalate things, but I needed some guidance on how to handle the situation. I explained the basics to them without naming names, just describing it as a hypothetical. Their response was pretty much what I expected. Under no circumstances should I be changing data to cover for someone else's mistake. They even warned me that doing so could lead to disciplinary action for both of us if it ever came to light. Hearing that from HR reassured me a bit. It was a reminder that I was doing the right thing, even if it felt awful. But Sarah didn't see it that way. She kept pushing, almost as if she thought if she annoyed me enough, I'd eventually cave. I noticed she started making subtle digs in team meetings, throwing in comments like, "Well, not everyone's as lucky to have job security." It felt like she was testing me, trying to see if she could provoke a reaction. But I didn't want to give her the satisfaction, so I just kept my mouth shut and focused on my work. It wasn't long before our manager started noticing the tension between us. He pulled me aside one afternoon and asked if everything was okay between me and Sarah. I wanted to be honest, but I also didn't want to drag him into our mess. I told him there was just a minor disagreement and that I was handling it. He seemed satisfied with that, but I could tell he wasn't fully convinced. He mentioned that he'd noticed a change in team dynamics and urged me to reach out if things got worse. It was a bit embarrassing, honestly. I didn't want anyone thinking I was causing problems or stirring up drama. A few days later, Sarah made another attempt to guilt me into helping her. She cornered me in the break room, saying how she'd never forget the way I was treating her. She went on about how this mistake could ruin her life and how a real friend would understand that. I just stood there, nodding politely, but inside I was getting frustrated. I'd already told her I couldn't change the data, and I was done trying to reason with her. It was like she couldn't accept that I wasn't going to budge, no matter how much pressure she put on me. At one point, she even went as far as suggesting that maybe I'd made mistakes in the past and just didn't get caught. She hinted that nobody was perfect, and that maybe I was being too self-righteous. I couldn't believe she was going there. I'm careful with my work precisely because I don't want to end up in situations like this. I take accountability seriously, and the fact that she was implying I'd cut corners made my blood boil. But I didn't respond. I just walked away, not wanting to give her the satisfaction of knowing she'd gotten to me. The whole situation started affecting my sleep. I'd lie awake at night replaying her words, wondering if I was handling things the right way. I hated that it had come to this, two coworkers at odds over something that should have been a simple conversation about accountability. I wish things were different, that I could help her without compromising myself. But the reality was that there was no way to fix this without lying, and that wasn't something I was willing to do. The worst part was that other people were starting to notice. A few coworkers asked me if everything was okay, and I could see the pity in their eyes. It was humiliating, honestly. Here I was, a senior accountant with years of experience, being dragged into this petty conflict. I hated the way it was making me feel, and I hated that Sarah was putting me in this position. But every time I thought about trying to fix things, I'd remember what HR had told me and all the risks involved. I wasn't willing to lose my job over this. As the days went by, Sarah's attitude only got worse. It felt like she was determined to make me regret my decision, one way or another. She kept making comments, kept trying to stir things up, and I could see her resentment growing. I felt like I was walking on eggshells every time I was around her, just waiting for the next passive-aggressive remark or pointed comment. It was exhausting, and I was starting to wonder if this was ever going to end. A few weeks passed, and things at work only got more tense. Sarah's attitude hadn't improved. If anything, it was worse. She avoided me when she could, but when she couldn't, she'd drop passive-aggressive comments just loud enough for me to hear. Stuff like, "Not everyone's lucky enough to be perfect," or "Must be nice to never make mistakes." She made it clear that she blamed me entirely for her situation, and it was exhausting. One day, I found out she'd been talking to other coworkers about our whole situation. I knew she'd been venting here and there, but this time, it seemed like she was telling anyone who'd listen that I had betrayed her. I heard from another colleague that she'd framed it like I'd refused to help her with something small, like I was being petty instead of looking out for the team. She'd made me out to be cold, unfeeling, and more interested in preserving my reputation than helping a friend. Hearing that hurt. I had genuinely tried to help her in the way I thought was right by encouraging her to own up to her mistake and being there to support her as she did it. But the way she was twisting things made me look like the villain. I started to worry that my own reputation was being affected, even though I'd done nothing wrong. People were keeping their distance, and I could feel the tension in the room every time I walked in. I'd always been well liked at work, and now I was starting to feel like an outsider. Then, one afternoon, our manager called me into his office. I knew it was about Sarah. I'd been waiting for this moment, dreading it, but also weirdly relieved that someone in authority was finally getting involved. He asked me if everything was okay and mentioned that he'd heard some rumors about conflict within the team. He didn't specifically say it was about Sarah, but it was clear he was aware of the tension. I took a deep breath and decided to tell him the basics. I didn't want to throw her under the bus, but I also felt like he deserved to know what was going on, at least in a general sense. I explained that Sarah had made an error in a report and had come to me for help. I told him that I'd suggested she talk to him about it, and that I didn't feel comfortable falsifying data to cover up her mistake. I left out the details, but I hoped he'd understand that I'd been put in a tough position and had made the choice I felt was right. He listened, nodded, and didn't say much, just thanked me for sharing my perspective, and told me he'd look into it. I left his office feeling anxious, but a part of me was hopeful that maybe, finally, this could be resolved. A couple of days later, our manager had a one-on-one with Sarah. I don't know exactly what was said, but afterward, she wouldn't even look at me. She seemed defeated, almost like she was finally realizing that this wasn't going to end the way she wanted. I felt a bit of relief, thinking that maybe this whole ordeal would finally be over. But it was only a temporary calm. The following week, Sarah called in sick, and I didn't see her for a few days. I assumed she was either taking some time to cool off, or maybe even considering her next steps. But when she returned, her attitude was worse than ever. She was icier, more withdrawn, and I could tell she was holding on to a lot of anger toward me. She'd barely say a word to me unless she absolutely had to. And even then, she kept it as short and cold as possible. At this point, I was mentally exhausted. The whole situation had been dragging on for too long, and I was starting to feel the impact on my own work. I was constantly stressed, always on edge, and I hated the way this conflict was dominating my life. I tried to focus on my tasks, to keep my head down and avoid her. But the tension was always there, hanging over me like a cloud. Then, one day, I got called into HR. My heart sank. I'd known this might happen eventually, but it still felt like a punch to the gut. I didn't know what Sarah had told them, but I figured she must have taken things to a new level. When I walked in, they told me that they'd received a complaint and wanted to get my side of the story. I went through everything as honestly as I could, explaining that I'd refused to falsify data and had encouraged Sarah to be transparent about her mistake. I told them about the tension that had been building and how I'd tried to keep things professional, despite the hostility. HR seemed understanding, and they assured me that I'd done nothing wrong by refusing to compromise my integrity. But they also mentioned that they'd be conducting an investigation to make sure everything was handled properly. I left that meeting feeling a mixture of relief and dread. On one hand, I was glad HR was involved, but on the other hand, I knew this meant even more scrutiny, even more tension, and possibly more fallout. The next few weeks were rough. HR talked to several people in the department, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me, wondering what was going on. Some of my coworkers were supportive, telling me I'd done the right thing, but others kept their distance. The whole atmosphere in the office had become toxic, and it was clear that this situation was impacting everyone, not just me and Sarah. Finally, HR wrapped up their investigation. They didn't tell me everything, but they did let me know that they'd spoken with Sarah about her behavior and that she'd been issued a warning. I thought maybe this would put an end to it, but I was wrong. Sarah became even more bitter after that, and it felt like she blamed me for the warning she'd received. The hostility was worse than ever, and at this point, I was starting to question if I could keep working in this environment. I don't know what's going to happen next. I've thought about going to HR again, or maybe even looking for a new job. But it feels unfair that I'm the one being pushed out when I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was refuse to lie, to compromise my ethics. And now I'm stuck in this never-ending conflict that's making my life miserable. Am I wrong for prioritizing my own professional integrity over my coworker's mistake? Or am I just paying the price for not going along with what she wanted? Story 10 inches. Am I wrong for turning my husband's parents away when they showed up unannounced? I, Emily, 33, have been trying to set some boundaries with my husband's parents for what feels like forever. I work from home, running my own business, and my schedule is packed. I'm always in meetings, dealing with clients, managing projects all from my little home office. But for some reason, my in laws don't seem to think that what I do is real work. They have this habit of dropping by whenever they feel like it. No heads up. Just showing up and expecting me to stop everything to hang out with them. Now, I don't have anything against them. Honestly, they're nice people. They mean well, but I don't think they understand boundaries. Or maybe they just don't understand how much time and energy my work demands. To them, I'm at home, so I must be free, right? They don't seem to get that working from home still means working. My husband, for whatever reason, just doesn't see it as an issue. He thinks it's great they come by, that it's just family being family, and that I should appreciate it. But he's not the one dealing with it in the middle of his workday. So, of course, he can say that. One day, things reached a breaking point. I was on a critical Zoom call with a new client, someone who could bring in a big contract for my business. I'd spent days preparing for this meeting, going over every detail to make sure I could answer any questions, handle any objections, the whole 9 yards. Everything was going smoothly until I saw movement in the corner of my eye through the glass door of my office. Sure enough, there they were, my in-laws. They'd let themselves in with the spare key, like they always do, and were wandering around, looking for me. I tried to ignore it at first, hoping they'd get the hint and leave when they saw I was obviously busy. But nope, they didn't. They hovered outside my office, peering through the door and waving, trying to get my attention. I could feel my focus slipping as I tried to stay engaged with the client on the other side of the screen, but it was almost impossible. I was torn between keeping my professionalism in front of the client and dealing with my in-laws who apparently couldn't take a hint. The seconds dragged on, and finally, I just had to excuse myself for a moment. When I stepped out, I tried to be as polite as possible, explaining that I was in the middle of an important meeting and couldn't chat right now. I even told them I'd be free later if they wanted to hang out or go grab coffee, but right now I just couldn't. I also mentioned that in the future, it would be great if they could call ahead, so I'd know they were coming and could plan accordingly. They didn't seem thrilled by that suggestion, but they left, and I went back to my meeting, trying to salvage my focus and make a good impression on the client. Once I wrapped up the call, I thought that was the end of it. I figured they might be a bit put off, but at least they'd understand that it wasn't personal. It's not like I don't want to spend time with them. It's just that my work is important too, and I can't always drop everything just because someone decides to show up out of the blue. But that night, when my husband came home, he was clearly not happy. Apparently, his parents had told him all about how rude I'd been to them and how unwelcome I'd made them feel. He confronted me about it, saying that they were just trying to be nice, and that I should have been more flexible. In his mind, it was no big deal for me to take a short break and say hello, maybe offer them some coffee and spend a few minutes chatting. I couldn't believe it. Here I was, trying to maintain boundaries so I could get my work done. And instead of understanding my side, he was just siding with them, as if I'd done something wrong by not dropping everything to entertain them. I tried to explain how important that meeting had been, how hard it was to focus with them standing there, and how I'd asked them politely if they could call next time. But he wasn't hearing it. He kept saying that they're family, and that family should always feel welcome, that I was being unreasonable by expecting them to announce every visit. It felt like I was talking to a wall. He just didn't get it. It's not like I'm asking them to jump through hoops or make an appointment to visit. I'm just asking for a little courtesy, a simple call ahead so I can plan. But he made me feel like I was the one out of line, like I was somehow failing at being a good daughter-in-law by not being instantly available to entertain them whenever they wanted. Over the next few days, things between us were tense. Every time his parents came up in conversation, I could feel the frustration bubbling just under the surface. I was frustrated that he wasn't seeing my side. And he was frustrated that I wasn't willing to just let it go and be more accommodating. He kept saying that they were hurt, that they felt like I didn't value them, like I didn't want them around. I didn't know how to make him understand that it wasn't about not wanting them around, it was about needing space to work. I kept thinking, why is it so hard for him to understand that my work is just as valid as his? It was like he thought that because I work from home, my time isn't as important or demanding as his office job. This whole situation made me start dreading their visits, which was something I'd never felt before. I used to be happy to see them when they'd come by, but now I was constantly on edge, wondering if they'd show up unannounced while I was in the middle of something important. It felt like a ticking time bomb, just waiting for the next interruption. And on top of that, I felt like I had to be on my best behavior around them all the time now, afraid that if I said or did anything they didn't like, they'd go straight to my husband and tell him all about how I was being difficult again. It all came to a head one afternoon when I was swamped with deadlines. I was juggling 3 different projects, back-to-back meetings, and a massive to-do list. I was in the zone, barely even looking up from my laptop, when I heard the door open. Sure enough, my in-laws were there, calling out to me from the hallway. I felt my heart sink, knowing exactly what was coming. They didn't even knock, just came right in like it was their house, not bothering to check if it was a good time or if I was even free. I couldn't do it this time. I couldn't just plaster on a smile and pretend that everything was fine while my work piled up behind me. I got up, went over to them, and as politely as I could, told them that I really couldn't entertain them right now. I didn't have time to chat, didn't have time to make coffee, and I really needed them to understand that if they wanted to visit, I'd appreciate a call first. I could see the hurt in their faces, and part of me felt bad. But I knew I couldn't keep sacrificing my work every time they felt like dropping by. They left, but I knew this wasn't over. This was just going to add more fuel to the fire. I could already picture the conversation they'd have with my husband later, how they'd tell him how unwelcoming I was, how I'd turn them away yet again. And I knew that as soon as he got home, we'd be right back to the same argument, with him insisting that I'm being too harsh and me trying to make him see that my work matters, too. And that's exactly what happened. He came home, heard the story from his parents, and immediately went on the defensive. It was like he was waiting for an excuse to bring it up again, to tell me once more how wrong I was for not just going with the flow and letting them drop by whenever they wanted. I felt like I was stuck in this endless cycle, constantly defending my need for space, constantly explaining why I couldn't just drop everything at a moment's notice. And here we are. I feel like I'm at my breaking point, but I don't know what else to do. I've tried talking, I've tried setting boundaries, but nothing seems to work. It feels like no matter what I say, I'm the one who's always wrong, the one who's being unreasonable, even though all I'm asking for is a little respect for my time. After that last incident with my in-laws, things got even more tense between my husband and me. He kept bringing it up, saying I was being unfair to his parents and that I was making them feel unwelcome. To him, it was such a simple issue, just let them come by, have a quick chat, and be more accommodating. But he wasn't the one who had to stop work every time they showed up unannounced. It was easy for him to say I was being too rigid when he didn't have to deal with the constant interruptions. I kept trying to explain my side. I told him that I wasn't trying to be rude, that I genuinely like his parents, but I need them to respect my work and understand that I can't just drop everything. I thought if I broke it down for him, maybe he'd understand where I was coming from. I even told him that I'd be happy to set aside specific times to hang out with his parents if they'd just give me a heads up. But he just didn't get it. He said it wasn't about setting appointments with family and that I was overcomplicating things. It felt like we were going in circles. No matter what I said, he kept coming back to the idea that family should always be welcome, no matter what. He couldn't understand why I couldn't just take a quick break to talk to them. I tried telling him that a quick break wasn't as easy as he made it sound. When I'm in the middle of something, it's not just about taking 5 minutes to say hello, it's about losing my focus, breaking my flow, and then struggling to get back on track. But every time I brought that up, he'd roll his eyes or brush it off, like I was making excuses. A few days later, his parents dropped by again, unannounced as usual. This time, I wasn't in a meeting, but I was in the middle of a deadline, buried under paperwork, trying to finish a report that was due by the end of the day. They didn't knock, didn't call ahead, just walked right in and started calling out my name, expecting me to come greet them. I felt a knot in my stomach, knowing that if I didn't go out there, they'd probably complain to my husband again. So I got up, put on a smile, and went to say hello. The whole time, I was trying to wrap up the conversation as politely as possible, dropping hints that I was busy and needed to get back to work. But they didn't take the hint. They started telling me about their day, asking questions about random things, and it was clear they weren't in any rush to leave. I felt like I was being held hostage in my own home, unable to politely get away without risking another round of drama with my husband later. When they finally left, I was even more behind on my work than before. My stress levels were through the roof, and I couldn't help but feel resentful not just toward them, but also toward my husband for putting me in this position. I knew I'd have to bring it up with him again, but I was dreading it. Every conversation we'd had about this so far had ended in frustration, with him making me feel like I was the one causing all the trouble. That night, I brought it up again, trying one more time to explain why this was such a big deal to me. I told him about how hard it was for me to focus, how much pressure I was under with my deadlines, and how stressful it was for me to keep dealing with these unplanned interruptions. I even told him that I felt trapped in my own home, like I couldn't set any boundaries without being seen as the bad guy. His response was just more of the same. He said I was overreacting, that his parents weren't doing anything wrong by coming over to see us, and that I needed to stop treating it like a business transaction. He kept saying that it was just a quick visit, and that I should be able to handle it without making a big deal. It was like he thought I was being petty for even bringing it up. By this point, I was starting to feel like there was no way for me to win. If I kept letting his parents show up whenever they wanted, I'd keep falling behind on work and feeling stressed out all the time. But if I put my foot down, I'd just end up in another argument with my husband, who clearly didn't think my concerns were valid. It felt like I was stuck, with no real solution in sight. The breaking point came one weekend when his parents showed up unexpectedly, once again. I'd been looking forward to a quiet weekend to catch up on some work and unwind, but they arrived, expecting us to spend the entire day with them. My husband was thrilled. Of course, he had no problem dropping everything to hang out with them. But for me, it felt like the last straw. I'd been stretched so thin all week, and the thought of spending my limited downtime entertaining his parents instead of recharging was just too much. I decided to be honest with them, and I told them that while I appreciated their visit, I had a lot of work to catch up on and wouldn't be able to spend the day with them. I suggested that we plan a time to get together soon, but today just wasn't good for me. They didn't take it well. They looked shocked, almost offended, and I could tell they weren't happy with what I was saying. They left not long after, and I knew it was only a matter of time before my husband confronted me about it. Sure enough, as soon as they were gone, he was furious. He told me that I'd embarrassed him, that I was being ungrateful, and that I was disrespecting his family. He went on about how family should come first, and how they just wanted to spend time with us. It didn't matter to him that I'd been honest with them in a polite way. He was convinced that I'd crossed a line. I felt like I was losing my mind. I tried once again to explain that I needed boundaries, that I was drowning in work, and that I couldn't keep pretending like I was available anytime they wanted. But he just wasn't hearing it. He was fixated on the idea that I was rejecting his family, and that I was putting my work above them. Nothing I said seemed to make a difference. After that, Things between us were icy. We barely spoke, and when we did, it felt like we were both just waiting for the other person to bring up the argument again. I could feel the resentment building on both sides, and I knew this wasn't sustainable. We were at a standoff, with neither of us willing to budge, and it was tearing us apart. I knew I needed to try something different, so I decided to sit down with his parents directly. I thought maybe if I explained things to them myself, without my husband there to interfere, they might understand where I was coming from. I figured it was worth a shot. When I finally got them alone, I laid it all out. I told them how much I valued them and appreciated their visits, but that my work was really demanding, and I needed them to respect my schedule. I asked them, as gently as I could, to please call ahead before coming over so I could make sure it was a good time. I thought if I approached it from a place of respect and honesty, they'd understand. But they didn't take it that way at all. They seemed hurt, almost like they couldn't believe I was even asking this of them. They told me that they felt like I was shutting them out, that I was making them feel unwelcome in their son's home. They said that family should always be able to drop by without needing permission, and that by setting these rules, I was acting like they were strangers, not family. After that conversation, I felt completely defeated. Not only did they not understand, but now they were even more upset with me. And I knew that when they told my husband about our talk, it would just add more fuel to the fire. I was caught in the middle, trying to balance my work, my marriage, and my relationship with his parents, and failing on all fronts. That night, my husband confronted me again. His parents had told him everything, and he was livid. He accused me of being cold, of pushing his family away, and he said he couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of this. To him, it was all so simple. I was the one making it complicated by insisting on these boundaries. And now, here we are, barely speaking to each other, both sides feeling misunderstood and hurt. I'm starting to wonder if this is something we'll ever be able to work through, or if this will just keep festering until it becomes too big to fix. After everything that had happened, I thought I'd done all I could to try to set boundaries without causing drama. But the tension between my husband and me was still there, lingering every time we were in the same room. He barely looked at me most days, and I could feel the resentment building on both sides. It wasn't just the issue of his parents showing up unannounced anymore. It was becoming a much bigger problem about how we both saw family, priorities, and even each other. I knew something had to give, but I didn't know what. It was clear that my husband and I were on completely different pages. To him, family was sacred, and that meant his parents had an open invitation to our lives, no matter what. But to me, it was about balance and respect. I wasn't trying to cut his parents out or make them feel unwelcome. I just needed space to do my work and manage my life without these constant interruptions. I thought about how this all started so simply just asking them to call ahead, and now it had spiraled into this huge divide between us. One day, things finally came to a head. I was working from my office, feeling exhausted from the ongoing stress between us, when I heard the door open again. Sure enough, it was my in-laws, walking in without warning. My heart sank. I knew this wasn't going to go well. I'd already had multiple conversations with them and my husband about this, and I didn't know what else I could say. They greeted me cheerfully, asking if I could join them in the living room for a coffee. I was frustrated, but didn't want to cause a scene, so I politely told them that I was in the middle of work and couldn't join them this time. I reminded them that I had asked for a heads up before they came over, just so I could plan my workday. But the second I said that, I could see the disappointment and annoyance in their faces. They said something about how they'd never felt so restricted in their son's house before, and that they didn't understand why I was acting this way. That night, my husband came home, already looking angry. I didn't even have to ask to know that his parents had told him about our conversation. He went off about how I was being rude and disrespectful, how his parents felt unwelcome in their own son's home, and how I was putting up walls between him and his family. He said he didn't understand why I had such a problem with them just coming over. I snapped. I told him that I was tired of feeling like I had no control over my own home, that I felt disrespected every time they showed up without warning, and that I was constantly being put in the position of having to choose between my work and keeping his family happy. I told him that it wasn't fair for him to expect me to keep dropping everything for his parents, especially when I'd made it clear that I needed boundaries. He just looked at me, clearly hurt, and said that he never realized I felt so strongly about keeping his family out. He made it sound like I was rejecting them entirely, like I didn't want them around at all. I tried to explain that it wasn't about that it was just about respecting my time and work, but he wasn't listening. To him, it was black and white: either I welcomed them in whenever they wanted, or I was pushing them away. We sat in silence for a long time after that. I could feel the distance between us growing, and it scared me. I didn't want this to ruin our marriage, but it was clear that we were at a standoff. He wanted me to give in and let his parents come over whenever they felt like it, and I wanted him to respect the boundaries I'd set. Neither of us was willing to compromise, and it was tearing us apart. A few days later, his parents came over again, this time without a key. I assumed he'd asked for it back, but they still showed up unannounced. I was in the middle of another meeting, and I couldn't leave, so I ignored the door. They must have knocked a few times, but eventually they left. I knew this was going to cause another fight, but at this point, I was too exhausted to care. When my husband got home, he was livid. He accused me of ignoring his parents on purpose, of going out of my way to make them feel unwelcome. I told him that I was in a meeting and couldn't leave, that they should have called before coming, just like I'd asked. But he didn't care. He said that I was drawing a line between him and his family, and he didn't know if he could live like this anymore. That was it. We both just stood there, staring at each other, realizing that we'd hit a wall. I didn't know what to say, and neither did he. We were both so set in our ways, and neither of us wanted to budge. It felt like we were at an impasse, like this issue had somehow become bigger than either of us could handle. So now, I'm left wondering if I was wrong for enforcing boundaries with family members, or if this is just a situation where neither of us can see the other's perspective. Is it unreasonable to expect a little respect for my time and space, or am I putting too much strain on my marriage by refusing to bend on this? Story 11. Am I in the wrong for refusing to babysit my niece so my brother and his wife can have alone time? I'm Maya, 27, living in a small city apartment by myself. I have a stable job, I keep a busy social life, and honestly, I like having time to myself. My brother, Sam, and his wife, Lily, have a 3-year-old daughter, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore my niece. She's the sweetest little thing, and spending time with her is fun. But lately, it's felt like my brother and his wife are treating me more like an on-call babysitter than family. Here's how it started. A couple of months back, Sam asked me if I could babysit one Saturday night, so they could have a date night. I was free and happy to help out. I figured it'd be a nice way to spend the evening with my niece, give them a break, and make them feel like they could rely on me. I didn't think much of it. The night went well, my niece and I had fun, and Sam and Lily got their alone time. Win-win, right? But then, they asked again the next weekend, and the one after that. Each time, they'd come to me with the same request, saying they needed a night off. I didn't want to say no because, again, I love my niece, and it's just one evening out of the week. But after a few weekends of this, I started noticing a pattern. I'd barely have my own weekend plans in place before Sam or Lily would text, asking if I could watch their daughter. The requests kept coming, and it quickly turned into an expectation. By the 5th weekend in a row, I was starting to feel like I didn't have a choice in the matter anymore. At first, I brushed it off, telling myself they just needed a little support. Being a parent is exhausting, I'm sure. and I can only imagine that date nights help keep their relationship strong. But I started to feel frustrated because it wasn't like they were giving me much of a say. They'd call, assume I'd agree, and I'd feel guilty if I even thought about saying no. And I was starting to feel a bit resentful, even though I didn't want to. I felt like I was losing my weekends, but because it was for family, I kept pushing those thoughts down and telling myself not to be selfish. I'd try to make my own plans, but it seemed like whenever I did, Sam would call with a new babysitting request, and I'd end up canceling or rearranging just to help him and Lily out. I started feeling like they were relying on me as a free babysitter, and they weren't even considering that I might have my own things to do. I don't know if it's because I'm single and live alone, but it's like they just assumed I'd be free every weekend. After a month of this, I finally had a weekend where I'd planned to go out with friends I hadn't seen in ages. I was looking forward to it all week. So, when Sam called me up that Friday night asking if I could watch my niece again, I told him that I had plans. I kept it simple and polite, just said, "Sorry, I can't this weekend. I have plans I can't cancel." I thought he'd understand, but he got irritated and accused me of being selfish. He said something along the lines of, "You know we need this time. Don't you care about family?" I was kind of shocked. His reaction was way more intense than I expected, and it made me feel guilty. Here I was, finally setting a boundary, and instead of understanding, he made me feel like I was somehow in the wrong for wanting my own time. I started to second guess myself immediately. Was I really being selfish? Should I be helping them out more? After all, it's just babysitting, and I do love my niece. But at the same time, I didn't sign up to be their go-to babysitter, and I was starting to feel like they were taking advantage of my willingness to help. After that conversation, I spent a lot of time thinking about what had been going on. I realized that what started as a favor had turned into something I dreaded. I'd been prioritizing their needs over my own for weeks, giving up my weekends without ever really questioning if I was okay with it. It was wearing on me, and I hadn't even realized it until that moment when I finally said no. And it wasn't just about giving up time, it was the feeling of being taken for granted. I love my family, but I don't think it's fair to expect me to give up my free time every single weekend. I have my own life, too. After that tense call with Sam, I spent the week trying to shake off the guilt. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I should have just agreed to help, even though I had plans. I couldn't stop feeling like I'd somehow let them down by saying no. I know they have a lot on their plate, and being a parent is hard work. But I also felt like they were ignoring the fact that I'm not just sitting around waiting to be called up for babysitting duty. So, I thought about it more and decided I needed to set some boundaries. It wasn't like I was trying to avoid helping entirely, I just didn't want to give up every single weekend. After all, I have a life too, and it was starting to feel like they only saw me as their free, built-in babysitter. I figured I'd try to meet them halfway and set up something that worked for both of us. The next weekend, I texted Sam and told him I wanted to talk. When we got on the phone, I explained my perspective as calmly as I could. I told him that while I loved spending time with my niece and wanted to help, I couldn't be expected to babysit every single weekend. I suggested maybe we could settle on a more manageable arrangement, like me helping out once a month. That way, they could still have their date night, but I wouldn't feel like I was constantly giving up my own plans. To be honest, I thought he'd see my side and understand that this was a fair compromise. But instead, he was silent for a while, and when he finally responded, he sounded frustrated. He basically said that once a month wasn't enough, that they needed more support than that, and that as his sister, I should be willing to step up for family. He made it sound like I was abandoning them, when, in reality, I was just trying to take care of myself too. He kept saying things like, "We really rely on you, you know," and "family is supposed to be there for each other." It felt like he was piling on the guilt to get me to agree to more. I was pretty stunned by his reaction. I thought a monthly arrangement was generous, especially considering I don't have any obligation to do this at all. But the way he saw it, I was somehow failing as a sister by not sacrificing more of my time. It made me feel like he didn't care about my side of things at all. He was just focused on what he needed and seemed to be ignoring how all of this was affecting me. After that conversation, I felt even more conflicted. I started questioning whether I was being too harsh by limiting how often I'd help out. But every time I considered going back to the way things were, I remembered how drained I'd felt, giving up all my weekends for them without even getting a thank you half the time. It was like my time and my life didn't matter to them as long as they got their night off. The next day, I talked to a couple of close friends about the situation, hoping they could give me some perspective. They all agreed that it was unfair for Sam and Lily to expect so much from me. One friend even pointed out that if they needed that much help, they should consider hiring a regular babysitter instead of relying on family. That hit home because it's true plenty of other people manage without making their siblings feel obligated to be free childcare. Talking to my friends reassured me that I wasn't being unreasonable. But it still didn't make it any easier to deal with Sam's reaction. Since then, things between us have been tense. Sam hasn't really reached out. And when we do talk, it feels like there's this unspoken tension, like he's disappointed in me or something. I get the impression that he and Lily think I'm just being difficult for no reason. I overheard from our mom that Lily feels I'm being ungrateful, which really bothered me. I don't think wanting to set boundaries makes me ungrateful, but it seems like they don't see it that way. To them, I'm either all in or I'm selfish, and there's no middle ground. It's frustrating because I don't want this to ruin my relationship with my brother. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair to expect me to put my own life on hold indefinitely. I get that they're tired and need breaks, but I also need to have my own time to recharge. Since that last conversation with Sam, things haven't improved. In fact, I'd say they've only gotten worse. We're barely speaking, and when we do, there's a definite chill. I keep replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if there was something I could have said or done differently. But every time I go over it, I come back to the same place. I don't think I was wrong to set some limits. I still care about them, and I want to be there for my family, but not at the expense of my own time and mental well-being. It didn't take long for my mom to get wind of everything. I knew it would happen eventually. Sam and Lily must have been venting to her about how I let them down. Sure enough, I got a call from my mom, and she didn't waste any time getting to the point. She told me she was disappointed in me, and that family is supposed to help each other out, no matter what. I tried explaining my side, that I was happy to help, but just couldn't commit to every single weekend. But she didn't seem to get it. She kept saying things like, "It's just a few hours," and "They really need the support right now." Hearing that from my mom made me feel worse. It was like no one in my family was willing to see it from my perspective. To them, I was just being difficult or selfish. And I started wondering if maybe I really was the problem. Maybe I should just suck it up and help out like they want. But then I thought about all the weekends I'd spent babysitting, and how resentful it had made me feel. I didn't want to go back to that, especially since they seemed to be taking it for granted without any appreciation. A week or so later, Lily sent me a text, which was surprising because she usually leaves the communication to Sam. She kept it short but said something like, "It's disappointing that you don't seem to care about us needing time as a couple." That message made me feel even worse because it wasn't true. I do care. I understand they need a break, but I don't think it's fair to put all the responsibility on me. They have other friends and family, but they seem to expect me to handle everything. I didn't know how to respond, so I ended up not replying to her message at all. I figured it was better to leave it alone than to risk saying something that would just make things worse. But it's been eating at me ever since. Part of me feels like I should apologize just to keep the peace, but another part of me feels like I've done nothing wrong and shouldn't have to apologize for setting boundaries. The whole situation has put a serious strain on my relationship with my family. I used to be really close with my brother, but now there's this wall between us. We used to chat about everything, but now our conversations are limited to awkward small talk. It feels like we're drifting apart, and I hate it. But I also don't think it's fair for them to expect me to give up so much of my time just because I'm single and don't have kids of my own. I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I stand firm, I risk further damaging my relationship with Sam and Lily. But if I give in, I know I'll just end up feeling resentful all over again. It's frustrating because I never wanted things to get this complicated. I just wanted a little bit of time for myself. But now it feels like I'm being punished for it. I keep asking myself if there's a way to fix this without completely giving up my boundaries. But I haven't come up with any solutions yet. At this point, I'm honestly at a loss. I feel like I've done everything I can to explain my side, but no one seems willing to meet me halfway. So now I'm left wondering, am I really in the wrong for setting limits on how often I can help out? Story 12. Am I in the wrong for not supporting my friend's business after she kept pressuring me to buy? I'm Bella, 29, and I've been working as a freelance designer in a small town for a while now. It's a pretty quiet place, and I mostly work from home, which I like. Freelancing gives me some freedom, but it also means I'm careful about what I spend, especially since my income can be inconsistent. Anyway, recently, my friend Lisa, who's 28, started a side business selling skincare products. She seemed really excited about it, and I was genuinely happy for her. I've always liked seeing my friends succeed, and I thought it was great that she was taking on something she was passionate about. But then, not long after she started, the pressure began. At first, it was subtle. Lisa would send a friendly message every now and then, letting me know about a new product she was launching or how great her business was doing. I figured she was just excited and wanted to share her journey, so I didn't think much of it. But over time, her messages started coming more often. Almost every day, I'd get a text from her about her products, asking if I'd be interested in buying or if I'd thought about trying them out. At first, I tried to keep things polite. I'd say things like, "Oh, that sounds nice, but I'm not looking for anything right now." I thought that would be enough to let her know I wasn't interested without hurting her feelings. But apparently, it wasn't enough. The messages kept coming, and they started to get a little more direct. She'd ask if I'd thought about buying just a small bundle, or if I'd consider trying one of her starter kits. I remember one time she even suggested that my clients might be interested in her products and asked if I could share her information with them. I was a bit taken aback by that. I'm a designer, not a skincare consultant, so it felt weird to me that she'd even ask. But I didn't want to be rude, so I just told her I'd keep it in mind, hoping that would be the end of it. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Over the next few days, the messages became almost constant. Every time I opened my phone, there'd be a notification from her. "Hey, Bella, did you have a chance to check out my products?" Or, "I really think your clients would love these." I felt like I couldn't escape it. It was like she had this expectation that I'd somehow become her customer and her promoter at the same time. It was honestly exhausting, but I still didn't want to hurt her feelings or make her think I wasn't supportive. So, I kept trying to brush it off as politely as I could. Things came to a head one day when she sent me a message about this deluxe glow bundle she was promoting. She went on and on about how it was her best-selling package and how I'd be doing her a huge favor by buying it. The problem was, I didn't need any of it. I have my own skincare routine, and I'm pretty happy with the products I already use. Plus, her bundle was way more expensive than I was willing to spend on something I didn't even need. So, I politely told her that while I was happy for her, I just didn't have a need for those products right now. That's when things started to get uncomfortable. Instead of accepting my answer, she replied with something like, "Wow, I thought you'd be more supportive." It caught me off guard. I didn't think not buying her products meant I wasn't supportive. I mean, I'd been cheering her on since she started. telling her how proud I was of her for taking this step. But apparently, in her mind, being supportive meant spending money on her products, even if I didn't need or want them. After that, I started to feel weird about the whole situation. I didn't want to upset her, but I also didn't think it was fair for her to expect me to buy things just because we were friends. I mean, I wouldn't expect her to buy design services from me if she didn't need them. I tried to explain that I was happy to help her in other ways, like sharing her business with people who might actually be interested. But she wasn't having it. Her response was something like, "If you don't care enough to buy, don't bother promoting either." That felt harsh, and it stung a little. It was like she was saying my support didn't count unless it came with a purchase. The next few days were awkward. Lisa kept messaging me, and every message had some kind of hint about her products or how she wished her close friends would be more supportive. It was pretty clear she was talking about me, and it made me feel guilty even though I didn't think I'd done anything wrong. I started to feel trapped, like there was no way to keep the peace without giving in and buying something I didn't need. But I also knew that if I gave in, it probably wouldn't end there. She'd likely keep expecting me to buy more every time she released something new. And that just wasn't sustainable for me. After a while, I stopped responding to her messages as quickly. I didn't want to argue with her or make things worse, but I also didn't want to keep pretending that I was going to buy something. Ignoring her didn't feel great, but at that point, I didn't know what else to do. Every time I thought about replying, I'd just get this anxious feeling like no matter what I said, it wouldn't be enough unless I bought something. Looking back, I can see that maybe I should have been more direct from the start. Maybe if I'd told her right away that I wasn't interested in buying, things wouldn't have escalated like this. But at the time, I was just trying to be supportive without spending money I didn't have. I thought I was doing the right thing by cheering her on from the sidelines, but apparently, that wasn't what she wanted. It felt like she only valued my support if it was financial, and that hurt. Now, I'm left feeling like I have to make a choice between my friendship with Lisa and my own boundaries. After that last exchange with Lisa, I thought things might finally settle down if I kept my distance a bit. But instead, it only seemed to make things worse. Every day, I'd get another message from her, hinting that I was letting her down, or that I wasn't really there for her. It started to feel less like a friendship and more like I was a customer she was losing. I tried to brush it off at first, thinking maybe she was just frustrated with how hard starting a business could be, especially in a small town where everyone knows each other. But when I looked at my messages, I realized I hadn't even been able to have a normal conversation with her in weeks. Every interaction was about her business, the products, or me somehow being unsupportive. It was getting to the point where I was avoiding my phone, just to keep my anxiety in check. Even when I did go online, I'd see her posting things that felt like they were directed at me. Friends who don't support your business aren't real friends, or real friends show up by putting their money where their mouth is. I knew she was venting, but it hurt to see her lump me in with people she thought were fake or unsupportive just because I wasn't buying from her. I'd been there cheering her on since day one. But apparently, that didn't count if I wasn't spending money. One evening, she messaged me again, asking if I'd reconsidered buying the deluxe glow bundle. She said she had a special promotion going on, and that it would mean a lot to her if I joined the close friends who were already supporting her. It felt like she was twisting the knife. I knew she meant well in her own way, but the constant push made it feel more like she was just seeing me as a sale. When I told her, yet again, that I wasn't interested, she replied with a long message about how hard it is to run a business and how disappointing it was that people she'd counted on weren't willing to help her succeed. I didn't know how to respond without making things worse, so I left the message on read. From then on, I could sense the tension every time I saw her posts online. She started sharing more of those passive-aggressive quotes about fake friends, and even posted something along the lines of, "It's always the ones you think will support you that let you down the most." At this point, It felt like our entire friendship had been boiled down to whether I was willing to buy her skincare products. I kept wondering if I was the one in the wrong, if maybe I should just buy something small to keep the peace. But every time I thought about doing it, I'd get this nagging feeling that it wouldn't end with just one purchase. Then, a mutual friend of ours reached out to me, asking if everything was okay between Lisa and me. Apparently, Lisa had been talking to a few of our friends, saying that I wasn't being there for her, and that it was affecting her confidence in her business. It was embarrassing to think that people might actually believe I was unsupportive, especially since I'd been trying to help her in other ways. I explained to our friend that I'd been trying to show my support without buying anything I didn't need, and they seemed to understand, but it still left me feeling uneasy. It was like Lisa was determined to make me the villain in this situation, no matter what I did. After that, I decided to reach out to her directly and clear the air. I messaged her, telling her that I understood she was going through a stressful time with her business, and that I genuinely wanted her to succeed. I reminded her that I was willing to promote her products online and share her posts, but I couldn't keep up with her constant requests to buy. I tried to be as gentle as possible, but firm enough to set a boundary. I thought that if I explained where I was coming from, maybe she'd understand. Instead, she doubled down. She told me that if I really cared, I'd find a way to support her financially, that real friends invest in each other's success. She even went as far as saying that if roles were reversed, she wouldn't hesitate to buy something from me if it helped my business. It felt like she wasn't even trying to see my side. It was all about her needs and her view of what support should look like. I felt like I was talking to a wall. Things hit a breaking point a few days later, when she posted this long rant on social media about how disappointing it was to be let down by the people closest to her. She didn't name names, but she didn't have to. Everyone knew she was talking about me. The comments started pouring in, with people expressing sympathy and offering to buy her products to make up for the support she wasn't getting. It was humiliating. I felt like I was being publicly shamed just for having boundaries. It wasn't just about her business anymore. It was about our friendship, or what was left of it. I couldn't believe it had come to this point over something as small as skincare products. Now, I was feeling more conflicted than ever. I didn't want to lose a friend, but I also didn't think it was fair for her to treat me this way. I didn't want to be guilt-tripped into spending money I didn't have or need to just to keep a friendship alive. But I also knew that if I kept ignoring her or tried to push back more, it might be the final nail in the coffin for our relationship. At this point, I felt like my only option was to let things cool down and take some space. I didn't want to make things worse by confronting her again, especially after that public post she made. It felt like she'd already decided that I was the bad friend in this situation, and there wasn't much I could do to change her mind. So, I figured giving her some time to calm down might help her see things differently. I thought maybe, with some distance, she'd realize how unfair she'd been acting. For a while, I tried my best to avoid her on social media and didn't respond to any messages from her. I kept my head down, focused on my work, and tried to let the whole thing blow over. But it wasn't long before I heard from another friend that Lisa was still upset. She'd apparently been telling people that I'd abandoned her when she needed support the most. It was frustrating to hear that she was still going around saying things like that when I'd tried to set clear boundaries. I wanted to reach out and defend myself, but I also knew that would probably just make things worse. A few weeks later, Lisa reached out again, sending me a long message about how hurt she was by my lack of support. She said she felt like she'd been there for me in the past and couldn't understand why I wouldn't return the favor. She kept bringing up examples of times she'd listened to me vent or given me advice on personal issues, as if those were somehow equivalent to buying her products. I could tell she really believed she was in the right, but it just made me feel more disconnected from her. It was like we were speaking two completely different languages about what friendship means. I tried to respond calmly, explaining that I valued her friendship, but that I didn't feel it was fair for her to expect me to buy things I didn't need. I reminded her again that I was willing to help promote her business in other ways, but that I couldn't keep up with her constant requests. I even apologized if I'd hurt her feelings, even though I wasn't sure what more I could have done. But her response was cold and distant. She basically said that if I couldn't show up for her the way she needed, maybe our friendship wasn't as strong as she thought it was. It hurt, but I could see where this was going. It was clear she'd drawn her line in the sand, and there wasn't anything I could say that would change her mind. After that, things between us were pretty much over. We stopped talking, and I started to feel a mix of relief and sadness. I missed the friendship we used to have before all of this happened, but I also felt a weight lift off my shoulders now that I didn't have to deal with the constant pressure and guilt tripping. I saw her from time to time around town, but we'd just exchange awkward nods or ignore each other altogether. It was strange to go from being close friends to basically strangers, all because I didn't want to buy skincare products. Even now, I still think about whether I could have handled things differently. Maybe if I'd just bought one thing from her at the start, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Or maybe if I'd been more direct about my boundaries right from the beginning, she wouldn't have felt so hurt. But I also feel like it wasn't fair for her to put me in that position in the first place. I never expected my friends to spend money on me to prove their support, and I don't think it's right for anyone to make those kinds of demands. So now I'm left wondering if I made the right choice. Am I in the wrong for not financially supporting my friend's business? Story 13. Am I wrong for not inviting my cousin's new partner to my wedding? So, I'm Liam, 31, an architect, and I'm in the middle of planning what's supposed to be one of the happiest days of my life. My wedding. It's a big wedding, but we're still careful about the guest list because we want to be around people we actually care about, people who won't bring unnecessary stress or drama. I guess you could say I'm the type to play it safe when it comes to things like this. I've always been the keep the peace guy in the family, and I tend to avoid anything that could potentially turn awkward or chaotic. Now, here's where things start to get messy. My cousin Sarah, who's 28, just started dating this guy, and from what I've heard, he's had his fair share of issues. I'm not one to judge people by their pasts, but this guy has a bit of a controversial reputation. There's been talk, the kind that you don't exactly want following you into a wedding venue, especially not when it's your own wedding day. I've only met him once briefly, and it wasn't exactly the best first impression. He seemed nice enough on the surface, but I couldn't shake this feeling that he might not be the best addition to what's supposed to be a happy, relaxed day. When we sent out invitations, we decided to only offer plus ones to people in long-term relationships or marriages, mainly to avoid a flood of unfamiliar faces, but also to avoid potential issues. Sarah has always been family first, and she's been supportive of my relationship since day one, so it was a bit of a tough call to limit her to coming solo. I didn't expect it to be a big deal since it's a relatively new relationship, but I guess I should have seen it coming. The moment she saw that her invite didn't include a plus one, she called me, asking if it was a mistake. I explained that it wasn't personal, and we just had a rule for plus ones. But she was quick to remind me that her new partner was important to her, and that he deserved a chance to be included. I told her I understood that he was important to her, but I still didn't want to make an exception. I'm not the kind of person who likes to set rules and then break them right away. It's not just about being fair to everyone on the guest list. It's about consistency and keeping the event as low stress as possible. The conversation didn't go over well. She got really quiet, which, in my experience, is her way of trying to keep calm when she's actually pretty upset. She told me she felt hurt that I wasn't willing to bend on this, and that it was like I was questioning her judgment. I told her that it wasn't about judging her or her relationship. It was just a matter of wanting to keep the guest list manageable and the event peaceful. She seemed to take that as me implying that her new partner was somehow a threat to my wedding, and things started to get a bit heated. I don't usually argue with Sarah, but it felt like she was pushing every button she could find to make me reconsider. After that conversation, I honestly felt terrible. I never intended to make her feel excluded or judged, but I also didn't want to risk any potential drama. I tried to justify my decision by reminding myself that it's my wedding, and I should have some control over the kind of energy I want to bring into it. But even then, I was second guessing if I'd made the right call. I knew that Sarah would be hurt, and there was a good chance she'd bring it up with other family members, which could snowball into something much bigger. Sure enough, over the next few days, I started hearing little comments from other relatives about how I wasn't letting Sarah bring her boyfriend, and how unfair it seemed. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that people just didn't understand the full picture. But it kept gnawing at me. I didn't want to be the guy who's too stubborn to listen to family, especially on a day that's supposed to be all about love and togetherness. At the same time, I couldn't shake that feeling in my gut that letting him come could lead to trouble, and I wanted my wedding day to be as smooth as possible. Sarah and I spoke again, this time with her sounding a lot more frustrated. She said it felt like I was punishing her for something she didn't even do, and that this was important to her. She kept saying that I was making a huge deal out of nothing, and that her boyfriend wasn't going to cause any problems. She accused me of being judgmental, assuming the worst without giving him a fair chance. I didn't know how to respond to that without sounding like I was doubling down on my decision. I tried to keep my tone calm and explained my reasons again, but it just wasn't landing the way I'd hoped. By this point, I could tell that Sarah was really upset, and I was worried about what this would mean for our relationship. She's been one of my closest family members, someone I could always count on, and now it felt like there was this massive rift between us. I offered to spend some time with her and her boyfriend on a different day. Maybe go out to dinner or something casual, so I could get to know him better. I thought that might show her that I wasn't against him, just that I wanted to keep my wedding day stress-free. But she didn't seem to care for that offer. She told me that she appreciated the thought, but it wasn't the same. For her, this was a matter of fairness, and she felt that I was singling her out by not allowing her the same courtesy I'd given to others. She said it was like I was questioning her ability to pick a good partner, and that hurt her. I told her it was just about timing, and that it wasn't personal, but at this point, I don't think she was even listening. It was clear she had already made up her mind that I was in the wrong. After that call, I felt more conflicted than ever. Part of me wanted to just give in and let her bring him, if only to keep the peace and avoid this turning into a family feud. But another part of me was worried about setting a precedent that I'd regret. I'd already had family members trying to invite extra people, friends of friends, distant relatives, and I'd turned them all down. It wasn't easy, but I stood firm on my guest list to make sure things didn't get out of hand. Letting one person break the rule could open the door for more. And before I knew it, I'd have a guest list twice the size we planned for. And yet, here I was, losing sleep over it, replaying every word Sarah had said, and wondering if I was really being as unreasonable as she made it seem. I didn't want my wedding day to be remembered for the arguments leading up to it, but I also didn't want to compromise on what I felt was a fair boundary. As more days passed, I kept hoping Sarah would come around, or at least that someone in the family would back me up and help her see my side of things. But the conversations kept happening, and it was like every family member I talked to had their own take on the situation. Some thought I should just let it go and let her bring him. Others said they understood, but didn't want to get involved. I felt like I was running out of people to turn to who wouldn't make me feel like I was doing the wrong thing. Sarah, meanwhile, wasn't backing down either, and it was starting to feel like a standoff that had no real solution. So, after all the back and forth with Sarah, I thought things might settle down. I tried not to think about it too much, convincing myself that she'd eventually come to understand my point of view. But it didn't take long before the entire situation started escalating way beyond what I'd anticipated. Apparently, Sarah had been talking to other family members about my decision, and I started getting calls and texts from people I hadn't even talked to in months, each with their own opinion on the matter. At first, it was just my aunt, Sarah's mom, who reached out. She was fairly calm about it, just saying she'd heard there was a misunderstanding, and that maybe I should consider letting Sarah bring her boyfriend to avoid unnecessary tension. I tried to keep my cool and explained my side, saying I wasn't trying to hurt Sarah or anyone, just trying to keep the wedding simple and low-key. My aunt seemed to understand, but subtly hinted that Sarah felt like I was singling her out and excluding her. I reassured her that wasn't the case, but she still made it clear that Sarah felt really hurt. After that, it was like everyone had something to say. My cousin Emily messaged me, saying she'd heard about the situation and didn't see the harm in just letting it go. I appreciated the advice, but Emily wasn't the one dealing with the stress of planning the entire wedding, let alone the anxiety of managing a massive guest list. Then there was my uncle, who outright told me I was overreacting and being too rigid. I could feel my patience wearing thin, but I kept trying to explain myself without sounding defensive. It just kept piling on, and it was exhausting. Each conversation felt like a repeat of the last one, with me trying to explain why I made the decision and family members basically telling me I was making a mountain out of a molehill. But what no one seemed to understand was that I had reasons beyond just not wanting Sarah's boyfriend there. It was about sticking to a boundary I set for the wedding, something I'd been clear about from the start. Yet, here I was, feeling like the bad guy for enforcing my own rules. Sarah herself hadn't reached out again since our last call, but I knew from the things family members were saying that she was still upset. Probably more so now that she'd gotten a few people on her side. I hated feeling like my own family was turning against me over something that, in my opinion, wasn't even that big of a deal. I just wanted one day where things were simple, where I didn't have to worry about drama or potential conflict. Then my mom called. Now, my mom is usually on my side, and she's pretty supportive of me making my own decisions. But this time, she sounded torn. She told me that she understood why I didn't want to invite Sarah's boyfriend, but she also said that it was getting to a point where the family tension might end up affecting the wedding day itself. She didn't outright say I was wrong, but she did suggest that maybe I should reconsider for the sake of keeping things peaceful. That really got to me because my mom isn't one to interfere. And if she was suggesting I rethink things, I knew she was genuinely worried about the fallout. I felt like I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, I wanted to stand firm and keep my boundary intact, especially because it was a new relationship, and we had a clear rule about plus ones. On the other hand, I didn't want to risk having the wedding overshadowed by family drama, especially if it was going to affect the way people treated Sarah or me on the actual day. The idea of family members whispering, taking sides, and the whole thing becoming some sort of scandal at the wedding just felt ridiculous, but also entirely possible. At that point, I tried reaching out to a couple of friends, just to get an outside perspective. They mostly agreed that it was my day, and that I shouldn't feel pressured to invite anyone I wasn't comfortable with. One friend, in particular, said something that stuck with me. "It's your wedding, not a family reunion. You shouldn't have to play referee." That made sense to me, and for a bit, it gave me some reassurance that I was handling things the right way. But family kept pushing, and I could feel the pressure building. Every time I'd convince myself that I was in the right, someone else would chime in, telling me how hurt Sarah was, or how it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just give in. It was exhausting mentally, and the closer we got to the wedding date, the more I started to feel like I was the only one who cared about keeping things drama-free. It was honestly making me dread the wedding day itself, and that was the last thing I wanted. One evening, I got a long text from Sarah. She basically laid out everything she felt, saying how I'd made her feel judged, how this whole situation had been humiliating for her, and that she'd been put in a position where she felt she had to defend her relationship to our family. She said it felt like I was treating her new partner as some kind of outcast, and that she couldn't believe I'd be so cold about something that mattered to her. Reading that text was like a punch to the gut. I didn't want to hurt Sarah or make her feel like her relationship was somehow less just because it was new. But at the same time, I was frustrated that she couldn't see my side either. It wasn't about rejecting her relationship. It was just about trying to keep the day focused on my fiancé and me without adding any unnecessary complications. I thought about responding right away, but I knew if I texted back while I was feeling that frustrated, it would just escalate things further. So I decided to leave it for a day or two, hoping that maybe things would calm down a bit. Of course, that didn't happen. The next family dinner we had turned into an unintentional intervention. Sarah wasn't there, thankfully, but the conversation somehow still circled back to her and the whole +1 drama. A few family members took her side, saying they didn't understand why I was being so strict about it. Others stayed out of it, but it was clear the tension was spreading. Even my dad, who rarely gets involved in family issues, pulled me aside and said I should think about the bigger picture and consider how this might affect family relationships moving forward. I tried to explain to him that I had thought about it, and that's why I was so conflicted in the first place. But he just gave me this look, the kind of look that said he didn't really understand why I was making such a big deal out of it. It felt like everyone was looking at me as the source of the problem, even though all I was trying to do was avoid potential conflict on my wedding day. I mean, how was that so hard for them to understand? After that, I was more torn than ever. Part of me just wanted to cave, let her bring him, and put this whole thing behind me. But another part of me knew that doing that wouldn't feel right. I'd already gone through all this stress defending my decision, explaining myself over and over again. And if I backed down now, it would feel like all of that had been for nothing. Plus, it didn't change the fact that I genuinely believed that inviting him could create a distraction on a day that was supposed to be focused on my fiancé and me. The days kept ticking closer to the wedding, and it felt like there was no real resolution in sight. Sarah was still distant. Family members were still dropping hints that I should let it go. And I was left wondering if standing my ground was worth all this trouble. Part of me hoped that Sarah would eventually see my side. But with how things were going, that felt like wishful thinking. I was left with two options: stick to my decision and risk a family fallout, or cave in and invite her boyfriend, hoping it wouldn't lead to exactly what I'd been trying to avoid all along. The day was getting closer, and at this point, I felt like I'd been through a roller coaster of emotions over something that should have been so straightforward. I had started to feel a mix of exhaustion and frustration that I hadn't expected. There I was, doing everything I could to keep this wedding about my fiancé and me. And yet, this whole issue had somehow turned into a bigger topic than the wedding itself. Every family call, every gathering, someone would bring it up, sometimes subtly, sometimes not so subtly. It was like no one wanted to let this go. And honestly, it made me start to resent the whole situation. Sarah still hadn't reached out again after that last long message. But her silence was just as loud as the calls and texts I kept getting from everyone else. I tried to focus on the final wedding details, thinking that maybe immersing myself in the planning would help me shake off the stress from all of this. But every time I got an update on the seating chart, the decor, or the catering, I'd have this sinking feeling in the back of my mind, knowing that the guest list was still this unresolved, ticking issue that could go off at any moment. A couple of days before the wedding, my fiancée noticed how drained I looked. She hadn't said much about the whole situation up to this point, because she knew how much it was weighing on me. But that night, she sat me down and told me she didn't want me to spend our wedding day worrying about family drama. She said that if inviting Sarah's boyfriend was going to be the thing that gave me peace of mind, then I should do it. It was the first time she'd directly given me her take on it, and honestly, it caught me off guard. She wasn't pushing me one way or the other, but she made it clear that she was okay with whatever I chose to do, as long as I could actually enjoy the day. Hearing her say that gave me a bit of clarity. I realized that while I'd been so focused on keeping everything perfect, I'd lost sight of the bigger picture. I didn't want my wedding to be overshadowed by this argument, and I definitely didn't want to look back on it years from now with this sour memory of family tension. So, after thinking it over that night, I finally decided to reach out to Sarah and tell her she could bring her boyfriend. I thought maybe that would be the end of it, that we could just move on and focus on celebrating. When I called Sarah, I told her I'd thought about everything she said, and I wanted her to feel comfortable and happy at the wedding so she could bring her boyfriend. She was quiet for a moment, and I almost thought she was going to turn me down. But eventually, she thanked me, saying it meant a lot to her, and we left it at that. I felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders after that call. I thought, okay, maybe things will be fine now. Maybe this was all I had to do. But, of course, things weren't quite that simple. The day of the wedding arrived, and I could already sense a bit of tension in the air when my family started showing up. Sarah and her boyfriend were polite, but there was this unspoken tension between us, like she knew I'd only caved because of the pressure. I tried to brush it off, focusing on my fiancé and the ceremony, but it was hard to ignore the little glances or the hushed conversations I'd catch here and there. The ceremony itself went smoothly, and for a while, I thought maybe everything was going to be okay. People seemed happy, the atmosphere was relaxed, and I finally started to let go of the stress that had been building up for weeks. But during the reception, I noticed that Sarah's boyfriend was drinking quite a bit, and it started to make me nervous. I told myself not to overthink it, to just enjoy the moment, but I couldn't help but keep an eye on him from time to time, just in case. As the night went on, Sarah and her boyfriend got more comfortable, mingling with other guests. At one point, I saw him getting into a pretty heated conversation with one of my uncles, and it wasn't long before I started hearing whispers from people nearby about their exchange. I couldn't hear what was being said, but from the looks of it, things were getting tense. I felt my stomach drop, and all those worries I'd pushed down started bubbling back up. I didn't want to cause a scene, especially not in front of my fiancé. But I also didn't want to ignore something that could potentially disrupt the evening. Eventually, I decided to pull Sarah aside and gently ask if everything was okay. She seemed a bit defensive at first, saying her boyfriend wasn't doing anything wrong, and that people were just being overly critical. I didn't want to argue, so I nodded, hoping she was right. But I noticed that she seemed stressed, almost like she was also trying to keep things under control without admitting there was anything to worry about. The rest of the night was a bit of a blur. I tried to focus on my fiancé, the dancing, the speeches, but I kept getting pulled back into worrying about Sarah and her boyfriend. By the end of the night, there hadn't been any major incidents, thankfully. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd spent my wedding on edge, waiting for something to happen. When I finally got a moment to breathe, I felt a mix of relief and frustration. I was glad that the night had gone by without a full-blown scene. But I also couldn't help but wonder if all of this could have been avoided if I'd just stuck to my original decision. Now that it's all over, I keep replaying everything that happened, all the conversations, the pressure, the compromise. I wanted to do the right thing, but looking back, I'm not even sure what the right thing was. I keep wondering if I was too rigid, or if I let my family push me into a situation that I knew wasn't what I wanted for the day. So, here I am, still torn. Did I do the right thing by trying to keep the peace? Or should I have stuck to my original decision and risked the fallout? Am I wrong for wanting to keep potential drama out of my wedding? Story 14. Am I wrong for refusing to cover up at my own house when my friend's boyfriend visits? I'm Tessa, 26, and I live alone in a little apartment that I've made into my own cozy space. I like to keep things comfortable, especially when I'm home. For me, that usually means tank tops, shorts, sometimes even just pajamas or whatever feels relaxed. It's my home, my sanctuary, so I don't really think about what I'm wearing since there's usually no one around to care. My best friend Natalie, who's 27, started dating this guy named Mark a few months back. She and I have always been close, and it was normal for her to come over to hang out at my place. We'd binge watch shows, cook together, or just chill on the couch with a glass of wine. When she started bringing Mark over, it was no big deal at first. He seemed nice enough, and I was happy for her, so I didn't mind having him around. But the thing is, Mark has made a few comments here and there that have started to get under my skin. Nothing too direct, but just these little remarks about my appearance or what I'm wearing when they come over. Once, I was wearing a tank top and shorts, just my usual around the house clothes, and he made a joke like, "Wow, are you trying to impress someone, Tessa?" I laughed it off because I figured he was just being friendly or whatever, but it left me feeling a bit awkward. Another time, he said, "Aren't you cold in that?" And it just felt unnecessary. I'm at home, so why would he care? At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe I was reading too much into things. But after a while, it started feeling weird, like he had this idea that I should dress up when they're over, even though I'm just in my own space. I didn't mention it to Natalie because it felt like such a minor thing, and I didn't want to make it awkward. But each time he made one of those comments, it chipped away a little more at my comfort level. Then, the other day, Natalie brought it up herself, and I realized it wasn't just him, it was her too. She came over with him, and we were just sitting around chatting when she casually said, "Hey, Tessa, would you mind maybe dressing a little more? I don't know, conservatively when Mark's here?" I kind of laughed, thinking she was joking, but she wasn't. She said it would make him feel more comfortable. I was stunned. I asked her what she meant by more conservatively, and she just said, maybe not shorts and tank tops, something a little less casual. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told her, "This is my home. I'm comfortable here, and I shouldn't have to change how I dress just because he's around." She looked a little taken aback, but she tried to explain that it was just a small thing, and I should understand that Mark isn't used to seeing people dress that way in a casual setting. I pointed out that plenty of people dress casually at home, and it shouldn't be a big deal. But she didn't seem to get it. She just kept saying it was for Mark's comfort, like that was supposed to make me suddenly agree. It felt like she was prioritizing his comfort over mine, even though it's my apartment. I tried to stay calm and said, "I don't feel like I should have to change my clothes in my own home, Nat. This is where I relax." She kind of sighed and said something about how she thought I'd be willing to compromise, especially since it's not like he's here all the time. That just made me even more upset. Compromise. I don't see how it's a compromise when I'm the one being asked to change something in my own space. And it's not like I'm dressing in some outrageous way. I'm just wearing normal, comfortable clothes. The whole thing left me feeling uneasy, like suddenly my home wasn't my own anymore whenever they were around. After she left, I started really thinking about it. I wondered if maybe I was being stubborn. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like this was just not okay. If I gave in, where would it stop? Would I always have to dress differently whenever they came over? And what about other friends? Was I supposed to adjust to everyone's preferences just to keep the peace? I haven't talked to Natalie about it again yet, but I know she's expecting me to change how I dress when they come over. Part of me wants to just let it go to avoid any tension, but another part of me feels like that would be giving up a basic boundary that I shouldn't have to defend. After Natalie asked me to change how I dress in my own home, I couldn't get it out of my head. It was just so strange to me that she would even ask, especially knowing that I've always been someone who likes to feel comfortable in my space. I thought maybe she'd just let it go if I didn't bring it up again, but that didn't happen. A few days later, she messaged me, casually bringing it up like it was no big deal, asking if I'd thought about dressing a bit differently when they were over. I told her that, honestly, I hadn't changed my mind. I tried to be polite about it and explain again that it's my home, and I don't feel like I should have to adjust how I live here. She said she understood, but that Mark just isn't used to it, and that I should understand how it could make him feel awkward. I didn't know what to say to that. He's a grown man, and if a tank top and shorts make him uncomfortable, that feels like his issue, not mine. I kept the conversation short, hoping she'd get the hint that I wasn't interested in making this a thing. But the next time they came over, I noticed Mark acting a bit off. He barely looked at me and kept giving Natalie these weird looks, like he was silently communicating something. Natalie was also acting kind of tense, and it was so obvious that it put a weird vibe on the whole evening. I felt like an outsider in my own space, like I was being judged or something. After they left, I was pretty frustrated. I was starting to feel like I was losing control over my own home, and it made me question if I'd done something wrong, or if I was really being unreasonable. I decided to talk to a couple of friends about it. I wanted to see if maybe I was missing something, if maybe I was being too stubborn. They were all pretty surprised that Natalie even brought it up. Most of them were on my side, saying that, of course, it's my place, and I should be able to wear whatever I want. One friend pointed out that it sounded like Mark had some insecurities, and maybe that was something Natalie should be addressing with him instead of putting it on me. Hearing that made me feel a bit better, but it also made me realize that this situation was affecting me more than I thought. A few days went by, and Natalie asked if they could come over again. I felt this twinge of dread, but I said yes because I didn't want to seem like I was avoiding them. This time, I made a point to wear what I always wear at home, a comfortable tank top and shorts. I wasn't doing it to be petty. I just didn't want to feel like I had to change for anyone else. But as soon as they walked in, I could tell that Mark noticed. He kind of looked me up and down, and I could see Natalie tense up, probably noticing his reaction too. It was so uncomfortable. They were polite, but it was like there was this unspoken tension the whole time. I could tell that Natalie was annoyed, and Mark was doing that thing where he acted overly polite, but kind of distant. I tried to ignore it, but the whole visit felt forced, and it was hard to enjoy myself. When they finally left, I felt relieved, but also annoyed that I had spent the entire time worrying about how they were perceiving me in my own space. A day later, Natalie messaged me, saying that she was disappointed that I hadn't made an effort to accommodate her request. She said she thought I was being inconsiderate, and that I should be more understanding of Mark's feelings. That was the last straw for me. I told her that I shouldn't have to change who I am or how I dress in my own home to make her boyfriend comfortable. I explained that I'm not doing anything inappropriate, and if he's uncomfortable with me wearing regular, casual clothes, that's something they need to address, not me. She didn't take it well. She said that as a friend, I should be willing to make small adjustments to make people feel comfortable, and that Mark feels like I'm deliberately ignoring his discomfort. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It felt like she was saying that her boyfriend's comfort was more important than mine in my own home. I tried to explain my side again, but it was clear she wasn't really listening. She kept pushing, saying that I was being selfish, and that it wouldn't kill me to just wear something more appropriate. At that point, I was pretty fed up. I told her that if it was such a big issue, maybe we should just hang out somewhere else instead of my place. I thought that was a reasonable compromise if my space was such a problem. We could just meet up at her place or go to a coffee shop. But she took that as me being unaccommodating and refusing to meet halfway. She said that I was making it a bigger deal than it needed to be, and that I was overreacting. That really hurt because I felt like she wasn't even considering how this was affecting me. I'm starting to feel like no matter what I say, she's just going to keep pushing me to change something that I don't think I should have to. It feels like this has become about way more than just clothes. It's about respect and boundaries in a space that's supposed to be mine. After that conversation with Natalie, things felt different. I thought my suggestion to hang out somewhere else was a good compromise. If Mark was uncomfortable with how I dressed at my place, then meeting at her place, or even at a cafe seemed like the easiest solution. But she acted like I was completely out of line, almost like I was trying to avoid them. She kept saying that it wouldn't take much for me to just adjust a little when they came over, and that it was just about showing a bit of respect. The whole thing started feeling pretty unfair. It's not like I dress in anything inappropriate or revealing. I'm literally in tank tops and shorts, which is just comfortable, everyday wear in my own space. But somehow, she's making it seem like I'm in the wrong for wanting to keep things as they are in my own home. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. It was like she couldn't see my perspective at all and was just pushing this narrative that I was being difficult. A couple of days went by without any word from Natalie, and I started wondering if maybe I'd been too harsh or if I'd really let this get blown out of proportion. But I kept coming back to the same feeling that I shouldn't have to feel uncomfortable or self-conscious in my own apartment. It's supposed to be my safe space. If she'd had an issue with something I was doing at her place, I could understand making a compromise because that's her space, her rules. But here, it just didn't sit right with me. Finally, she texted me, saying she wanted to come over and clear the air. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I figured it was better to just talk it out in person. When she arrived, it was clear she was still tense about the whole thing. She started off by saying she felt like I'd been avoiding the real issue, which, in her view, was that I hadn't been considerate of her and Mark's feelings. I listened, but the more she went on, the more it felt like she was putting all the responsibility on me to make things right. I told her, as calmly as I could, that I wasn't trying to make her or Mark uncomfortable, but that I shouldn't have to change the way I live in my own space. I pointed out that I've never asked her to change anything about herself when she's here, and that's because I respect her as my friend and want her to feel comfortable. I said that it felt like she was prioritizing Mark's comfort over my own, and that if he was so uncomfortable, maybe this was more about his issues than anything I was doing. She got defensive, saying that wasn't fair and that I was making it sound like Mark had some kind of problem. But honestly, that's exactly what it felt like. If he couldn't handle seeing a woman dressed in casual clothes without feeling awkward, then maybe that was something he needed to deal with instead of putting the burden on me to change. I could tell she didn't like hearing that, but at this point, I felt like I had to be honest. She finally admitted that Mark had brought it up to her more than once, saying he felt distracted when I wore certain things and that it made it hard for him to relax. I was shocked. Distracted. That sounded like his problem, not mine. I told her as much, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could feel myself getting more annoyed. Why should I be made to feel like I was doing something wrong just because he couldn't control his reactions? She looked frustrated and said she didn't know how to explain it. Just that Mark felt more at ease when people were dressed more conservatively around him. I didn't even know what to say to that. I told her I wasn't going to change how I live in my own home because of someone else's discomfort, and that if Mark couldn't handle it, then maybe it was best that we stick to meeting up elsewhere, like I'd suggested. She sighed and said she didn't understand why I was making this so difficult, that it was just a small thing to ask. But to me, it wasn't small. It felt like she was asking me to change who I am in my own space, and I didn't think that was fair. I tried to explain that if I gave in to this, it would feel like I was letting someone else dictate how I lived, and that wasn't something I was okay with. She got quiet after that and eventually just said she needed time to think. It's been a week since we talked, and things have been weird. She hasn't reached out, and I haven't heard anything from her. I keep thinking about whether I should have just let it go, but I also feel like standing my ground was the right thing to do. This is my home, after all, and I shouldn't feel like I have to change myself here to make someone else comfortable. But part of me wonders if I was too harsh, or if maybe I overreacted by not giving in a little. Am I wrong for not wanting to change my behavior in my own home? Story 15. Am I in the wrong for reprimanding my friend after he made a joke about my cultural background? I'm James, 33, an engineer and a first-generation immigrant, living in a pretty diverse area with people from all over the world. I'm proud of my heritage, And my background is important to me, but I also know how to laugh at myself. My friends and I joke around a lot, and it's always been fun. Sometimes we even poke fun at each other's cultural quirks, but it's always been lighthearted and, I thought, respectful. None of us ever had to worry about feeling singled out or uncomfortable. But after what happened at a recent party, I'm not so sure where the lines really are in this group. A few weeks ago, we were all at a party hosted by one of my close friends. It was a typical night for us: drinks, food, everyone laughing and having a good time. I was feeling relaxed, glad to just hang out with people I considered good friends. That's when Mark, who I've known for a few years, made a comment that threw me off. It was a joke about my cultural background, but it wasn't like the usual lighthearted stuff we joke about. This felt pointed, like he was laughing at me, not with me. He referenced a stereotype about people from my background, one that's outdated and pretty offensive. I felt that strange mix of emotions: anger, embarrassment, and even confusion. I thought, did he actually just say that? For a second, I froze. It's not that I can't handle a joke, but this was different. I could tell it wasn't just a passing comment. He meant it as a jab, and it landed. I tried to laugh it off because we were in the middle of a party, and I didn't want to make it awkward or ruin the vibe. That's always been my role in the group: to keep things chill, to laugh things off, to not let little things bother me. But this didn't feel like a little thing. I brushed it off at the moment, but it stuck with me for the rest of the night. I tried to keep my mind off it and focus on the party, but every time I looked over at Mark, I felt that comment sitting there, almost like it was mocking me. He was laughing with everyone else, totally unfazed, while I was there, feeling small and honestly a bit betrayed. I couldn't shake it. I felt like maybe I was overthinking it, but at the same time, I couldn't ignore how uncomfortable it made me. The next day, the comment still bothered me. I kept going over it in my head, wondering if I was being overly sensitive. But then I thought about how it felt in the moment, and why it affected me so much. I couldn't just pretend it didn't happen. I realized that if I didn't say anything, I'd just keep holding on to this weird mix of resentment and frustration. It was building up, and I knew I'd end up resenting Mark, maybe even the group, if I didn't address it. So, I decided to text Mark and ask if we could meet up. I didn't want to accuse him or blow things out of proportion. I just wanted him to know how I felt. Maybe he'd understand, and we could move on, no hard feelings. I figured that's what friends did: they talked things out. But as I typed out the message, I started second-guessing myself. I worried that maybe I was making too big of a deal out of it. Still, I hit send and hoped for the best. When we met, I tried to explain how his comment had come across. I told him it wasn't just about the joke itself, but how it made me feel. I wanted him to understand that while we all joke around, there are certain things that hit differently, things that feel more personal and cut a bit deeper. I hoped he'd get where I was coming from and maybe even apologize. I didn't need some big, dramatic apology, just an acknowledgement that he saw why it bothered me. But instead, Mark brushed it off. He told me I was being too sensitive and that it was just a joke. He seemed annoyed, almost like he couldn't believe I was making a fuss over something so trivial. He even laughed a little, like he thought I was kidding. That hit me hard. I hadn't expected him to dismiss my feelings so quickly. Here I was, being as honest as I could, trying to address something that had hurt me, and he couldn't even take it seriously. It felt like he was making me the problem, like I was the one creating drama. He went on to say that everyone jokes around about these things, and he didn't mean anything by it. I tried to explain again, but he just kept repeating that it was just a joke, and that I needed to lighten up. At that point, I started feeling frustrated and even a bit angry. It was like talking to a wall. No matter what I said, he wasn't hearing me. He kept downplaying it, making it seem like I was overreacting. I left that conversation feeling worse than before, and now I had this new layer of frustration on top of everything else. It wasn't just about the comment anymore. It was about him not even trying to understand my perspective. After that, I noticed things felt off with the rest of the group. Mark must have told them about our conversation because the next time we all hung out, there was this tension in the air. It wasn't anything overt, but I could tell people were looking at me differently. A couple of friends even made side comments about taking things too seriously or learning to laugh a little. I felt singled out, like the odd one out in a group where I'd always felt comfortable. It's like they'd decided that I was being unreasonable without even hearing my side. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was overreacting. But every time I replayed the incident in my mind, I felt the same sense of discomfort and frustration. I wasn't asking for much, just a bit of understanding. Yet somehow, it had spiraled into this whole thing where I was the one being labeled as overly sensitive, the one who couldn't take a joke. I felt stuck, like I had no way to make them understand without pushing them further away. That's when I decided to give it one more shot. I figured if I could sit down with everyone and explain where I was coming from, maybe they'd get it. I'd hoped they'd realize that it wasn't about the joke itself, but about feeling respected and understood. I wasn't expecting them to agree with me entirely, just to see that this wasn't coming from a place of wanting to ruin the fun, but from a genuine need to feel like an equal in the group. But I'll save the rest for later. After the party, I couldn't get Mark's comment out of my head. It replayed over and over, like a loop I couldn't shut off. I kept thinking, why would he say that? I know we all joke around, but that one hit different. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that I had to address it. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it or hold on to resentment, but it just didn't sit right with me. I figured if I didn't say something, it would keep bothering me and probably come out in some other way down the line. So, I decided to text Mark the next day and ask if we could talk. I tried to keep it casual, just asking if he had some time to chat. I didn't want to seem confrontational or like I was making a huge deal out of it. When we met up, I started by telling him that, usually, I don't get bothered by jokes. I told him that I can laugh at myself and at cultural differences just like anyone else. But I also said that his comment at the party felt different, more like he was laughing at me than with me. I didn't even get halfway through explaining before he cut me off. He kept saying it was just a joke and that I was being too sensitive. I tried to tell him that it wasn't about sensitivity. It was about respect. I said that I just wanted him to understand how it made me feel, and that's all. But he didn't get it. It was like he had this wall up, and no matter what I said, he wasn't going to see my side of things. He just kept repeating that I needed to lighten up, that I was overreacting, and that everyone jokes about stuff like that. At that point, I started feeling frustrated. I'd gone into this conversation hoping we could talk it out like adults, but he wasn't even trying to understand. It was like he was making me out to be the problem for even bringing it up. I left feeling worse than before, and now I had this layer of anger on top of everything else. I felt like he dismissed my feelings entirely, like he couldn't even consider for a second that maybe his joke was hurtful. What made things even worse was that, apparently, Mark told the rest of the group about our conversation. The next time we all hung out, I could feel this weird vibe. No one said anything directly, but a couple of people made little comments about taking things too seriously or not being able to take a joke. It didn't take long for me to put two and two together. I realized they must have talked about it behind my back and decided that I was overreacting. It felt isolating, honestly. This was a group of friends I'd been close with for years, and suddenly, I felt like the odd one out, just for speaking up about something that bothered me. I didn't want to make things worse, so I tried to brush it off and act normal, but it wasn't easy. Every time someone made a little side comment, it felt like another jab. It was like they were all in on this joke that I just didn't get, and I started feeling like I was being pushed out. I felt frustrated and honestly a little betrayed. These were people I thought had my back, who I thought would understand where I was coming from if I explained myself. but instead, it felt like they'd all just decided I was the problem. It got to a point where I couldn't ignore it anymore. I figured maybe if I could explain to the whole group what I tried to tell Mark, they'd understand where I was coming from. I just wanted them to see that it wasn't about being overly sensitive or wanting to ruin the fun. It was about feeling respected and not feeling singled out in a way that didn't feel right. So, the next time we were all together, I tried to bring it up casually. I said that sometimes jokes can cross a line, and that maybe we should all be a bit more mindful about where that line is. But it didn't go well. They looked at me like I was speaking a different language. A couple of them rolled their eyes, and one of them even said, "Come on, man, it's just a joke. No one means anything by it." It was like they'd all decided ahead of time that I was wrong for even feeling the way I did. I tried to explain again that it wasn't just about the joke, but about how it felt to be on the receiving end of it. I wanted them to understand that sometimes things hit differently, and just because it doesn't bother them doesn't mean it's not valid. But they didn't see it that way. They kept insisting I was blowing things out of proportion, and that I needed to lighten up. I left that conversation feeling worse than ever. Now it wasn't just about Mark's comment. It was about the whole group acting like I was in the wrong for standing up for myself. I felt stuck, like there was nothing I could say or do that would make them understand. It hurt, honestly, to feel like my friends didn't even care enough to try to see my side. I kept questioning myself, wondering if maybe I really was overreacting. I thought about just letting it go and pretending like nothing had happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed between us. I started to feel like an outsider in my own friend group, like they didn't really see me or understand me. It was like this wall had gone up between us, and no matter what I did, I couldn't break through it. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that maybe this was about more than just one comment or one joke. It was about feeling respected and valued. And I wasn't sure if I could keep pretending everything was okay when it clearly wasn't. After that last conversation with the group, I started keeping my distance a bit. I didn't really know what else to do. I didn't want to keep hanging around people who clearly thought I was overreacting, or that I was just too sensitive. It made things weird and uncomfortable. I didn't even know how to act around them anymore. Part of me felt like if I just gave it time, maybe things would go back to normal, but the other part of me couldn't ignore how much this whole thing hurt. A few weeks went by, and I tried to focus on other things: work, family, anything to get my mind off the friend group drama. But even though I wasn't reaching out as much, they still kept inviting me to things here and there. I'd show up sometimes, just trying to keep the peace, but it wasn't the same. Every time I was around them, I felt like there was this unspoken tension. Nobody would bring it up directly, but I'd still catch the little side comments or the awkward looks. It was like they were walking on eggshells around me. Or maybe I was around them. But either way, it just wasn't the same vibe anymore. Eventually, one of the other friends in the group, Alex, reached out to me privately. He's always been the type to play peacemaker, so I wasn't too surprised when he wanted to talk one-on-one. He said he understood where I was coming from and that he could see why I felt the way I did. But he also hinted that I should try to move past it for the sake of the group. I appreciated him reaching out and all, but his words didn't exactly make me feel better. If anything, it just felt like he was asking me to ignore how I felt so everyone else could stay comfortable. I told him that while I was trying to move on, I still felt like nobody had really acknowledged why I was hurt in the first place. He didn't have much to say to that, and I could tell he just wanted to drop it. That conversation with Alex left me feeling even more isolated. I realized that while he was trying to keep the peace, he was also part of the group that had brushed off my feelings. It felt like nobody in the group really wanted to take a step back and understand my side. They just wanted me to fall back in line and let it go. And the more I thought about it, the more it started to bother me on a deeper level. It wasn't just about one joke or one incident. It was about the fact that these people, who I'd thought were my friends, weren't willing to listen or try to see things from my perspective. After that, I pulled back even more. I stopped going to hangouts, stopped responding to the group chat as much. I figured that maybe if I took a break, I'd get some clarity on whether I even wanted to stay friends with these people. But then, one day, I got a text from Mark. It was out of the blue, and honestly, I was a bit surprised he was reaching out. He said he wanted to clear the air and move on from the awkwardness. I agreed to meet up, partly because I wanted closure and partly because I was curious about what he had to say. When we met up, Mark started off by saying that he never meant to hurt me. But then he immediately followed it up with, "You know how I am. I joke around." It was like he was trying to give a half apology, but also excuse himself at the same time. He kept saying that I shouldn't take things so personally and that everyone else thought it was funny, so he didn't see the big deal. I told him that I understood he didn't mean to hurt me, but that it wasn't about intent. It was about how it made me feel. He just kind of shrugged, like he couldn't grasp that concept. The conversation went in circles for a while. I kept trying to explain, and he kept dismissing it. Eventually, I realized he wasn't going to see it from my perspective, and I told him that maybe it was best if we took a break from hanging out. He seemed surprised, maybe even a bit annoyed, but he didn't push back too much. I think he was just as tired of the conversation as I was. After that meeting with Mark, I felt a weird sense of relief, but also a bit of sadness. It felt like I was losing a friend, or maybe a whole friend group, over something that should have been a small misunderstanding. But at the same time, I couldn't keep ignoring how disrespected I felt. I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. I started wondering if maybe it was time to move on and find friends who valued respect and empathy a bit more. Now, I still get texts from the group every once in a while, inviting me to things here and there, but I usually turn them down. I haven't completely cut them off, but I'm not sure if I want to go back to the way things were. Part of me wonders if I overreacted, if maybe I should have just laughed it off and let it slide. But another part of me feels like standing up for myself was the right thing to do, even if it came at the cost of some friendships. So now I'm left with this question: am I wrong for choosing respect over keeping the peace with my friends? Or did I make the right call by standing up for what I felt was right, even if it meant risking my friendships? Story 16. Am I wrong for keeping my parents' wealth a secret from my girlfriend? I'm Noah, 30 years old, a high school teacher. I've been with my girlfriend, Emma, for about a year now, and things have been going really well. I wouldn't say I'm the kind of person who overshares, especially when it comes to certain aspects of my life, like my family's wealth. Not that I'm ashamed of it or anything, but I've always kept it on the down low. It's just not something I feel is relevant, especially because it's not money I touch or use to define myself. For as long as I can remember, I've preferred to live simply, under the radar, and just focus on my own career, my own choices. So, I never felt the need to bring it up with Emma. Now, a bit of background. I grew up in a pretty wealthy family. My parents did well for themselves, and they've always lived that lifestyle: big house, nice cars, all of it. But growing up around that, I was never that into it. I went through my phases as a kid, obviously, but as I got older, I became more focused on finding my own path. I wanted people to know me for who I was, not for the money my parents made. So, I went to school, got my teaching degree, and decided to make my own life. My parents were supportive, but I know it puzzled them a bit. They didn't quite understand why I'd choose a modest lifestyle when I didn't have to, but they respected it, and we never really made it a thing. When I met Emma, I felt like I'd found someone who connected with me on that level. She's down to earth, real, and I always appreciated that about her. We met through mutual friends, and we hit it off pretty quickly. I was immediately drawn to her because she didn't seem like the kind of person who was into superficial things. She worked hard, had her own goals, and wasn't interested in fancy stuff. So, in my mind, there was no reason to bring up the family wealth. It wasn't like I was using it, or living off of it in any way that impacted our relationship. I thought, if we ever got to a point where it mattered, then I'd tell her. But right now, it didn't. Things were smooth for months. We got close, started talking about the future in general terms, and we'd have little conversations about our values, how we wanted to live, that kind of thing. I'd always feel a small pang of guilt whenever she'd mention how hard she was working to save up for something, or when she'd talk about student loans. Part of me wondered if I should tell her then, just so she knew, but I always convinced myself it wasn't the right time. I didn't want her to feel like I was trying to one-up her, or make her feel insecure. Besides, what would it change? I wasn't planning on using my parents' money, so I figured it wasn't something that needed to be shared just yet. Then came the night everything changed. It happened completely out of the blue, and I couldn't have predicted it if I tried. We were out to dinner with a group of friends, and one of them, Jake, brought it up in passing. I don't even think he realized Emma didn't know, but he made some offhand joke about me being the rich guy in hiding. He laughed, clearly thinking it was just a funny comment, but I could see the look on Emma's face immediately. Her expression shifted, and it was like she didn't know whether to laugh or be shocked. There was this weird silence that followed, and then she kind of laughed it off. But I knew right then that things were about to get complicated. After dinner, Emma and I headed back to my place, and it didn't take long for her to bring it up. She asked me straight out why I never told her about my family's wealth. I could tell she wasn't just curious, she was hurt. She said it felt like I'd been keeping a huge part of myself from her, that I didn't trust her enough to share something so significant. I tried to explain that it wasn't about trust, that it was just something I never felt was relevant. I told her I didn't use that money. I didn't live that lifestyle, so it didn't feel like something she needed to know about right away. But it was clear she wasn't seeing it that way. She went on to say that she felt like I'd been dishonest, like I'd hidden a part of who I was from her, and she didn't know if she could trust me after this. I tried to explain that it wasn't a matter of trust. I wasn't hiding anything intentionally. I just didn't think it was a big deal. To me, I was still the same person, the same guy she'd been dating for the past year. My family's wealth didn't change who I was or how I lived my life. But every time I tried to explain, it felt like I was just digging myself deeper into a hole. The days that followed were tense. She was clearly upset, and I was trying to process everything, trying to figure out if I'd really made a mistake by not telling her sooner. Part of me started to wonder if I should have just been upfront about it from the start. Maybe just mentioned it casually and moved on. But then, every time I thought about doing that, it felt wrong. I didn't want money to be a part of our relationship, and I didn't want it to affect the way she saw me. I liked being able to live normally with her, without all the assumptions and baggage that can come with having a wealthy background. I kept replaying that night in my head, going over every detail, trying to figure out where I went wrong. Was it really such a big deal? I wasn't sure if it was the money itself that bothered her, or the fact that I hadn't shared it with her. Either way, I could tell that something fundamental had shifted between us, and it was hard not to feel defensive about my decision. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I had been unfair, if maybe I'd taken things too far with my keep it simple approach. But then again, I kept coming back to my original thought. If it didn't matter to me, why should it matter to her? Emma and I continued talking about it over the next few days, but the conversations felt like they were going in circles. She'd ask why I didn't feel comfortable enough to tell her, and I'd explain, again, that it wasn't about comfort. I'd never brought it up with anyone unless they needed to know. To me, money is just money, and I wanted to keep our relationship as genuine as possible. But to her, it seemed like a betrayal of trust, like I'd been pretending to be someone else this whole time. I remember one conversation in particular where she told me that she felt like she'd been dating a stranger. She said that knowing about my family's wealth changed the way she saw things, even if she didn't want it to. She mentioned little things, like how she'd always thought it was endearing that I was so frugal and responsible. and now she felt like those things had a different meaning. I could see that this was more than just a misunderstanding for her. It was affecting the way she viewed me, and I didn't know how to fix it. At this point, I felt completely stuck. I didn't want to lose her, but I also didn't want to give in and apologize for something I still wasn't sure was wrong. I kept thinking that if she really loved me for who I was, this wouldn't matter. But then I'd think about her perspective, how she must have felt blindsided, and maybe even a little humiliated that everyone else knew something she didn't. After that first big argument, things between Emma and me were never quite the same. I kept trying to explain why I hadn't told her about my family's wealth sooner, but it was like nothing I said made a difference. Every conversation seemed to circle back to the same thing. Her saying she felt like she didn't know me anymore and me trying to reassure her that I was still the same person. I felt frustrated and, honestly, a bit insulted. To me, my parents' money had nothing to do with who I was. I had built my life separately from that, chosen a career I loved that didn't revolve around wealth or status, and I thought she respected me for it. Now it felt like everything was being re-evaluated through this one piece of information. Emma brought it up constantly, not directly accusing me of anything, but hinting that there might be other things I hadn't been honest about. She'd ask me little questions like, "Is there anything else I should know about your family?" Or, "Were there other things you've kept from me?" It was exhausting. I told her over and over that I hadn't been hiding anything else, that the only reason I hadn't mentioned my parents' wealth was because I didn't think it mattered. But I could tell that, in her mind, I'd already lost some credibility. She didn't seem to believe me, or at least, she wasn't fully convinced that I was telling the whole truth now. A few times, she even asked me directly if I'd been embarrassed to tell her, which threw me off. Embarrassed? No, that wasn't it at all. If anything, I'd kept it private because I didn't want it to affect the way she saw me. I told her this, and she listened, but I could tell she didn't completely buy it. She kept saying it felt like I'd been living a double life or hiding something big. It was so strange to me because, for the entire year we'd been dating, I'd never once felt like I was hiding anything. But suddenly, her perception of me had changed, and there was no going back. I started to get defensive. I mean, what was I supposed to do? Apologize for not living off my family's wealth? Apologize for choosing to live a modest life? It felt like she wanted me to be something I wasn't, or worse, that she was disappointed in the fact that I hadn't been completely open. I'd spent so long building a life separate from my family's money, trying to make my own way, and now it felt like all of that was being torn down. I kept telling myself that this was just a rough patch, that we'd get through it. But with each conversation, it became harder to believe that. At some point, she started suggesting that my decision to keep my family's wealth private might point to deeper issues. She asked if I had trouble trusting people or if I was afraid of letting people in. I didn't even know how to respond to that. In my mind, I wasn't the one with trust issues. If anything, I'd thought she trusted me to be myself, to share what I felt was necessary, and to keep what I didn't feel was relevant. But now, every word out of her mouth made it seem like I was some closed-off person who was afraid to let people in. It was infuriating, honestly. I wasn't hiding anything to be deceptive. I was just living my life, the way I'd always wanted to. As the days went by, the tension only grew. She'd bring it up subtly, like when we were talking about finances or making plans. She'd say things like, "Well, you have the luxury of not worrying about money," or, "It must be nice to have options I don't have." I tried to let these comments slide at first, but eventually, I started snapping back. I told her that just because my family had money didn't mean I was living off it. I was still working hard, paying my bills, and saving up like anyone else. But every time I tried to defend myself, it felt like I was making things worse. It was like she'd already made up her mind that I'd done something wrong by not telling her, and nothing I said could change that. One night, we had a particularly bad argument. I don't even remember what started it, but she eventually said that she didn't know if she could trust me anymore. That hit me hard. Trust was the foundation of our relationship, at least in my mind. And to hear her say she couldn't trust me over something I considered so inconsequential was painful. I told her that I'd been honest about everything that mattered, that my family's wealth was never something I'd felt was relevant to our relationship. But she countered by saying that it was relevant to her, that she should have known. She said she felt humiliated, like she'd been the only one out of the loop, and that everyone else seemed to know this side of me that she didn't. I started questioning myself more and more after that. Was I really in the wrong? Had I been unfair by keeping my family's financial status private? Part of me still believed I had every right to keep it to myself, but another part of me started to see her perspective. Maybe she did feel left out or betrayed, even though I hadn't meant it that way. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was overreacting, that she was putting way too much weight on something that shouldn't have mattered in the first place. It was frustrating, trying to balance my own feelings with her expectations, and I honestly didn't know what to do. At one point, she even brought up the idea of meeting my family, something we hadn't seriously discussed before. She said that maybe if she met them, she'd understand me better, see the whole picture. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. I'd always kept my family and my personal life pretty separate, and I wasn't sure I was ready to bring her into that world. But the more I hesitated, the more it seemed to confirm her fears that I was still hiding something, that I didn't fully trust her. So, eventually, I agreed to set up a meeting, even though I wasn't sure how it would help. When the day finally came for her to meet my parents, I felt uneasy. I didn't want her to see their lifestyle and think it somehow defined me. I wanted her to understand that just because they lived a certain way didn't mean I aspired to the same. But it was clear she was curious, maybe even hoping that meeting them would somehow reveal more about me. The whole situation felt surreal, like I was being judged not only for who I was, but also for the family I came from. And as much as I wanted to believe that this meeting would help clear things up, I couldn't shake the feeling that it would just make things worse. After the meeting, Emma seemed quiet, reflective. She didn't say much about my parents or their lifestyle, but I could tell she was processing everything. She'd glance at me now and then with this look that I couldn't quite decipher. Later, she told me that meeting my family had made her realize just how different our backgrounds were, and that maybe she needed time to think about what that meant for us. It wasn't the response I'd expected. I thought meeting them would make her understand me better, but it seemed to only create more distance between us. In the following days, our conversations became even more strained. She kept bringing up how she felt like she'd been kept in the dark, how she didn't know if she could fully trust me again. I was at a loss. I didn't know what more I could do to prove to her that I hadn't meant to deceive her. I tried to explain that my family's wealth was just a part of my background, something I hadn't felt was important to share. But every time I tried to defend my decision, it only seemed to make her more upset. I started to wonder if this was the beginning of the end. It was painful, realizing that something as simple as my family's financial status could threaten everything we'd built together. I cared about Emma deeply, but I didn't know if I could keep having the same argument, over and over, without reaching a resolution. Part of me wanted to just let it go, to move on and pretend like none of this mattered. But the other part of me knew that, as long as she felt betrayed, there was no way we could go back to the way things were. In the end, it all came down to an ultimatum. After weeks of circling around the same arguments and trying to convince each other of our perspectives, Emma told me straight up, if I wanted this relationship to work, I needed to be open about everything from here on out, no more secrets. She said that she didn't want to feel blindsided by anything else in my life, and if I couldn't trust her with information like this, then maybe we weren't as close as she thought we were. It was a tough thing to hear, especially because, in my mind, this wasn't about trust. I'd been honest about the parts of my life that mattered to me. I hadn't considered my family's wealth as part of that because it just didn't feel like it was relevant to who I am or how I live my life. But for her, It was like this massive thing I'd kept hidden, and I could tell she was struggling to move past it. At that point, I felt cornered. I didn't want to end things with her, but I also didn't want to be forced into sharing every detail of my background, especially things I didn't even think were necessary. It's not like I'd been lying or hiding things on purpose. I'd been genuine about myself, my values, and my lifestyle. But Emma kept pressing that if we were going to have a future together, I needed to be completely open. It was hard because I could tell she was hurt, and I wanted to make things right. But at the same time, I didn't think it was fair for her to hold this over my head like some kind of deal breaker. Eventually, I agreed to try to be more open. I told her I'd answer any questions she had, but I also wanted her to understand that this was a big deal for me, too. It felt like a compromise I didn't totally agree with, but I figured maybe it was the only way forward. She asked a few questions about my family, mostly about how they'd made their money, what my relationship with them was like, and whether they expected me to live a certain way. I answered honestly, telling her that my family didn't put pressure on me to follow their lifestyle or anything like that, but that they had always hoped I'd take advantage of the opportunities they could provide. It was the truth, and I could tell she appreciated the honesty, but it didn't exactly resolve things. There was still this underlying tension, like she wasn't sure if she'd ever be able to fully trust me again. The weeks that followed were a mix of trying to move forward and dealing with awkward silences. I could tell she was trying to get past it, and I was doing my best to be as transparent as I could, even if it felt a bit forced. We'd have small arguments here and there, usually when something financial came up, and she'd make a comment that hinted at the wealth thing. It was frustrating, knowing that this one piece of information was hanging over us and affecting how we interacted. I'd catch myself feeling resentful, like I was being punished for something that I didn't even think was wrong. But I kept going, hoping that eventually, we'd find a way to put it behind us. One day, she brought up the idea of moving in together, and that's when things really came to a head. She wanted to know what my financial contribution would be, and I told her that I was planning to keep it similar to what I was already spending on my own. She looked at me like I was crazy, saying that since my family had money, I could probably afford a nicer place, maybe something bigger or in a better neighborhood. I tried to explain that I didn't want to rely on my family's money to support us, that I wanted to do this on my own. But she saw it as me refusing to give her the kind of lifestyle I could easily provide if I was willing to use my family's resources. It turned into this huge argument, with her saying that I was still trying to live like I didn't have the option to do better, while I argued that I just wanted to live within my means. It felt like we were completely on different pages, and no matter what I said, I couldn't make her understand my point of view. After that fight, things felt different. There was this distance between us, like we both knew that no matter how much we cared about each other, this issue was always going to be there. I started to wonder if maybe this relationship was doomed from the start, if our values and expectations were just too different. She'd look at me sometimes with this expression that I couldn't quite read, and I'd feel this mix of guilt and frustration. I didn't want to be the reason things ended, but I also didn't want to compromise on something that felt so fundamental to who I am. It was like we were both holding our ground, unwilling to bend, and every day it seemed like we were drifting further apart. One night, we had another serious talk. She told me that she'd been doing a lot of thinking, and she wasn't sure if she could be with someone who didn't fully trust her. She said it wasn't just about the money. It was about the fact that I hadn't felt comfortable enough to share something so significant. In her mind, if I couldn't trust her with that, then what else might I keep from her down the line? I tried one last time to make her see that it wasn't about trust, that I hadn't kept it from her to deceive her, but because it just didn't seem relevant. But at that point, it was clear that my words weren't making any difference. We ended the conversation without a resolution, and for the next few days, it was like we were both waiting for the other to make a decision. I knew she wanted me to apologize, to tell her that I'd been wrong for keeping my family's wealth a secret, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt like I'd already compromised enough by opening up about it. And apologizing felt like admitting that I'd been wrong all along, which I still didn't believe. In the end, we decided to take a break. Neither of us wanted to say it was over for good, but we both knew that things weren't working. She needed time to think, and so did I. Part of me wondered if I'd regret not telling her sooner, if maybe I should have just been upfront from the start. But another part of me felt like I'd done the right thing by being true to myself, even if it cost me the relationship. It was a strange feeling, trying to reconcile the love I had for her with the frustration of feeling misunderstood. So, now I'm left wondering if I really did the wrong thing. Should I have been open about my family's wealth from the beginning, even if I thought it didn't matter? Or was I right to want her to know me for who I am, separate from the money? Story 17. Am I in the wrong for refusing to rehome my cat for my partner's allergies? I'm Olivia, 28, and I've had my cat, Bella, for almost 8 years now. Bella came into my life during a pretty rough patch back when I was dealing with my mom's passing and some other personal issues that made life feel heavy. Having her around helped me get through a lot of that. She's this little gray tabby, quiet but affectionate in her own way, and she's always been a comforting presence for me, more like a family member than just a pet. I live alone in a cozy little apartment, and Bella's been with me through different jobs, breakups, and everything else. She's my constant. So, rehoming her is a concept that honestly never crossed my mind. She's my pet, my responsibility, and I take that seriously. Fast forward to a few months ago, when I started dating Jake. Jake and I met through a mutual friend, and we hit it off pretty quickly. He's smart, funny, and honestly, one of the best people I've met in a long time. Things got serious faster than I expected, and we started spending a lot of time together. But there was one thing I knew from the start. Jake is allergic to cats. I brought it up early, just to make sure he knew about Bella, and he said it wasn't a big deal. At first, he'd just visit for short periods. He'd have some mild allergy symptoms like sneezing and watery eyes, but nothing too severe. He'd joke about it, like, Bella's marking her territory, I see. And I thought, okay, he's fine with it. But then, as we spent more time together, Jake wanted to stay over at my place. That's when things started getting tricky. The first couple of nights, I noticed him sniffling and rubbing his eyes a lot more. But he'd brush it off, saying he'd get used to it. But the allergies kept getting worse each time he came over. He'd wake up feeling congested, with his eyes red and irritated. It got to the point where he'd leave looking like he'd had a rough night out, and I felt guilty, like I was the reason he wasn't comfortable in my place. One night, he sat me down and asked if I'd consider rehoming Bella. It caught me completely off guard. I remember just staring at him, not really processing what he was asking. Rehome Bella. This is my cat we're talking about. My pet who's been with me for almost a decade. It felt surreal to even think about it. I knew he was serious, though, because he went on to explain how he saw a future with me. But that Bella was going to be an ongoing problem. He tried to frame it as a practical issue, like, if we're going to be together, this is going to come up all the time. I don't want to be the guy who's constantly uncomfortable in your home. He even mentioned how if I really cared about our relationship, I should be willing to make this kind of sacrifice. It was like a punch to the gut. I had no idea he felt this strongly about it, and honestly, it hurt to hear him say that my commitment to him was somehow tied to whether or not I'd give up Bella. I explained to him how much Bella meant to me, that she was family, not just a pet I could casually give away. But he seemed frustrated, saying that while he understood I loved Bella, relationships required compromises. The conversation ended on a weird note, with both of us feeling unheard. After that, things became tense between us. Jake would make little comments here and there, like noticing cat hair on his clothes or mentioning how his allergies were acting up, almost as if he was testing me to see if I'd do something drastic. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was dropping hints about the problem that Bella represented to him. And it bothered me because, in my mind, Bella was never a problem. She's been a part of my life for so long that I couldn't imagine making this kind of decision. Eventually, I decided to try some compromise solutions. I did my research, read up on ways to help people with cat allergies, and invested in some high-quality air purifiers. I also bought some hypoallergenic sprays and started vacuuming daily to reduce the amount of dander around the apartment. I even tried to keep Bella out of the bedroom, which wasn't easy because she's used to sleeping near me. But I figured if it would help, it was worth the extra effort. I thought these changes would make things better for Jake. Maybe show him that I was willing to meet him halfway. But it didn't seem to be enough. Every time he came over, he'd still have allergy flare-ups. Instead of seeing my efforts, he'd say things like, "This isn't a long-term fix, Olivia. I don't want to keep doing this forever." He acted like I was ignoring his discomfort, even though I was putting in the effort to make the place more bearable for him. I started feeling frustrated, too. I didn't want to be in a position where I had to choose between the person I was falling for and the pet I already loved. And it wasn't like he was giving me any other options. He was only focused on one solution: reharming Bella. It all felt so one-sided. He kept framing it as if it was my decision alone. But I couldn't understand why he wasn't willing to try a little harder to make things work. I suggested we try over-the-counter allergy medications, or that he could talk to an allergist to see if there were any long-term options to manage his symptoms. But he dismissed that idea pretty quickly, saying he didn't want to rely on meds every time he wanted to spend time with me. I get that allergies can be tough to deal with, but it seemed like he wasn't willing to meet me halfway on this. After a few weeks of this back and forth, Jake came over and brought it up again, more seriously this time. He started talking about how he saw us moving in together eventually, and how it would be impossible with Bella around. He made it sound like Bella was just another piece of furniture that didn't fit into the vision he had for us. He even suggested that Bella would be happier in a home without someone who was allergic to her. Hearing that felt like a slap in the face. Bella is happy with me. She's healthy, loved, and well cared for. I couldn't imagine just handing her off to someone else. It wasn't about her happiness. It was about him wanting to be comfortable in my space without making any compromises. I realized then that we were reaching a crossroads. Jake wasn't just asking for a temporary fix. He was asking me to fundamentally change my life, to give up a part of my routine and my sense of home. I started to feel like he was pushing me into a corner, like my love for Bella was something he saw as a flaw, a sign that I wasn't serious about our relationship. I couldn't help but feel resentful that he didn't appreciate what Bella meant to me. I tried to explain again, telling him how she'd been there for me through everything, how she was more than just a cat. But he brushed it off, saying, "I'm here for you now. Isn't that enough?" That question lingered in the air between us, and I didn't know how to answer it. Because no, it wasn't that simple. Bella had been here long before he was, and I didn't think it was fair to expect me to give her up just because he was here now. But I could see that he didn't understand, and maybe he never would. After that conversation, things got weird between us. I kept hoping Jake would ease up and realize how much I was trying to make things work. But it seemed like he couldn't see it that way. Every time he came over, he'd still bring up the allergy situation, and it just put this weight over everything. I was constantly tense, wondering if he'd start sneezing, or if he'd mention how uncomfortable he was. It made me feel guilty in my own home, like I was somehow failing him by not doing what he wanted. I remember he'd keep pointing out little things, like stray cat hairs, or how he couldn't sit on the couch without getting itchy. It made me hyper-aware of every part of my apartment, like I needed to sanitize Bella's presence just to make him comfortable. But the thing is, Bella lives here. This is her space, too, and I felt like he didn't respect that. I'd always clean up before he came over, vacuuming every corner, putting up air purifiers, and doing whatever I could think of to help him feel more comfortable. But it was like he had this laser focus on Bella as the problem, and nothing I did was good enough. At one point, I suggested he could take antihistamines before coming over. Lots of people with allergies manage with medication, and I thought maybe it could be a compromise. But he brushed it off like it was an unreasonable ask, saying he didn't want to be dependent on meds just to be in my apartment. I didn't understand why he wasn't open to even trying it as a short-term solution. It was starting to feel like he didn't want a compromise, he wanted me to make the hard decision so he wouldn't have to. And that made me feel stuck. It was like he was framing it, as if I was choosing Bella over him. But I didn't see it that way. I was just trying to keep a part of my life that's important to me while still making room for him. This ongoing tension started bleeding into other parts of our relationship, too. He'd get annoyed over small things, or he'd seem distant even when we were together. It was like the Bella issue had turned into this symbol of my lack of commitment in his eyes, even though I was constantly adjusting my life for him. I could feel myself getting resentful. I was bending over backward to make things work, but he wasn't meeting me halfway. The relationship started feeling unbalanced, like he was keeping score of every little sacrifice he made while dismissing everything I was doing for him. One evening, he brought it up again, only this time he framed it like he was just looking out for Bella's happiness. He said something like, "Wouldn't she be better off in a home where she isn't causing someone discomfort?" It felt manipulative, honestly. Bella is fine here, she's happy, healthy, and comfortable. But he was trying to make it sound like rehoming her would somehow be an act of kindness, like I was holding her back by keeping her with me. It was hurtful, and it made me question if he understood anything about why Bella is important to me. At that point, I was mentally exhausted. It was like every time we saw each other, he'd find a way to bring it up, and I'd have to defend my decision to keep my own pet. I started feeling like I couldn't talk about Bella around him without setting off another round of arguments. It was tiring and honestly started making me question if this relationship was worth the stress. He kept saying he was only asking for this one thing, but that one thing was asking me to give up an entire part of my life, a part that brings me comfort and happiness. I felt like he didn't see the big picture of what he was asking. We hit a breaking point when he came over one night and saw Bella on the couch. He looked frustrated, and I could tell he was about to say something about her being in his space. Instead, he just sighed and sat down. But there was this tension in the room that made it hard to relax. I kept waiting for him to say something, to make a comment, or give me that look he gives whenever Bella's around, like she's some kind of obstacle between us. It was exhausting, feeling like I had to tiptoe around my own apartment just to keep the peace. I remember sitting there, watching him, and realizing that this was becoming a bigger issue than just allergies. This was about control, about him wanting me to prove my commitment by giving up something I loved. And it wasn't fair. I felt like I was being tested, like he was using Bella as a way to measure how much I was willing to sacrifice for him. And in that moment, I started wondering if that was the kind of relationship I wanted. He finally broke the silence and asked me, "Are you really going to keep choosing a cat over our relationship?" I didn't know how to respond. It felt like no answer I could give would make sense to him because he was already convinced that Bella was a choice I was making against him. And that hurt. I told him that I didn't see it as choosing Bella over him. I saw it as trying to keep a piece of my life that's important to me. But he didn't get it. He kept saying I was being selfish, that if I cared about our future, I'd be willing to do this one thing for him. That night, he left angry, and I was left feeling more confused than ever. I felt torn between two parts of my life, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was never going to understand why Bella meant so much to me. It was like we were speaking two different languages, and no amount of explaining on my part would change his mind. I felt frustrated and sad, but I also felt a strange sense of clarity. If he couldn't accept Bella, then maybe he couldn't accept me as I am. The next time I saw Jake, things felt different. There was a tension between us that hadn't really lifted since our last argument. And I think both of us knew this wasn't going to be a normal conversation. I had hoped maybe he'd thought things over and come around a bit, maybe see things from my side. But it was clear right away that he hadn't. He told me he wanted to have one final conversation about Bella. Hearing him say final felt like he was giving me some kind of ultimatum, which put me instantly on edge. He started talking about how he'd given me enough time to make a decision, and that he didn't see how we could move forward if I wasn't willing to consider reharming her. It felt like he was putting the entire responsibility of our relationship on me and my choice. It didn't sit right with me. I explained to him again, calmly, that Bella wasn't something I could just give up. I told him I had tried to compromise, that I'd put in the effort to make things more comfortable for him, and that I'd done everything I could to make it work. But he kept bringing it back to this idea of sacrifice, and how my unwillingness to rehome Bella was somehow proof that I wasn't serious about us. It was like he didn't want to acknowledge anything I'd already done. To him, there was only one solution. At this point, I was starting to feel angry, too. I'd been patient, I'd been understanding, but he wasn't giving me the same courtesy. It felt like he was trying to back me into a corner, where I'd have no choice but to do what he wanted. I told him that I didn't think it was fair to make me choose between him and Bella, that relationships shouldn't work like that. But he just shook his head, like I was missing the point entirely. Then he said something that really hit me hard. He said, "If you're willing to lose me over a cat, then maybe we weren't meant to be." Hearing him put it that way made me realize how little he understood what Bella meant to me. It wasn't just about keeping a pet. It was about keeping a part of myself. Bella had been there through so many stages of my life, and asking me to give her up felt like asking me to erase part of who I am. But it was clear that he wasn't going to see it that way. We sat there in silence for a while, and I could tell he was waiting for me to say something, maybe to give in and agree with him. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just looked at him, trying to see if there was any part of him that would understand. But all I saw was someone who couldn't accept me fully. I realized then that if I gave in now, I'd always be compromising something important to me just to make him happy. And I didn't think that was the kind of relationship I wanted. Eventually, he sighed, got up, and said he needed some space. He didn't even look back as he left, and that hurt more than anything. I sat there alone, trying to process everything that had just happened. It felt like this huge weight had finally been lifted. But at the same time, I felt a wave of sadness. I cared about him, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that I was always going to be in a tug of war between my happiness and his comfort. Now, I'm left wondering if I made the right choice. I didn't want to lose Jake, but I couldn't give up Bella. So, am I wrong for choosing my pet over my partner's comfort? Story 18. Am I wrong for not including my stepson in my will? I'm Paul, 50, a business owner, with 2 biological children, Josh and Claire, and a stepson, Kyle. I married my wife, Laura, when Kyle was already a teenager, and we've been a family for over a decade now. Blended families come with their own challenges, but we've managed to keep things together, even though I'd be lying if I said it's all been easy. My bond with Josh and Claire is pretty solid. They've been part of my life since the beginning, and I've been there through everything, from their first steps to their graduations. But with Kyle, it's different. I came into his life late, and there's always been a distance between us. It's not that we have a bad relationship, just respectful but distant. Kyle has always been closer to Laura. He's got his dad, who's still somewhat involved, so while I tried to be a good stepfather, I didn't try to replace his dad. There wasn't much common ground between us, to be honest. He's polite, but there's a sort of formality that's always hung around our relationship, and he's never really opened up to me. I was just there for the big things: birthdays, graduations, and whenever Laura insisted we all do family things together. When I started thinking about my will, my focus went to Josh and Claire. They're the ones I've been closest to. They see me as their main provider and support. I decided to divide my assets equally between them. I knew Kyle would have other support in his life from his dad, and I figured he would probably understand. It just didn't seem right to split everything evenly when I'd had such a different relationship with him. So, I made my choices and assumed everyone would respect them. When Laura found out, though, she didn't take it well. I didn't even think much of it at first. I hadn't hidden anything, but I hadn't exactly sat her down to talk about it either. I suppose that was my first mistake, thinking it would all go over smoothly. When she saw that Kyle wasn't included in the same way as Josh and Claire, she confronted me. She said I was playing favorites, and that my decision was sending a clear message that I don't see Kyle as part of the family. It caught me off guard. I'd never meant it to be about favoritism. In my mind, it was about the role I played in each of their lives. My biological kids have been there from day one. I've been the one to raise them, provide for them, and be a constant presence. Kyle, on the other hand, came into my life already halfway grown. I just figured he'd have his own sources of support, and I didn't think it was necessary to make things completely equal in my will. Laura didn't see it that way. She started listing all the times I'd been there for Kyle, reminding me that I've been a father figure to him, at least in some ways. I tried to argue that I've supported him as best as I could, but that there's a difference between being a full-time dad and being a stepdad to a teenager who already has a father. To her, though, it didn't matter. She felt that family is family, and my decision was like drawing a line between my kids and her son. She made it clear she thought I was being unfair. It wasn't a comfortable conversation, to put it lightly. I hadn't really anticipated this kind of reaction, but as she spoke, I could see her perspective, at least somewhat. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that my assets should primarily go to Josh and Claire, the two who look to me as their main support. Kyle has his dad, and he's never really treated me as more than his mom's husband. It didn't seem reasonable to pretend like we were all on the exact same level. The more Laura and I went back and forth, the more the whole thing started spiraling. She kept bringing up how Kyle might feel hurt, like he's not fully accepted, and how it could impact our family dynamics. I could see she was worried, but in my mind, I just kept going back to the same point. Kyle's got his dad. He's always had his dad, and while I've done my part, I've never been able to step into the role of a real father for him. It's not as if I'm cutting him off, I'm just acknowledging the reality of our relationship. But Laura wouldn't let it go, and I realized how strongly she felt about this. At one point, she even said it was as if I was dismissing Kyle completely, that I was treating him like an outsider. I couldn't help but feel a bit defensive. I have always tried to be fair, and I've been there when he's needed support. But she made it sound like I was deliberately trying to push him out, which isn't the case at all. I never wanted Kyle to feel excluded. I just didn't feel it made sense to put him on the same level as Josh and Claire in my will. The argument got pretty heated, and I realized there wasn't going to be an easy resolution. In an attempt to smooth things over, I suggested giving Kyle a smaller portion, more like a token inheritance to show he's still part of the family, even if it wasn't equal to what Josh and Claire would get. I thought it was a fair middle ground, some acknowledgement, but not a full inheritance. But Laura saw it as an insult, calling it a symbolic gesture that doesn't actually mean anything. She argued that it would be better to give him nothing than to offer him a token that might only highlight the difference. The conversation left me feeling stuck. On one hand, I understand her perspective, but on the other, I can't ignore how I feel about this. After that argument, things between Laura and me started feeling tense. We'd gotten through disagreements before, but this was different. I could feel this wedge building between us. She started acting colder, more distant, like she was carrying this quiet resentment. Even our day-to-day routines got awkward, and we were hardly talking about anything meaningful. Any mention of Kyle or our family finances seemed to bring out this simmering anger in her. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe she'd just cool off on her own. But it didn't take long for her to bring up the will again. And this time she didn't hold back. She told me she felt like I was drawing lines in our family, basically setting up a hierarchy between my kids and her son. She kept repeating that Kyle might feel excluded and that I was creating this divide. To her, there was no difference between biological kids and stepchildren in a blended family. Family was family, plain and simple. She expected me to see Kyle as my own, regardless of how close we were or how much involvement I'd actually had in raising him. I could understand her feelings, but it felt unfair. It's one thing to support someone and another to treat them exactly the same as your own kids. I don't love Josh and Claire because of some legal obligation. They're my kids, period. I've been there from the beginning, seen them grow, supported them through everything. With Kyle, it was never like that. He always kept his distance, and I didn't feel it was my place to force a deeper bond. I've done my best to be there for him, but it was never the same as the relationship I have with Josh and Claire. In my mind, it's natural that this difference would reflect in my will. Still, Laura didn't see it that way. She kept bringing up examples, like the time I took Kyle on a fishing trip when he was 15, or the times I'd gone to his school events. She listed every little thing I'd done for him, as if that meant I had a father-son relationship with him. To her, those actions proved that I'd accepted him as part of the family, and excluding him in my will was like taking that acceptance back. I could see she was hurt and genuinely believed I was doing something wrong, but I just couldn't bring myself to change my mind. One night, she even sat me down and told me she didn't feel like she could trust me if I didn't treat her son as my own. She said it made her question whether I really saw us as a united family. That really got to me because, to me, this wasn't about loyalty to our family. It was about the reality of my relationship with each of the kids. I didn't think treating Kyle differently meant I loved Laura or our family any less. But she was starting to make it clear that this decision was a bigger deal to her than I'd realized. Eventually, I started to doubt myself, wondering if maybe I was just being stubborn. Part of me wondered if maybe I was holding on to this idea of fairness for the wrong reasons. Maybe it was some old-fashioned way of thinking, that only my real kids deserved my legacy. I couldn't tell if my reasoning was sound, or if I was just unwilling to see Kyle as a true part of the family. I've never been a favoritism type of person, but now I was stuck trying to figure out if that's what I was actually doing. But even as I was questioning myself, I still didn't feel right about splitting everything equally. I knew how much Josh and Claire looked up to me, and I wanted to be able to provide for them, set them up to succeed even after I was gone. I didn't have that kind of relationship with Kyle. It's not that I don't care about him, I just don't feel the same responsibility for his future as I do for Josh and Claire. It was hard to explain this to Laura without sounding like I was dismissing Kyle entirely. And every time I tried, it only seemed to upset her more. At one point, I even thought about reaching out to Kyle directly. I wondered if maybe he'd be understanding, or at least practical about it, and could see where I was coming from. But that idea quickly felt wrong. This wasn't Kyle's issue to resolve. It was between Laura and me. Besides, talking to him about it felt too close to confirming that there was some kind of split between him and the others. I didn't want to risk making things more uncomfortable or creating drama within the family. As more time passed, the tension just kept building. It started affecting the way we all interacted. Laura was more short-tempered, and there were more silent dinners than I'd care to admit. I could see Josh and Claire picking up on it, though they didn't know the details. Kyle, on the other hand, seemed oblivious, which only made me feel worse. He was just going about his life, and here I was, tangled in this argument over something he probably hadn't even considered. Eventually, I told Laura that if it really meant that much to her, I'd think about setting aside a bigger portion for Kyle. I didn't feel good about it, but I thought it might bring us back to some kind of peace. She didn't take it as well as I'd hoped, though. To her, this wasn't about a compromise. She wanted complete equality. Giving Kyle a bit more still felt like I was treating him as a second-class family member. It was almost as if anything less than an equal split was proof to her that I didn't care about him or our family the way she thought I should. So now, I'm at a complete loss. I don't want to destroy my marriage over this, but I also can't shake the feeling that Laura is asking me to ignore something fundamental about our family dynamics. I know what I feel is right, but I'm starting to see that this issue might not go away as easily as I thought. The whole thing has left me feeling more conflicted than ever. The breaking point came one evening when Laura brought it up again, more intense than ever. She told me she'd been thinking about it constantly, that she couldn't let it go until things were made right for Kyle. She kept saying that as a family, we couldn't have these kinds of divisions, not in our final plans or anywhere else. It seemed like she'd convinced herself that if I didn't make Kyle's share equal, I didn't see him as part of the family at all. I felt backed into a corner. Every time I'd tried to explain my perspective, she'd dismissed it as me being unfair or unwilling to see Kyle as my own. She didn't seem to get that my decision wasn't about rejecting Kyle, but about what felt right based on my experiences with each of the kids. I kept coming back to the same reasoning. Josh and Claire have been part of my life from the start. They look up to me as their primary provider, and I wanted to make sure they were fully taken care of. With Kyle, I've been supportive, but I haven't been a full-time father to him, and it never felt like my place to step into that role. But Laura didn't see any of that as justification. In her mind, it was all or nothing. Family was family, and if I was going to be her husband and a father figure in Kyle's life, then I needed to act like it right down to how I split my estate. She even suggested that my unwillingness to change things was a sign of a deeper problem in our marriage, that maybe I'd always seen her and Kyle as separate, not fully part of my life. That stung, because it wasn't true. I love Laura deeply, and my choices weren't meant to hurt her or Kyle. After that conversation, I was left wondering if maybe I was looking at this all wrong. Maybe there was something to her argument that I hadn't been willing to consider. I started thinking about what it would mean to leave everything equal, how that would impact the family dynamic after I was gone. But even as I tried to picture it, I felt uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd be ignoring the reality of my relationship with each of the kids. Wouldn't it be dishonest to pretend that Kyle and I had the same bond as Josh and Claire? Still, as the days passed, Laura's words kept nagging at me. I started wondering if maybe, for the sake of keeping the peace, it would be worth just going along with her wishes. I could make everything equal, and maybe that would make things easier for everyone. But every time I thought about actually doing it, it felt wrong. I felt like I was betraying myself, and Josh and Claire too, by giving away something that was meant for them. At one point, I considered talking to my lawyer about different options, maybe creating a trust or something specific for each of the kids. I figured there had to be a way to balance things without causing this huge rift in the family. But I never made the call. It felt like I'd be giving in, compromising something important just to avoid conflict. And that didn't sit right with me. I'd already made so many compromises over the years in other areas of life, always trying to keep the peace. But this felt different, more personal, like a line I didn't want to cross. As it stands, I'm still struggling with what to do. Laura hasn't let up, and the tension between us is thick. We've had more silent nights, more unspoken words, and it's starting to feel like this issue might not go away unless one of us gives in. I've thought about bringing in a family counselor, or even just a mediator to help us work through this, but I'm not sure if Laura would even go for it. I don't want to keep fighting over this, but I also don't want to leave things unresolved. So here I am, stuck, wondering if maybe I'm in the wrong for holding my ground. Should I just give in for the sake of peace? Or is it right to stand by what feels true to me? Story 19. Am I in the wrong for asking my boyfriend to help pay rent, even though he only stays over occasionally? I'm Zara, 25, living alone in a pretty nice apartment in the city center. It's close to work, close to everything, really, and I love it. But it's not cheap. The rent here is high, and I always knew that would be the case. But I chose it because it was worth it for me. I like having my own space, my own setup, everything just as I want it. It's not a massive apartment by any means, but it's perfect for me, and I've been happy here. Then there's Sam, my boyfriend, who's 27 and lives about 20 minutes away. He's got his own place, which is nice enough and works for him. But it's different. It's not as convenient as mine, and he doesn't live as close to the places we like to go. We've been dating for a little over a year now, and things have been pretty good between us. We started off slow, just seeing each other once or twice a week. But eventually, he started staying over more often. At first, it was just a night here and there, usually on weekends when we'd go out, and he'd end up crashing at my place. But over time, it became more of a regular thing. He started staying over a couple of nights a week, then 3. Sometimes even 4 nights if he had a reason to be in the area. And it just made more sense for him to stay at mine, rather than going back to his place. It just felt natural, like we'd finish a night out, or even a quiet night in, and he'd just stay. I didn't mind, and honestly, I liked having him there. It was nice to have someone around, especially someone I care about. But after a while, I started to notice the little things adding up. My utility bill, for instance, were creeping up a bit each month. Nothing crazy, but enough to catch my attention. I'd been used to a certain amount for electricity, water, and so on, and now it was higher. It's not like he was doing anything excessive, just the normal stuff like showers, cooking, keeping the lights on a little longer. But all those things add up when you're on a budget. I even noticed that my grocery bills had gone up, which I hadn't really expected. I guess having an extra person over a few times a week means I need to stock up on more food and essentials. I hadn't really budgeted for that when I took this place on alone. One night, after he'd stayed over for the 3rd time that week, it kind of hit me how much I was paying for things on my own, while he got to enjoy the benefits of being here half the time. And I get it, he has his own place, and he's paying rent and bills there. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't totally fair. I didn't want to come off as money-driven or anything, but it felt like I was paying for everything whenever he was here, and he wasn't contributing at all. So, one evening when we were just hanging out, I decided to bring it up. I thought I'd keep it casual, just mention it, and see how he felt about maybe chipping in a little. I was nervous about it because money can be a touchy subject, and I didn't want him to think I was pressuring him or making a big deal out of it. But I thought it was fair. After all, he was here often enough that it was starting to feel like he was partially living here, even if he didn't think of it that way. When I finally brought it up, he seemed surprised. I told him that I'd noticed my bills going up, and that it was a bit tough to handle on my own, especially since I wasn't expecting these added expenses. I suggested that maybe he could contribute a little to the rent or utilities, just to offset the extra costs. I wasn't asking for half the rent or anything, just a small amount to help balance things out. He didn't take it the way I'd hoped. He looked at me like I'd just suggested something completely out of line. He asked why he should pay rent here when he already has his own place, where he's paying his own rent and bills. I tried to explain that it wasn't about him moving in or taking on a big chunk of the cost, just that a little help would make a difference for me. But he seemed put off by the idea altogether. He said he hadn't realized I felt this way, and that it sounded like I was putting a price tag on him spending time with me. That hit a nerve. I didn't see it that way at all. To me, it was just a practical matter. This apartment wasn't cheap, and every bit of added cost made a difference. I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to be transactional, but he kept coming back to the point that he shouldn't have to pay to be with me. It felt like we were talking in circles, and he wasn't really getting what I was trying to say. After that conversation, things felt a bit off between us. We didn't exactly fight, but there was this underlying tension that hadn't been there before. I felt like I couldn't bring it up again without making things worse. but it still didn't feel resolved. He continued staying over, and I continued paying for everything on my own. But now it felt heavier somehow. Like every time he used the shower or cooked a meal, I was noticing the cost of it all instead of just enjoying his company. It's not like I want him to pay half the rent and utilities as if he's a roommate. But he's here often enough that it feels like he should contribute something, even if it's a small amount. I thought that was reasonable, but maybe he doesn't see it that way because he has his own place. Part of me wonders if I was wrong to bring it up in the first place. But I can't help feeling like this is affecting our relationship, even if it's just under the surface. It's been a few days since that conversation, and we haven't really talked about it again. We're kind of just pretending everything's normal, but I know it's still there, lurking in the background. I feel like I'm stuck between wanting to keep the peace and not wanting to feel taken advantage of. And honestly, I'm not sure what the right answer is. After our initial talk about rent, things between me and Sam were awkward. But we managed to move past it, or at least pretended to. He kept coming over regularly, just like before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't really resolved anything. I was still covering all the bills, and every time I'd see him use something like the shower or the stove, it was in the back of my mind that I was the one paying for it. I didn't want to resent him, but I could feel myself getting frustrated again. So, a couple of weeks later, I decided to bring it up one more time, hoping a different approach might get us on the same page. This time, I framed it in terms of utilities only. I told him I'd dropped the idea of contributing to rent, and that maybe he could just help out a bit with the utility bills. To me, this seemed fairer and less of a big ask. I thought he might be more open to it since it was just about the increase in costs from him staying over. But he was still hesitant, and he didn't seem convinced that it was fair for him to pay anything at all. He kept going back to the fact that he had his own place, and was already paying for all his expenses there. He said that if he started paying for utilities here too, it would feel like he was paying to stay over, and he didn't like that idea. I tried to explain that it wasn't about him paying to be with me, but about helping to balance things out since he was here often enough to make a difference in my bills. But he just saw it differently. Honestly, I was getting frustrated. It felt like he was benefiting from having this extra space without any of the financial responsibility that came with it, while I was taking on everything. I didn't expect him to pay a lot, just something to help with the extra expenses he was adding. But every time we talked about it, he'd make it sound like I was being unreasonable for even suggesting it. It was getting hard for me to understand why he was so against it, and it started to make me question things. I wondered if maybe he just didn't want to take that step toward sharing financial responsibilities with me. It made me feel like we weren't on the same page about the relationship. After that, we kind of avoided the topic again, but it was becoming a real issue for me. I felt like I couldn't ignore the financial strain anymore, especially since I was already stretching my budget to live in this place alone. It wasn't like I was looking to split everything equally or make it complicated. I just needed some kind of acknowledgement that he was staying over a lot, and that it was impacting my finances. Then, a few nights later, we were watching TV, and the conversation naturally drifted back to the rent and utilities situation. I brought it up more casually, trying to get his perspective without it turning into an argument. I told him that it wasn't about the money itself, but more about feeling like I was carrying all the weight. I wanted him to know that it wasn't about making things transactional or putting a price on him staying over. I just thought it would be fair for him to help a little with the increase in my expenses, since he was here so often. But he still didn't see it that way. He said something along the lines of, "If you really feel like you need the money, just tell me, and I'll cover a bit of it." The way he said it, though, didn't sit right with me. It made it sound like he was doing me a favor rather than us coming to an understanding. I didn't want it to feel like charity or like he was reluctantly agreeing just to appease me. I wanted it to be something we agreed on together because it made sense for both of us. That's when I started to feel like this wasn't just about the money. It was about whether we were actually seeing eye to eye on things like sharing responsibilities and supporting each other. I felt like I was trying to approach this in a fair way, but he was seeing it as a burden or an inconvenience. I didn't want him to feel forced into anything, but I also didn't want to keep feeling like I was the only one giving here. After that night, things were just tense. We didn't bring it up again directly, but there was this lingering feeling of unresolved tension. He still came over regularly, and I tried to just let it go. But every time he used something in the apartment, I'd feel that nagging frustration again. It wasn't about the exact dollar amount. It was about feeling like I was carrying all the responsibility. And every time I thought about bringing it up again, I'd remember his reaction, and it made me hesitate. The more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. I couldn't tell if I was being too sensitive about it, or if he was genuinely being unreasonable. I even started wondering if this was a sign of how things would be down the line. If he wasn't willing to help out a little now, what would it be like if we actually moved in together one day? Would I end up covering most of the costs while he skated by because he already paid for his own place? It was making me question how serious he really was about our relationship, and whether he was willing to take any financial responsibility with me at all. Now, here we are, still kind of at a standstill. I haven't pushed the issue again, but it's always there in the back of my mind. I want to keep things peaceful, but I also don't want to keep feeling this way. It's like there's this unspoken thing between us now, and it's affecting how I feel about having him over at all. Every time he's here, I can't help but think about it. And it's turning something that used to make me happy into something that just makes me stressed. I'm honestly not sure what to do at this point. I don't want to make him feel like he's unwelcome, but I also don't want to keep putting myself in a position where I feel taken advantage of. It feels like there's no easy answer here, and I don't know if I'm expecting too much, or if he's just unwilling to see things from my perspective. I guess we're just stuck, with neither of us willing to fully address it, and it's leaving me in this limbo where I'm not sure what the next step should be. A few weeks after our last conversation, I decided to try one more approach to see if we could actually resolve this. I didn't want it to drag on, but I also couldn't shake the frustration building up every time he was here without contributing. It had gotten to a point where I was either going to have to bring it up again or seriously reconsider what this meant for our relationship. I didn't want to break up over bills, but the fact that we were struggling to find common ground on something like this made me wonder what else we'd have issues with down the line. So, one evening, I brought it up again. I told him that this situation was weighing on me and that I needed us to find a solution that felt fair to both of us. I explained that it wasn't about him paying to stay over, but about the fact that I was feeling the financial impact of him being here regularly, even if he didn't see it that way. I told him that I wasn't looking for a big contribution, just something small to help offset the added costs I was facing because of his regular presence. He listened, but he still didn't seem fully on board. He said he understood my side, but that he didn't want to feel like he was being charged for spending time with me. He told me it made him uncomfortable to think about money every time he stayed over, and that wasn't how he wanted our relationship to feel. I tried to reassure him that it wasn't about money every time he was here, but about sharing responsibilities in a way that respected both of our situations. But I could see he wasn't entirely convinced. After that, I suggested a compromise. I told him that maybe he could contribute only when he stays over more than 3 nights a week. If he was here that often, it felt more than reasonable for him to chip in a little for utilities or groceries, just to make things feel more balanced. I even offered that he could bring over some essentials or pay for a grocery run here and there, if that felt less transactional to him. I thought maybe that would make it feel less like he was paying to be here and more like he was just helping out, the same way I would if I were staying at his place as often as he was at mine. He agreed to think about it, but his expression told me he was still unsure. He didn't say no, but he didn't exactly jump at the suggestion either. I could tell he was hesitant, which left me feeling like maybe I was asking too much. Or maybe he just didn't see our relationship the same way I did. I was hoping he'd come around, but after a few days went by without any follow up from him, I started to realize that he might never be comfortable with this arrangement. Now, we're in this weird limbo where we haven't officially settled anything, but he's still staying over just as often, and I'm still covering all the costs. I've tried to just let it go, to ignore the impact on my budget and move on. But it's hard to feel completely at ease when this issue keeps nagging at me. Every time I see him here, enjoying the space, cooking, relaxing, it feels like a reminder that I'm carrying this alone, and he's not even willing to meet me halfway. It's reached a point where I'm questioning what this means for our future. I don't want to be with someone who sees every small contribution as a burden, especially when he's here so often. If he's this uncomfortable with something so minor, what happens if we ever move in together? Would I end up covering the majority of the expenses just because he sees it as an inconvenience to share costs? I don't want to be in a one-sided situation, and this issue feels like a red flag, no matter how much I try to overlook it. At this point, I don't know what to do. I've tried every reasonable approach I can think of, and I still feel like we're at a standstill. It's frustrating because I care about him and don't want to end things over something that feels so small. Yet it's become a much bigger issue than I expected. I want to move forward, but I'm starting to think that we might just be too different in how we view things like fairness and shared responsibilities. Am I wrong for expecting him to contribute, even if he only stays over a few nights a week? Story 20. Am I wrong for refusing to let my parents move in with me after they lost their home? I'm Dean, 36, single, and living alone in a small condo. I've always been independent and a bit of a loner, and I've worked hard to carve out a life that works for me. My career is demanding, and my condo isn't much, but it's mine. It's my space, and I rely on that solitude to unwind and recharge. I'm not the kind of guy who throws dinner parties or has friends over every weekend. I value my peace, and honestly, I need it to keep sane with my work. A few weeks ago, I got a call from my mom. She and my dad had just lost their house. I won't go into all the details, but they got hit with a financial issue they didn't see coming, and it wiped them out. They didn't have much in savings, and they didn't have anywhere else to go. They reached out to me, telling me they needed a place to stay, just until they got back on their feet. At first, I felt horrible for them. My parents have always been proud people. They'd never ask for help unless they were truly desperate. So, my first instinct was to say yes. But the second I thought about it, I realized how difficult it would be for me. It's not that I don't care about my parents. I do. They did a lot for me growing up. We weren't rich, but they made sure I had what I needed. But I also know how they are, especially when they're under stress. My mom, she's a bit of a worrier, always has been, and she tends to get really involved in my life when she's around. My dad, on the other hand, is more laid back, but he has his routines, his habits. And if I'm being honest, my condo isn't big enough for 3 people, especially with my parents' different personalities and my own need for space. Still, I wanted to help. I offered to pitch in financially instead. I thought maybe I could help cover some rent for a place nearby, something that would give them a bit of privacy and space, and me too. I know it might sound cold, but I genuinely thought this was a good compromise. I wouldn't abandon them, and they'd still have a place to stay while they sorted things out. But when I mentioned this, my mom immediately dismissed the idea. She said what they needed wasn't money, it was family. She kept saying that they didn't want to be somewhere they'd feel isolated, and that being with me would make them feel safe. That hit me. I don't want my parents to feel unsafe or alone, but the idea of them moving in with me started to weigh on me. I know how I am, and I know how they are, and I could just see this turning into a disaster for all of us. I'd be on edge all the time, and they'd probably feel like they had to walk on eggshells around me. My place isn't even set up for guests. I don't have a spare room or anything, just a small living area and one bedroom. It would mean someone sleeping on the couch, and with my weird work hours, I'd probably end up waking them up constantly, or they'd end up disturbing me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't going to work. I knew, deep down, that letting them stay with me would lead to resentment on both sides. I offered again to cover rent for a small apartment nearby, to be there for them in every other way, just not in my actual home. I told my mom I was more than willing to help financially and make sure they were comfortable. But every time I brought this up, she kept insisting that wasn't what they needed. She started to get emotional, saying that family should always come through for each other, especially in times like these. I could tell she felt hurt, like I was rejecting them, and my dad just stayed quiet the whole time. He's not one to argue or push. He usually goes along with whatever mom says. It was clear that they felt I was abandoning them, even though that wasn't how I saw it at all. I felt like I was doing the responsible thing by setting boundaries that would keep all of us sane. Since then, every conversation has been tense. They think I'm putting my own comfort above their needs, and maybe I am, but I can't help it. I know myself, and I know my limits. The whole situation has me questioning everything. I don't want to be the bad guy here, but I also don't want to sacrifice my mental health. I told them over and over that it wasn't a matter of not wanting to help, just that I couldn't have them living in my condo with me. I thought it was reasonable, given the size of my place and my work demands, but they seemed to hear none of it. Each time we spoke, my mom's voice would start off calm, but then she'd get more emotional, saying things like, "We're family," and how I owed them for all they'd done for me. She'd bring up times from my childhood when they made sacrifices, things they did without, so I could have what I needed. She made it sound like this was my turn to pay them back. It didn't help that my dad stayed mostly silent. When he did talk, he'd say things like, "It's just temporary, Dean," or, "We wouldn't ask if we had another option." That was the problem. They saw this as a temporary solution, but I could see it turning into something long-term. They didn't have any savings left and no real plan for getting back on their feet. I kept asking them how long they thought they'd need, but I never got a straight answer. Just more assurances that it wouldn't be forever. But not forever could still mean months, maybe even years, and I couldn't live with that uncertainty hanging over me. The whole situation made me feel like I was stuck in a no-win scenario. If I let them move in, I'd be sacrificing my peace, my space, and possibly my mental health. If I didn't let them in, I'd be labeled the ungrateful son who abandoned his parents when they needed him most. It didn't feel fair, but no matter how many times I tried explaining my point of view, they just didn't get it or didn't want to get it. My mom would turn every conversation into a guilt trip, reminding me of all they'd done for me, as if that erased my right to set boundaries now. At one point, I tried bringing up some of the more practical issues, thinking maybe if they saw it from a logistical standpoint, they'd understand. I reminded them that I have only one bathroom, a small kitchen, no real guest room, and that my schedule means I'm in and out at odd hours. I thought maybe they'd see that it wouldn't be a comfortable setup for any of us. But that backfired. My mom just said it didn't matter to them if things were cramped. They were willing to make do with whatever was available. She even suggested they'd sleep on an air mattress in the living room, if that's what it took. Instead of seeing my concerns as legitimate, they just kept framing it as me being selfish. I think what really hit me was when my mom said something along the lines of, "If you can't be there for family, who can you be there for?" That felt like a direct jab, as if she was questioning my loyalty to them. I started to wonder if maybe I was being too rigid, too selfish, like they were suggesting. After all, they did raise me, and I wouldn't be where I am without them. But at the same time, I know myself. I know that living with them would completely derail my routine, my sense of privacy, and ultimately, my sanity. After that conversation, I decided to reach out to a couple of family members to see if anyone else could help. I figured maybe if I could arrange for them to stay with a relative, they'd feel supported, and I wouldn't be the one to bear the entire burden. I called up my aunt and my cousin, explained the situation, and asked if they'd be willing to let my parents stay for a bit. But they both had their reasons for saying no: small houses, kids, or just not wanting to get involved. It felt like I was the only option left. When I went back to my parents with this update, they just seemed more disappointed. My mom sighed, saying something like, "I guess it's just us then." She made it sound like everyone else had turned their backs on them, and I was doing the same. That hurt. I never wanted them to feel abandoned, but they made it seem like the only way to prove I cared was to let them take over my life. It was as if helping them financially, offering to pay for an apartment, or even trying to find alternatives didn't count for anything. The only thing that mattered to them was me saying yes to them moving in. Every conversation just left me feeling more drained. It was like there was no room for my feelings in this at all. I kept trying to explain that this was about me needing my own space, needing boundaries, but that only made them more upset. They'd act like I was choosing my condo over them, which wasn't true. I would have been happy to help them find a place nearby, visit often, cover their costs if needed. But they just saw it as me pushing them away. Eventually, things reached a point where I didn't know what else to say. I'd given every reason I could think of, tried every compromise I could imagine, but nothing was good enough. They saw it as black and white. Either I let them in, or I didn't care about them. After exhausting every compromise I could think of, I decided to take one last shot at finding a solution that would keep everyone happy. I started looking into more detailed options for nearby rentals, places that were still close enough so I could help out easily, but would give them their own space. I found a few decent options that I thought might actually work, ones that I could afford to help pay for while they figured things out. I even called a few landlords to check availability, hoping I could present it to my parents as a ready-to-go plan. When I called my parents to tell them, I could already sense the tension before I even finished my pitch. My mom listened quietly at first, but I could tell she wasn't happy. When I finished explaining, she just sighed and said, "It's not about the money, Dean. We don't want charity. We want to be with family." It felt like everything I said just bounced right off. To them, I was only willing to throw money at the problem, not actually support them. I tried to explain that this wasn't just about me being unwilling to help, but about making sure we didn't all end up hating each other by the end of it. They didn't see it that way. To them, family meant being there no matter how inconvenient it was. I could hear my dad in the background, saying something to her, probably telling her to let it go. But she wasn't letting it go. She got more upset, saying things like how she never thought I'd treat them like this, that it felt like I was pushing them away when they were at their lowest point. She even said something about how other people wouldn't think twice about letting their parents move in if it meant helping them. I think that was the point where I realized I wasn't going to change their minds, no matter how logical or reasonable my points were. They had already decided that anything short of moving in with me meant I didn't care. Over the next few days, things just got worse. My mom started leaving these long voicemails, talking about how disappointed she was, how she felt like she didn't know who I was anymore. It felt like she was trying to wear me down, to guilt me into changing my mind. Every time I saw her name pop up on my phone, I'd feel this heavy pit in my stomach. I knew what the message would say, and I knew I'd just end up feeling worse after listening to it. But I couldn't ignore her either. It's not like I wanted them to feel abandoned. But at the same time, I was starting to feel resentful that they couldn't respect my boundaries. Eventually, my dad called me, which was unusual because he normally lets my mom handle the emotional stuff. He was calmer, but he told me they felt like they had no one else to turn to. He said he understood that I needed my space, but he also said that sometimes, as a family, we had to do things we didn't want to do. That hit me. I could tell he was trying to meet me halfway, but the underlying message was still clear. They weren't going to stop asking. At that point, I felt like I was hitting a breaking point. I didn't want to lose my relationship with my parents, but I also didn't want to lose my mental health in the process. I tried to explain to him, once again, that I wasn't abandoning them and that I would still be there to help. But he just kept saying, "It's not the same, Dean. It's not the same." I didn't know what else to say to him. After that call, I decided to take a step back for my own sanity. I stopped answering every call and let a few go to voicemail. I figured maybe a little distance would help things cool off, but it only seemed to make them feel more alienated. They stopped calling as much, and when they did, it was usually just a brief check-in, like they'd given up trying to convince me. But every time we talked, I could still feel that tension hanging in the background. It was like we were both waiting for the other person to change their mind, and neither of us would budge. I don't know if I'm making the right decision here. Part of me still feels guilty, like I'm being selfish for putting my needs first, even though I know this is what I need to do for my own well-being. My parents see it as abandonment, but I see it as setting boundaries. I keep telling myself that if I cave in, we'll all end up miserable. But I also can't shake the feeling that I'm letting them down in their time of need. So here I am, stuck between doing what feels right for me and what feels right for them. Am I wrong for setting boundaries with my own parents in a tough time?